I really like to use the analogy of owning versus renting a house when it comes to advertising and marketing. And there's two different ways to create a brand and get new customers and get attention and awareness in the mind of the consumer. There's two ways. One is to rent it, the other one is to buy it. Now, if I want to go rent a house right now, I could probably do that within a couple days. I could literally have a place to move in within a couple days. It's fast, it's very easy to do, and I can immediately get results, i.e. move into a house. When I look at advertising and using a platform like Google or Facebook or someone else's social media platform, I'm basically renting their space. If I put an ad in the newspaper, I'm renting that space. If I put a mailer in the USPS in the mail and send it out via post office, I'm renting the space. I'm basically paying the United States Postal Service to rent the space of the mailbox, and I'm renting space all the time. It's fast, it's easy. I can place an ad tomorrow, get customers the next day. I can go place a Facebook ad, get customers right away. It's fast, it's easy. It's renting though. And the same way that renting a house is easy and fast, the problem with renting a house is I don't build equity. I don't get to ever step back and stop paying rent if I'm renting a house. Whereas if I go buy a house, maybe it's a longer sales process. It might take me 60, 90 days to actually find a house, move in, get a mortgage, the whole 9 yards, and actually get there. So a little bit longer of a delayed gratification. It's a lot more expensive to own a house. But the thing is, as time goes on, eventually there'll come a time where I've paid that house off and I don't even have to anymore, pay anybody. I've paid it off. It's all paid off. I look at the same thing when it comes to advertising, and that is if I can own my content, whether it be my website, whether it be media that I create, videos and pictures that I take, if I can own the medium that I create instead of renting space on Google or renting space on Facebook ads or renting space on a mailer or in a newspaper or whatever, on a radio, billboard, I'm renting space. If I can have it to where I create organic content that I own, that people come to watch from me, that's when I own the house. And that's when I really create a really strong brand, because down the road, I won't have to pay for those ads anymore. I don't have to go on the live stream, like, give me more ads, give me more ads. Like, you're constantly just at the mercy of Google, at the mercy of Facebook ads rate, the next cost per click. Like, just give me more, I need more customers, shoot me up. Right? Like, it's literally how I look at it. It's like, the drug addict, just like, give me more. It's like, well, that's the same way it comes in our business. We paying for ads all the time. I'd much rather put the long time effort into creating a brand, creating content that I own, whether it be videos, whether it be pictures, whether it be a podcast, whether it be medium that I create on my website, whether it be blog posts, whether it be visual, audio, pictures. All of these types of media are a way to get eyeballs to your site, get eyeballs to your platform, get eyeballs to your brand, get eyeballs to your product and services without spending money on rent, without going and paying someone else to get in front of the customer. It takes a longer time. It's more expensive to build up a media arm of your business. But if you can look at your business like a media company, right? You create videos, you create pictures on everything you do. You show behind the scenes, you write blog posts, you're creating engaging content on what the products you're creating and how to use those products and services and educating the customer about your industry. When you do that, you bring customers organically to you, and therefore you don't have to keep paying rent, okay? So I really look at the owning versus renting analogy, and if you can get off the treadmill of renting and get on the treadmill of, hey, I'm investing, it's gonna be costly, it's not cheap to build a brand, to build a personal brand, to build a business brand, to invest in the content that I own myself. I own the media, I own a great website. Like, investing in your website is a form of like paying off a mortgage. Because guess what? Once you build a great website, you don't have to spend a bunch of money every single lead. Guess what? You put the website up and there's leads coming in every day, and you don't have to pay any more for the leads that you get from that. As long as it has good SEO, good search engine optimization, you pay for that website, a fixed cost, and you get leads all the time. You don't have to pay per lead. You own that asset. It's an asset that actually produces revenue for you without you constantly paying rent and paying commissions to a third party like Google or Facebook. So what I encourage you to do is think long term, be willing to pay more in the upfront, and be willing to not get the immediate injection of customers. That is so easy to go back to, because you can just quickly throw some money at Facebook ads, quickly throw some money at Google ads, and get customers tomorrow. So what I would recommend is take the long-term approach, spend at least 50% of your money, 50% of your time, your resources, of your marketing budget towards creating long-term owning real estate, owning property, i.e. digital assets, video, pictures, written blog posts, podcasts, all that. Do 50% on that and then 50% on like, hey, I do need customers. I need customers today to grow my business. But in the long run, I'm investing heavily into something that's going to be the long-term game of where I'll get customers and I can stop paying money, and customers will still keep coming. That will never happen with renting. I'll never stop paying for Google ads and customers still come from Google ads. It won't happen. When I stop paying rent, I don't get housing anymore. Whereas eventually, one day, in the long term, if I own my real estate, I will eventually pay it off and I won't have to pay for those leads anymore. So own the real estate, own your digital media, own your brand, and the video, pictures, audio, and blog posts that you can create around your product and service. So in the long run, you can eventually one day step back and get customers for free. Never underestimate the value of good PR. And when it comes to big businesses, they'll pay PR agencies millions and millions of dollars to get press from newspapers and magazines and radio shows and TV shows and all the rest of it. They'll pay massive amounts of money to get a good image or PR, public relationships, to the public. So a couple things as a small business, hey, first of all, we're not gonna go hire an agency to manage our PR. We've gotta do it ourselves. But a couple things I wanted to put on your radar, and that is if you live in a small town that has a really good newspaper, and when I say really good, I just mean that all the old people read it, and your target demographic is the older clientele, what you can do is remember that a newspaper is almost starving for stories. So how you can get free PR is basically do the job that a typical editor or potential reporter would have to do, and that's write a really good article. Maybe hire someone on freelancer.com or Upwork or Fiverr and have them write out a good article for you. Include a few really nice pictures about your business, about why you started the business. And again, focus on the story. Focus not on like, we are so great and this is about our products, and like this is not a sales pitch. Focus on the fact that you're local, that you have a story behind the company, behind the brand, the mission of what the company's trying to do, what your plans are for the future, how you see the local community playing into that plan and into that future and that vision. And that can be a great way to get free press, free PR, and that is do the job of the reporter. So they don't have to do much. I've literally done this multiple times, and that is have a really good article and literally send it to them with a couple title options and a few pictures and be like, hey, if you need a story, here's a great story for you. And most of the time they've covered it because like they need stories, they don't want to do a bunch of work. It's like, oh great, this one's perfect. It's a good story. There's lots of good context around our local community, and let's pop it in there. Oh great, a really nice picture. And for me, that's like worth thousands of dollars that I would otherwise pay for an ad in that same position. And better yet, it's not coming from a marketing and advertising standpoint. It's like free press, and press is usually trusted more than in a commercial or an ad. So if you can get someone to talk about you for free by doing their job for them, that's a great way to get free PR. Another thing that you can do is, especially if you're in that part of your business where you're focused on selling time, like you have more time than you have money, that's when doing something for the community around your product or service is really, really helpful. For example, I own a gym. If I can go organize a 5K, it doesn't cost me a lot of money. I might even be able to get some sponsors to like supply some food and drinks and whatever, but it won't cost me a lot of money. It'll cost me a lot of time, but I can get a lot of good PR because the local newspaper will show up and a lot of local citizens will show up, and people that are in my target market that are healthy minded will be showing up to this gym, will be showing up to this 5K where I'm gonna be advertising my gym. So creating free PR is something that's a skill. People like Richard Branson have built their entire brand, like him, Virgin. He has Virgin Galactic and Virgin Atlantic and Virgin Mobile and Virgin Banks and all sorts of different stuff around Virgin. That was the name of the brand. But what he would do is he'll oftentimes do stunts to get PR. And so whether your stunt is a matter of giving the reporter the newspaper article, which only works in a very small newspaper that's very local, or radio station or something like that, very localized, or potentially doing something in your community that is helping the community, helping people in need, getting awareness around a certain cause. These are all things that can bring awareness to your brand, to your product, and you can get people interviewing you, and that's technically free press. So you're not gonna probably get a PR agency or someone to actually do these things for you and introduce you to different reporters and different news outlets. You're gonna have to go do the work yourself, and the big thing to focus on, as we'll talk about here soon, is you've gotta know your story. You've gotta nail that story. For me, my story has always been the same. That is, I started mowing lawns when I was 11 years old so I could start college when I was 13 years old. I thought I was gonna become a doctor. At the age of 18, I decided not to become a doctor and scale up my lawn care business. And that's when I started Augusta Lawn Care. And fast forward to today, we now have 70 plus locations and we're franchised around North America. That's my story. Boom. Lots of things in there can be pulled out and questions, and people are like, oh wow, how'd you go to school at 13? Why did you start mowing lawns when you're 11? Why did you change from going a doctor to becoming a lawn care guy? Like, there's lots of really cool stories in there, but I've nailed down, that's my story. In a nutshell, you've got to nail the same thing if you want to have a good PR strategy. Why did you start your business? What's the story behind it? What got you into it? Did a family member, a grandma get you involved in this industry? Is it something that you want to solve, a problem that you're really passionate about? Is someone in your family affected by a certain disease or something that potentially led to you then getting into this field or this industry? Those are the type of things that people are going to be picking up on when it comes to PR, and that's what you got to drill down on. So when I submit my article to a newspaper, I'm not going to say, great lawn care comes to Boston. What I am going to say is 13-year-old college genius drops out of medical school to become a lawn care guy. That's going to get headline. That's going to get people clicking. That's going to get people wanting to put your story in their newspaper, magazine, website, radio, whatever it is. So think about what your story is and think about how you can get free PR by doing the job for the reporter if you're in a really localized market, or two, how can you do something in your community to drive awareness around something, do something good for the community, but also get awareness around your product, your service, because you are the one promoting the event or the thing that you're doing for the community. We've done stuff where for the landscaping thing, we have cleaned up beds for the local community, and we had articles written about us and videos made about us and all the rest of it, because we made sure that, hey, this is what we're doing. We let the media outlets know, and then they're able to write stories about that. And again, you gotta remember, every single day, these companies are looking for stories. They gotta come up with stuff every day. So try to help them do their job, and you might be able to get some free press. I sort of alluded to this in the part where I talk about renting versus owning real estate, and thinking about that in terms of customer awareness and them knowing what your brand is, and how do I own the space in the mind of the customer instead of just renting? How do I own the space in front of their eyeballs instead of just renting it? I also want you to think about an inbound versus outbound strategy, okay? And I think as the world's changed and become more and more transparent because of the internet, I do feel like the goal should be where most of your leads, your most valuable leads, come from inbound marketing, okay? And this is when you create content. This is when you create answers to the questions your customers have about your product or service. This is when you do things where the customer calls you. Now, there's a whole bunch of different definitions of inbound versus outbound marketing. I'm not really too concerned. How I think about it is inbound is customers call me. The leads come in to me versus me having to go out and find the leads, okay? So I would rather spend money on creating content, create a great website, create a blog post about answering all the different questions that customers have about my product. Maybe they, for example, lawn care. When should I cut my grass? When should I prune my trees? What type of grass are there in my area? How often should I water my grass? How much should I water my grass? What type of fertilizer should I have in my grass? What are the most common weeds? How can I improve my lawn for $100? How can I improve my lawn for $500? What should I install, artificial grass or sod? These are all tons of questions. I could list off 100 other questions that homeowners would have potentially about their lawn. What are the questions your customer has about your type of industry, your type of product, your type of service? You should be writing a blog post about those. You should be making videos about those. That should be on your website. You should be owning that content. You should be making a great video, a great website. All of these things, creating content to be able to get inbound leads. All right, so I really want you to start thinking more, how do I create content? How do I create answers to the questions my customers have? How do I create a great website? How do I get free PR? All the things we just talked about. How do I do that to be able to get customers calling me? Instead of me running ads, me doing cold calling, me going out into the community and networking, trying to get going out. Okay, this is how I literally think about it. Either leads come in to me or I go out to find them, all right? And this is like renting. It's fast, it's easy. I just gotta put money towards it. I just can just go out there. I can pick up the phone and call someone and ask them if they wanna be a customer, right? Inbound, very hard. I cannot make a customer call me. I cannot make a customer fill an estimate request form on my website. But what I can do is take a long-term approach to getting content. When we started Augusta Lawn Care, every single franchise that has ever been sold, we have not ran a single ad. We have never done outbound marketing. Ever. What we have done is inbound marketing. That is created videos, podcasts, books, blog posts, like multiple websites and different types of services and different types of shows. All of that was creating content which drove leads to our franchise. And those leads would have costed usually hundreds of thousands of dollars. All the leads that we've gotten, hundreds, if not thousands of leads that people have contacted us wanting to join the franchise, those would usually be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars if we went out and paid for ads. If we paid a broker to go out and find those leads for franchising. So what do? You focus on the long-term content. Now again, it's long-term. It took years of creating content before we ever created an engine powerful enough to give us enough leads for our inbound marketing strategy. But trust me, when customers come to you and they've looked at your website, they've looked at your content, they've watched your videos, they've learned about your product and services from your content that you created, and you were the author of it. When they come to you, the level of knowing, liking, and trusting is so great, they're going to buy from you. The close ratio is so much greater when the customer is coming to you and giving you their contact information. When they submit their contact request form on your website, it's a whole lot better close ratio than you going out and knocking on doors and talking to people and trying to get their information from them. You're going out versus them coming to you. When a customer comes to you, you're in such a place of authority and power when it comes to pricing, when it comes to your scheduling, because they came knocking on your door. They came to your business and said, hey, I want to do business with you. I want an estimate from you. I want to get on the waiting list to be able to buy that product or that service. That's what you want. You want them coming to you, coming into you, and that's almost always going to be created by you creating content. And a lot of times when we talk about content, it's like, oh, that means I've got to do a personality, I've got to make videos, I've got to get in front of a camera, I've got to get a microphone and a setup and all of this fancy equipment. And, I don't know if I'm good in front of the camera, I don't look pretty, I can't do pictures. Like, no, you've got to, number one, answer the questions that your customer has. So if your customer has questions about how to make cookies and you sell a spatula, and that's like literally you sell thousands of spatulas from your website. You could go spend money on Amazon ads, Google ads, Facebook ads, and drive traffic outside of your organization to your website to buy, or you could just create a bunch of really cool how-to recipes on making cookies and brownies and a whole bunch of different type of baking content that just so happens that next to it is pictures of people using your spatula. That is the type of thing you're going to want to do, is create content to drive inbound leads where the customer is coming to you. That's where you're going to have the highest margin, because you don't have to go out and pay an outside source. You don't have to go get leads from somebody else. You don't have to have a sales team to go and do outbound calls and outbound servicing of clients. You don't need that. Have them come to you. Now, I know there's a thing called inbound sales, there's a thing called outbound sales, but when I think about inbound leads, I think about people coming to me for business and literally saying, hey, I want your services. Not me going out and like, hey, do you want my services? Hey, do you want to go to my website? Hey, do you need my product? They're not going to buy from me. They're not going to be my highest value clients. They're not going to be price insensitive. People who come to you, you have that power already in the relationship to charge the prices that you want, schedule them the way that you want, and be able to start the relationship, the business relationship, on the right foot, and that is with you in the driver's seat. I highly recommend you try as much as possible to get here. This is a long-term strategy. At the beginning, you might go place ads, you might go knock on doors, you might go talk to people and network with people and do outbound, try to get leads from the outside. But the long-term strategy, the thing you should be investing in is, how do I create content to get customers to where they're coming and knocking on my door for business? Those are the customers I want. All right, so we're gonna talk about email marketing. For most of us, email marketing is something we've kind of overlooked because it's kind of like, oh, like that's old news. Now it's new age, like digital media and marketing on Facebook and social media and things like that. And that's true, but I think it is overlooked in terms of the power of email, as well as everything I'm saying here can also be applied to SMS text messages. So email, text messages, seen as like old ways of communication. Now it's like, well, I gotta DM them and have like a Facebook Messenger bot and all this other stuff. That's great, but I really feel like this is the hidden gem of using these older forms of communication to connect with customers that are existing. Okay, so in my mind, again, this is just my opinions, email is really good, as well as SMS, text, is really, really good at existing customer relationships, okay? Existing. The reason for that is because someone typically is going to read all of their text messages and they're gonna at least see their emails. Emails are gonna be a little harder to open up, but people are usually willing to give their email away sooner than their cell phone number and give you permission to actually text them. But either way, the goal here is to get in front of your customers on a regular basis and keep them warm. So when I say existing, these don't just have to be customers, which we do want to keep them warm, but also we want to just communicate with all leads. So anyone that's ever even asked for your business, whether you're a product-based business and they've given you their email, or if you're a service-based business and they've asked for an actual quote or a estimate proposal from you and you've submitted that estimate but they never accepted, they're just still a lead. Everyone's always after the next shiny customer when what they need to focus on is how do I get existing customers to convert and buy more from me, and they've already proven they've either liked your service and they're a customer currently, or they've at least raised their hand and said, hey, I need your services, and been a lead at some point in time. So why would I go after new customers when these people have already qualified themselves as either buyers or potential buyers for my product and service? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get their email and their or their SMS phone number to be able to communicate with them on a regular basis. Now this is really important. For landscaping, for example, we send this on a monthly basis based upon the climate, based upon the weather, and based upon what services we are offering that time of year. So for example, in the spring, we're gonna say, hey, if you want mowing service, like here's the email for you. And then in the fall, we're gonna do, hey, if you need leaf cleanup, here's the email for you. What I would recommend you do is email or SMS text your customers at least once a month just to keep them warm, just so they remember who you are, just so when they actually do need your services or it comes up in conversation with their family, they actually remember your name and your brand. And it might be years where they open up, we've seen this many, many times, where people will open up all our emails every single month for years. Every single month, they get an email, and all of a sudden, they click on a button and they get a $15,000 project installation. It's like, what in the world? But we had to keep that customer warm, otherwise that transaction would have never taken place. So you do not want your customers and your old leads to go cold. And to do that, you stay in contact with them at least once a month via email or SMS text. Now, these emails can be funny. They can be more advertorial in terms of actually showing the different products and services that you're offering. If you're offering mowing, show pictures of mowing. If it could also be more of a newsletter, just showing things behind the scenes at your company and not even be salesy at all. Make sure that your headline is really catchy to get them to open up the email if you're using email, and make sure if you're using SMS text that you get to the point very quickly. Regardless, the whole point of these is to keep the customer relationship warm, keep you on top of mind, as well as be able to pitch services and products that your customer might not know you even offer. Because before we did one-click estimate emails, which I'll show you what those are in just a second, but basically that monthly email. Before we did that, we would have customers literally hiring other landscapers to do work that we did. It's like, hey, why didn't you offer us to do that work? And they're like, oh, I didn't know you guys did that. So another way with this monthly email is to make sure your customers know what products are new, what services you do offer, based upon the time of year that those things are relevant. During middle of winter, you're not going to be pitching bikinis and swimwear. You're going to be pitching sweaters, coats, scarves, hats, etc. So keep it relevant. And one thing that I mentioned there is one-click estimate emails. That's what we call our monthly emails that we send to our customers at Augusta Lawn Care, because what it is, every single month we send an email based upon the service, based upon the time of year, and what our goal is, the whole goal of the email is for them to click a button. And what I recommend you do is on these monthly emails, make sure you have one call to action. In other words, you're asking the customer to do one thing, either click a button, call you, email you back, text you back. Ask them to do one thing and one thing only. We've all gotten the emails where you get like 50 different buttons and different products and services, and it's basically like a catalog. I want one product and service, okay? Now, that might mean that sometimes I do it funny, like I said, sometimes I might do more of an ad, sometimes I do pictures or video. Sometimes you might use your CRM to basically make just the text and write it in a way that they actually think you wrote them an email. And literally say, hey, I was just driving by your property the other day and I I was just wondering if you'd like us to do a fall cleanup. Look like you might need some bush trimming. Like, people are going to respond, that your response rate will jump through the roof when you have that kind of an email with that kind of verbiage. And same thing with text messages. If you use that personal approach occasionally, then you'll get it to work. If you do it every single month, that's not going to work. And that's why typically we're going to use pictures, we're going to go after a service, but sometimes that very personalized approach will work. But again, one call to action. With Augusta, our one call to action is click a button. And that button is tied into our CRM that basically tells us, hey, this person clicked on this button that said, click here to get a quote within 24 hours. And so we know right away, based upon what service was pitched, that one call to action was click the button. The one service or product that we are pitching in the email is also very clear, so that when they click on that button, we know what they want. We know they want an estimate for a specific service. So again, emails, SMS texts are not, they're not the way of the dodo bird. They're relevant. And I think they're a great way to stay in contact with these customers and leads that have already done business with you and you have their contact information. Don't let it go for 6 months where they never hear from you. That lead goes cold. Keep them warm. It might take years of doing this before finally one day they do click the button or they give you a call. Whatever it is, you want to make sure it is easy to do. The reason we made it a one-click estimate email, they just have to click that button and immediately we know that they want an estimate. We know that they want an estimate proposal. But before that, we would say, hey, reply to this email with the word yes, or reply to this email with the word lawn care, and we will get an estimate for lawn care. Like, we would do that in the past, but again, that was too many strokes. I had to click reply and then type it in and then click send. So one button was the best we've got so far. You could have it where it's, hey, one call to action is call, or email us back if you have questions, or whatever it might be. You could do that, but you want to make it as easy as possible for them to raise their hand and ask for you to do business with them. So we've narrowed it down to a one-click estimate email. That's what we call these monthly emails. Click one button and that triggers an automation inside of our CRM that notifies us, and then we can see that email, what service we offered to them, and then get them a proposal for that estimate, or potentially set up an appointment if needs be. So again, that one call to action, really staying focused, keep it concise, don't try to sell the farm, sell one thing, and most importantly, be consistent with it to keep your customers and your past leads warm inside of your CRM, inside of your ecosystem, so you stay top of mind and your brand is the first thing they think of when it comes to your category. As your business grows out of the stage of infancy, no longer will it be about Section 8 and your focus on marketing. It's gonna shift towards what we're now gonna talk about, and that is finding people. Unfortunately, people will probably skip this section a lot of times because they think like, well, hey, I'll figure that part out when it comes to it. But for most small businesses, there's so much demand in the economy and the market for their services and products when they're small that what actually carries them through that first little bit is the momentum of demand. But then it becomes the point where now they have to get the right people on the bus and the right people on their team, and that's actually the part where they fail. They fail to manage people, they fail to find, retain a good team, they don't know how to market for good employees, they don't know how to train or retain or onboard those employees, and they don't know any of the steps in between. So I want to talk about the entire hiring process and how you need to think about that. But before we do that, I want to talk about first the psychology of an employee. Because as business owners, so many of the times we think in terms of our own paradigm, and that is money, and we want to build a business, and we want to create things, and we're willing to take risks. And that's for most of us how we're built and we're wired. At the end of the day, you cannot expect an employee to think like an owner, all right? The ideology that they're going to work as fast as you, as efficiently as you, and take as much care for the business as you is absolutely ideological, simply due to the fact they do not have equity, and they're not built like you. And if they were, and if they quote unquote thought like an owner, guess what? They would go start their own business. So an employee is typically almost 100% of the time going to be much more risk adverse than an entrepreneur. So you are always going to be looking for build things, break things, build, achieve, make it better, make it grow, make more money. Whereas an employee is going to be less inclined to take the risk required to make the massive gains, but they need that sense of security in a paycheck. So at the end of the day, if you take that into consideration, as we talk about the hiring process, it's extremely important to know that, because otherwise you start building your business, building your teams, building your compensation platform, building your benefits program as if you're dealing with a bunch of entrepreneurs like yourself. When in reality, if they were all like you, they'd just go start their own business. So stop treating them that way. You want to think in terms of what's going to make my employees feel more secure, what's going to make them feel like they're taking less risk. There's certain parts of the business you're not going to share with them in terms of the risks you're taking, because it could potentially make them feel uneasy and put in jeopardy their position, their job, and risking the stability and security that they desire in being an entrepreneur. So the question is, how do I make my employees think like owners? Because they don't like risk. They don't want to invest money in the business. They're not willing to sacrifice years of no pay in order to make way more down the road. They don't think like that. Stop trying to convince your employees to think like owners in the sense of equity and ownership and risk of capital. They're not going to think that way. How you can get them to perform like an owner in terms of short-term performance is going to be compensating them like an owner. So number one is compensation, and then two is information. Okay, and we'll talk more about this later on, but again, I'm just giving you a high-level view of their psychology, and that is the fact that the reason they are not going to treat the business like you is because they're not compensated like you are. You are compensated. The more work you get done, the more efficient you are, the more money you make in the day, the more money you make. Therefore, that's why you work so hard. The second reason why you as an owner outperform some of your employees is because you have all the information. You know all about the profit and loss statement. You know how much money you're making or losing. You know how much money everything costs. You know how much money you're making every single job and how much customers are worth to you. And so therefore, you make quote unquote great decisions. Yeah, you make better decisions than everyone because you have all the information. So how do we fix this? How do we get employees to think like owners? The bottom line is we've got to create a compensation plan that incentivizes short-term work and short-term behavior so they can get paid on this paycheck. They're not going to be able to wait a year or 2 years or 5 years. They do not have equity and risk of capital. But what you can do is build their compensation around getting more work done today means more money. They get compensated like an owner. If they do great work, if they get more customers, if they do great quality, if they get positive reviews, all of these things should be tied to their compensation package. On the flip side, you also need to give them information. This is what I call open book management. Over here, compensation is P for P. So, compensation, if I'm going to create a program, I'm going to create pay for performance. I wrote this book specifically about this. You can check it out, p4psoftware.com. But P for P stands for pay for performance. This is the way to get employees to think like owners, is they're compensated like an owner is on P for P. They don't have equity, they do not have the capital risk, but they have the pay for performance on this paycheck with a floor that allows them to make no less than a certain amount per hour, therefore reinforcing the psychology of an employee which desires less risk and a secure, stable job with a paycheck. On the flip side, information, you need to give them this information in the form of open book management. This is a form of management that basically says, hey, everything is open. There is nothing closed, there's nothing hidden. We're gonna show you prices, we're gonna show you how much our materials cost, we're gonna show you how much we spend on insurance and fuel and hiring and all the rest of it. My employees know exactly how much money I make, my salary, etc. And the reason for that is because they have all the information that an owner would. If there was an owner or I had a partner in the business and I wanted them to think like an owner, they would know how much money I make. They would know the pricing and where my vendors and everything about it. The reason most owners will not share this information is because they're afraid that their employees are going to go and compete with them. And honestly, they'd make horrible competitors because they're not owners. They have an employee mindset that's going to be, again, not wanting risk or risk of capital. Okay, so risk of capital and equity is not something that's going to be in their cards. I would much rather have the bulk of my employees have all the information and being paid like owners and risk potentially having to compete with one of them one day because they go take all my information. I'd rather have that, which by the way has never happened. As long as you have a really good business and a moat besides just the information in your business, you can absolutely create a great business. Tesla has all of their patents completely open to the public, which means there's nothing about their information that makes it proprietary. There's nothing that makes it where you can't just go replicate. You could go duplicate the Tesla. You could go duplicate exactly their patent. It's all open, it tells you exactly how to do it. But people don't do it, and there is no way to copy it because they built a moat around their business other than just information. So you should not have the fear of open book management, regardless of whether you are losing money or you are making money hand over fist. This is the way to give the information required for an employee who would otherwise have an adverse reaction to risk, and they do not want to risk any capital. They don't want to wait 5 years. They want a paycheck tomorrow, next week. In order for them to think like an owner and be as efficient as an owner and make money like an owner would, these are the things in the short term you have to create. This is just a kind of 30,000 foot view of what we're going to now dig very deep on in terms of the whole hiring process and then how you retain your employees using these systems. So when it comes to your hiring process, I find so often the time we spend so much time focusing on our sales process, trying to get customers, and we fail to realize that the hiring process is just as important, and actually every step of the sales process mirrors how you should be thinking about your hiring process. So I'm gonna walk you through that in just a moment. The same way that we go out and try to find leads to become customers, and then we try to upsell those customers and make them buy more from us, is the same way that we should be thinking about finding employees. We try to find them, become applicants, they become employees, but then you're not done. You're trying to sell them again and again and try to encourage them to stay with you and retain them. So I'm gonna walk you through every single step, but this is becoming more and more important as we now shift to a labor economy that's extremely tight, very hard to find people. They don't even show up to application or to interviews sometimes. So you're like, man, I get all these applicants, but no one even shows up to my interview. So you know what? This is what happens. Small business owners are like, hey, you know what? If someone looks good, I'm just gonna tell them to show up. I'm gonna maybe ask them a couple questions in my truck. If that works out, well, let's go start. And you make your process so sloppy that it just is a self-fulfilling prophecy of poor performance and poor applicants and poor employees, because you've diluted your process to the point where there is no process, and it's just a matter of like, well, we'll just take whatever we got. And when you take that same strategy and would apply it towards your sales process, it'd be the equivalent of you showing up a job and just be like, hey, it'll cost you about $500 and we're gonna use about this, and we're gonna do maybe some of this, we'll use some of this material, it'll take us a few days, we'll show up sometime. Like, if you do that to a customer, you would not get any customers. So for most small businesses, as they get out of the infant stage of growing the company and they actually start to be on a team, the bottleneck, the constraint to growth is not sales. It is not finding more customers. It is how to actually perform and deliver on the products and services that I'm selling by finding a good team. So let's walk through the sales process, and then I want to mirror that with everything that's going on in your hiring process, okay? So over here, we have sales. Your sales process. Over here, we have our hiring process. Every single stage of the sales process that you've thought through and you've got detailed notes on and all the rest of it can be applied directly to the hiring process, okay? So over here, we've already talked about marketing, so let's talk about direct marketing, okay? That's gonna be the sales process. Well, in marketing. On the hiring side, we're really gonna do the same thing, and we're gonna put hiring ads out. Might be on Facebook ads, might be on Craigslist, might be on Indeed. Again, what are we doing? We're spending money on marketing and advertising in order to find, over here, we're trying to find leads, we're trying to find people or prospects. Over here, we're trying to find applicants. We just need someone to come work for us, and we're gonna put ads out on these platforms to try to drive those applicants towards our business. So over here in sales, what happens is they become a lead. That's the next stage of the sales process, okay? Hopefully your marketing was good. They give you a call, they submit an estimate request form on your website, they email you, whatever it is, they become a lead. On the hiring side, again, everything is paralleled. This is when they submit an application. Now, the thing is this, we think so much about getting new leads and how that's gonna happen, the lead flow, and trying to make sure that it's really easy, the forms, we make websites and everything formatted correctly. But what about your application process? How easy is it for them to use your application, fill it out on a mobile device? Is it user-friendly? Does it actually submit with their resume attached? Is it easy to do from a mobile device? Or is it like where they gotta zoom way in and then it's hard and they gotta like enter captions? And this is all a process of thinking about an applicant that's coming to your business and going through this process. How do we make it as easy as possible? How do we reduce the friction of someone that becomes, for going from an applicant to actually becoming an employee? Because you've already thought so much about how do I take a lead and reduce the friction in the sales process to where they become a customer. We've thought about that so much. We talk about marketing, and the first 8 sections of this entire course is really just trying to dial in the sales process. When in reality, as your business starts to grow, this hiring process is the actual constraint and bottleneck to the business. And at the end of the day, in a small business, you always want to identify the next constraint. And at the beginning of your business, it will be the sales process. And that's why I said at the beginning, sell, sell, sell when you're small. It's the only thing that matters. Your close ratio, getting more customers, driving top line revenue. It's the only thing that matters. But as time goes on, that will become much less important, especially as you begin to achieve branding, because you've been spending all this money on direct marketing, you get branding, this becomes less and less of an issue. You got this engine of branding spitting off leads to you all the time, and now you got to focus on your hiring process. So now in the sales process, the next stage is going to be your sales meeting. Okay, you go meet the customer, go to their house, whatever it might be, you're going to go meet the customer. In the hiring process, this is the interview. Okay, so again, we've thought so much about how we're going to do the sales to the customer. We're going to have our business card, we're going to dress up real sharp, and do our hair and make sure we smell good and whatever it is. You have all your tactics of how you're going to shake their hand and be on their left side and all this other garbage. But yet when it comes to our hiring process for the interview, which is the equivalent of our sales process meeting the customer, we just like haphazardly like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. I double booked it. I rushed home and I got it. Oh, I'll meet you in the truck, or I'll meet you at Starbucks, and unorganized, you don't have the resume in front of you. You have no process in place for the thing that's actually the constraint to the business at this stage, which is hiring. So you've got to make this diligent switch from I'm going to do at all costs sell, 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 to now I'm going to actually focus on the systems of creating a team that can deliver the product and service on all of these sales that are being generated. So the same way that you focus on the presentation, what you look like, and make sure everything's dialed in, you have nice stationery and whatever, when you're meeting a customer, should be the same kind of same type of attention to detail in your interview process. Do you have a questionnaire that you're going to go through? Do you have a clipboard to write notes on? Do you actually take their references? Do you ask them questions that are actually pertinent to what you're doing? Or is it just like random stuff you came up with, or ask Google, like, what are random interview questions? Or you actually ask about their experience, take notes, ask about when you call a reference, you actually are asking detailed questions based upon the answers they gave you in the interview. This should all be part of your system. At Augusta Lawn Care, we have a sheet, 17 questions from top to bottom in an interview. Ask number 1, write the answer. Ask number 2, write the answer. By the end, you're going to know if they're a good employee or not based upon those questions. But whether or not you've actually focused on the system of hiring and actually focus on the interview enough is the question as to whether or not that will actually become a process instead of just a random thing you do, and it's more of a nuisance and you're trying to double book yourself and randomly hiring people. That is what leads most small businesses to stay small. It's because they can't find anyone. No one's working out. No one works hard. When in reality, their hiring process is so flawed at every single stage that they can't perform any of the work that they're selling. They've dialed this in so much, and they failed to realize that the hiring process is just as important as the sales process. The next part of the sales process is typically going to be follow-up. Okay, and this could be automated follow-up via email, text message. You could do phone call follow-up. You could maybe send them a mailer as follow-up. Well, for some reason, we do that with customers, but at the same exact time, when it comes to applicants that apply for our business, we do an interview, and then we just never follow up with them. We literally, we don't even call them back. We don't nurture these people after we've, say, hey, look, you showed up for an interview, great, but did you get my job offer? Did anything happen? That is a very big part of getting employees. It's if they have 4 offers on the table, it might be a good idea for you to figure out how you're going to nurture those applicants, how you're going to follow up with them after a day, after 2 days, after 5 days, etc. Now, the job offer is the equivalent of what would typically be a price proposal. Okay, so in the sales process, after the follow-up, after talking to the customer, you're going to give a price proposal. Mr. Jones, it's going to cost you $400 to do X, Y, and Z. It's going to cost you X amount. That's your price proposal. Well, the same thing goes for when you're hiring. The job offer. Again, do you have a system in place for that? Is it a random piece of paper, or do you text them and be like, hey, you want to start Monday? It'll be $18 an hour. What kind of a job offer is that? Why not have a digital signed document? Have systems in place with an employee handbook. All of that job offer is, again, a piece of the process that makes a successful hiring system, all right? And typically, these are going to be backward depending on your industry. All right, so in the service industry, like lawn care landscaping, for example, you're going to set a price proposal and then follow up with them. But some product-based businesses, this would be the sequence here. So after the price proposal, when it comes to the sales process, what are we doing? Well, the customer accepts. What are we going to do? We're going to onboard that customer. We're going to ask for their credit card information. We're going to get their information into our CRM. We're going to make sure that they know when we're going to show up, all of that stuff. We have automations and great software systems to take care of those customers. We have a system in place. We pay hundreds of dollars every month for our CRM. Hiring, for some reason, onboarding, again, is left to the wayside, and we don't ever think about it. We don't think about what the employee thinks of the first day of work when they show up and it's like, hey, just hop in the truck and help. Oh, here's a uniform. Yeah, go help Bob. He's going to be your leader today. Like, there's no onboarding process. There's no way of like orientating them to the team, how the culture is, what the goal of the business is, how they're going to be compensated, what they can expect for benefits, who they should ask about asking for time off. These are all important things to orient and onboard a new employee. We spend so much time onboarding customers, getting their credit card information, getting their automatic billing set up. All of that is great for sales. We need to take that same amount of time and convert it into hiring. Now, there's still 2 more steps, because once you've sold a customer, that's not the end of the sales cycle. We got to retain that customer. All right, we've got to make sure that we continually have great customer service, that we wow the customer, that they enjoy our product and service, that if they ever unhappy, we follow up with them, we get it taken care of. They get great surveys online and reviews. What are we trying to do? We're trying to retain the customer. The same thing should be said for your employees, and that is you're in a constant game of trying to retain your talent. How are you going to do that? You're going to make sure they're happy. You're going to make sure you do surveys. You're going to make sure everything, the same way we would with a customer, needs to be converted over to employees. This is why you have offsite meetings. That's the equivalent of like sending a newsletter to your customers. The same way that you would ask for an online survey, an online review from your sales, from your customers, you should be asking for peer reviews from your employees. Asking how you can improve, telling them how they can improve, performance reviews. This is all a form of retention. And if you're going to try to expect a customer to stay with you and have great retention and have low churn or low attrition, you're going to have to do great service. If you're going to keep great employees and you're going to not lose employees and people leave after a couple weeks or months, you're going to have a great system for retaining them, and it's going to come in the form of making sure they're happy, making sure that you're asking them how they're doing, giving them performance reviews, staying in touch with them, making sure their culture is good, making sure the music is good in the office and the temperature is right and their chairs. Is a massive list of things that go into making sure an employee is happy, the same way that you would maniacally focus on your systems and processes for retaining your customers. Last step of the sales process is, what are we going to do? Now that they're happy, we've already got them as a customer, all the rest of it, what are we going to try to do? We're trying to upsell them. We sold them lawn care, now we're going to try to sell them mulch and trimming bushes and gutter cleanouts and all these other services because they're happy. We've onboarded them, we've retained them, they're happy, now we're going to upsell them. The same thing needs to go into your hiring process, and that is a matter of reselling them on the dream and the idea of working for you. Every single day when an employee shows up to your place of business, you are in a sales meeting. That is, you are trying to convince them to stay working for you. If you think of it like that, because that's already how you're thinking with the customers. Every time I show up, I've got to deliver for my customer. We were only as good as our last at bat. We've got to make sure every single job is perfect. Well, the same thing should be going for your employees. If you think about every single day, you've got to sell them on the idea of staying and working for you versus the other 1,000 employers that would love to have their talent. You're going to show up different with a different mindset. I've got to sell them. I've got to convince them. I've got to do everything in my power to resell them on the vision of the company, why they should be working for me, why they shouldn't move to a better climate or move to a competitor that has better pay, better benefits, better work hours, nicer offices, whatever it is, perks, benefits, whatever. Why? I'm trying to resell them on the idea of staying and working for me. And if that's not a constant part of your hiring process, which is right from a hiring ad all the way to I'm trying to convince them to stay with me, if you don't have a step-by-step process like this and you have not thought about every single one of these steps the same way that you have for every single step of the sales process, you will not be able to find employees, you will not be able to create a great team, you will not create a culture, you will not create a large business, you will not be able to ever get to the point where you work on the business instead of in the business because you failed to create a hiring process that accurately, predictably, and consistently produces great talent that works for your business. All right, so let's talk about finding employees and some of the most common ways to do that. There's literally dozens and dozens of different ways to find employees, but I'm going to go over some of the most common ones. For most small businesses, one of the most popular ways to find employees is going to be just through the internet and using different platforms to reach people that are potentially looking for a job. You can go on places like Craigslist and actually find resumes of people that are looking for work that put their resume up there, and if you comb through them, you might actually find someone that would work really well for your company. So don't just think you got to put up ads. Keep in mind there are places where people put their resume, and then you get to go through and actually go through the people who are already looking for work. So that is definitely an option. Other places, in addition to Craigslist, where you can look for resumes, but you can also post a job ad. Facebook, from your Facebook page, you can create a job and then run ads against a specific demographic and area. That's helpful. Also, ZipRecruiter, Indeed, there's a myriad of different companies that do online job postings. And so we kind of are always testing them. Like currently Indeed is working pretty good for us, but a year ago it wasn't. So we're constantly changing and evolving because their platforms are changing and evolving. There's new ones coming on board, but you're definitely going to want to use the internet because you can target people so much better. Another second way to get employees is through schools. This could be at like a high school level. If you're looking for very entry level positions, fast food, very like retail, things like that, potentially high school job fairs. But then colleges also have job fairs. Community colleges also have job fairs, and these can be very valuable to find people that are already specialized in your specific industry or in your line of work and are actually trying to look for a position in your type of industry. So very, very useful to also look at schools, tech schools, vocational schools, community college schools, as well as universities to see where their job fairs are at and if you could potentially be there. Again, another thing you can look into is public or private employment agencies. So in some cities and counties, they'll actually have a specific public sector office where people can come, they can put their resume in, they can apply for assistance a lot of times, and at those places you as an employer can come and actually say, hey look, I'm an employer, I'm willing to hire people, and they might be able to make a connection there. There's also private employment agencies where they're going to get a fee from you or from the potential applicant in order to connect you with an applicant. Okay, so these ones are going to be typically, there's just different ways of looking at private sector, and you're going to want to look at, if you're going to use an employment agency and someone to go out and find employees for you, check the references, really make sure you know these people very well, and sometimes this can cause, whether it be a public or private sector employment agency, is if there's a lot of barrier between you and the employee prior to the interview, it can seem like when they come work for you, like you didn't really give them the job. Like they felt like they actually applied and did everything with this agency, and then they just kind of like are renting you out to this other person, like you as the employer. So that can be sometimes a little bit hairy. I don't find it super helpful for small businesses most of the time. Usually us having direct contact with the applicant from day one is the most effective for a long-term hire. That kind of leads me into number 4, which is temp hires, temp help. This is for big projects, maybe a week, a 2-week project or a month project where you just need a bunch of labor. These can work. You're typically going to hire 2 or 3 for every one half-decent person that will actually show up and do the work. How this works is you don't have to worry about taxes, W-2s, anything like that, because what happens is these temp workers go to a temp agency and say, hey look, I'm willing to work, put me on the roster, and if they get a job through you, what's going to happen is the temp agency is actually going to pay the employee, and then you are going to pay the temp agency. So they'll take care of all the tax stuff, the withdrawals, the withholdings, and everything from the paycheck. But at the end of the day, again, you will just simply have like every day a different workforce, because they are the least committed workforce because they're temporary. They literally might show up for a day or 2. They might leave halfway through. And like I said, if you need 2 people, you should probably hire 5 or 6 from the temp agency for that day, because there's a good chance most of them aren't going to show up. And so just keep that in mind if you're using temp agencies. What's nice about them is, again, if the temp agency is working pretty well, you should be able to call them up today and have workers tomorrow. So that's really nice. It's just a matter of, are they committed? Are they actually high quality employees? That is something to be determined and something that you should definitely take into calculation whether or not you use these temp agencies. And these are not going to be typically where you find long-term employees, because if they're really good employees, they can go usually find a good job. So keep in mind, it's like, well, if I hire 20 of them, maybe 2 or 3 of them will work out really good long-term and I can just offer them a job full-time. True, and that does sometimes happen, but most of the time, those employees are looking for short-term, as well as if they were looking for full-time, and they were really high quality, they'd probably go find a job full-time, no problem. Also, keep in mind, number 5, employee referrals. We have an employee referral program. We give $500 to someone that refers a friend, family, or someone they know, and that person works for us. We give 250 of it right when they sign, and then 250 of it after 30 days. So that doesn't necessarily mean that's what you need to do, but we would rather pay an existing employee instead of Indeed or Facebook or Craigslist or whatever. So employee referral program is really great, typically also because that employee already knows your culture, they know what the standards are, and if they refer someone in, they are only going to do so if they don't want to risk their position, they don't want to risk what people think of them, so they aren't going to refer some random person in order to get the bonus. They're going to make sure, like, hey, this person, I know they're going to work out, I trust them, and therefore I know that they're going to work well inside the culture. Last thing, that is an executive search firm. This is typically not used in small business, but if you're looking for a CEO or chief operations officer down the road, you potentially are going to hire an executive search team in a firm that actually specializes in going and headhunting from other companies and trying to offer them positions to come work for you. And so this is typically going to only be for executive positions and higher up management and even board seats or chief technical officers, where you're looking for someone who already has been there, done that, has lots of experience, and they're very high paid. They probably already have a position, and so you're going to hire a firm to actually go in and try to headhunt them and get them away from another company. It's typically easier to do this through a firm like that it's kind of accepted, versus you going on direct contact to someone who's already working for a competitor and trying to literally steal them. So sometimes using these staffing and these executive search firms is helpful in those high-level positions where privacy is important, and you're dealing with someone that has more money, more power, and you're potentially taking them away from another company or competitor. All right, so let's talk about job descriptions, whether you're posting online or any platform that you're trying to do a listing of your job position. What does that description look like? So a couple notes that I would just say and kind of tips about this. First and foremost, don't be too specific or narrow in what they're going to do in their job. You want to add as much flavor, and you want to add as much detail as possible, but if you go too narrow or too specific, what this can lead to is down the road someone saying oh, that's not my job, because you weren't broad enough, especially if you're a small business and you need people to wear multiple hats. If you're so narrow in the job description, then in a year they might be like, well, hey, that wasn't on the job description, and that's not part of my job. That's the worst thing to hear as a small business owner, when you need people to be flexible. And in a big company where you have massive amount of bureaucracy and hierarchy, and people have very, very narrow positions and very narrow things that they do every day, that's fine. But when you're a small business, if you have 3 or 4 employees, they might need to be doing HR one moment, and then accounting one moment, and then customer service the next. So don't be too specific or narrow, because it might lead to someone saying, that's not part of my job description, and I wasn't paid to do that, and that's not my job. You don't want that as a small business owner. So just be careful. A note of caution about that in your job descriptions. I think sometimes we think, the more detailed it is, and the more, if I have 20-point lists of things that they're responsible for, well, that's great, but then what happens when there's 21 things that they need to be doing, and then they're like, oh, that's not my job. So that can be a little bit annoying. Also, another word of caution is on these job descriptions, don't be too wordy and really, really long. And use big words for entry-level positions. I see this a lot of times. People, basically, it's like the job description looks like it's for some sort of executive position, and then you look what the pay is and what they're actually looking for. It's like entry-level laborers. So keep in mind, the entry-level laborers are not going to read 10 pages about your job description and the 43 things you need them to do and all these requirements and fill out a 40-page application. They're not going to. So customize your job description to the type of position that you're going to be hiring for. Now, if you're hiring a CEO, like, yeah, probably a good idea to have a lot of detail and very, very pointed in terms of what's going to be expected of them and how they're going to be measured and performance and all the rest of it. Entry-level position, hourly wage, frontline labor, they're going to be the type of person that wants to see how much are you paying, is it a good place to work, what am I going to be doing? That's it. And so just be creative around those things, but don't add so much detail in words and paragraphs and pages that they just give up. Okay. Second thing is potentially the most important when it comes to small businesses, especially in a very competitive industry, is you got to be authentic to yourself. You've got to be different and figure out a way to stand out from everyone else. This is extremely important because for most of us, we're competing against, the same employee as an offer for 10 other companies in our industry in our local neighborhood. Like, it's that competitive. So you got to ask yourself, what makes me different? What makes working for me different than any other competitor? And then focus on those things. It might be that you offer healthcare. It might be that you have a different schedule that allows them to be more flexible. It might be that you train them. There's a training program you have. Whatever makes you different, you need to just go all in on that, because there's 500 other companies just like you asking for laborers just like you have in your description. So you've got to figure a way to be different. Whatever makes you different, go all in on that on your job description. Just focus, nail that down. Focus on what makes you better than any other competitor and makes you different. And that might not be wages. So you've got to be creative. Maybe you have a better training program. Maybe you allow paid time off. Maybe you have good health insurance. Whatever it is that makes you different, go all in on that on the job description. If you have very specific job specifications, make sure these are listed in the job description. To things like that they need to be able to lift 50 pounds. You got to make sure, because this is going to become the sticking point and is going to be used in the event of firing somebody. So if you say, hey, if you can show up and work hard, let's go. That's great. They come and work, and then all of a sudden you realize they can't pick up 15 pounds. Well, if you fire them for that and it was not put in the job description, you could potentially be held liable for some issues with labor and industries and other worker type protection programs. So you want to make sure that if there are very specific job specifications that physically are required, in order to not be in trouble with the ADA and the Disability Association, you need to make sure that those things are listed in the job description. So if it's a physically laborious, difficult job, this is why you see is required ability to lift 50 pounds repetitively over their head. Like, whatever it is, that verbiage is used to be able to not hire people. It's a matter of making sure that they're protecting themselves legally in the event of having to fire someone because they can't do those things. So if there are very specific things, or like a certain type of code that you need people to know, or a certain type of processing device or machinery, equipment, experience, that needs to be inside the job description. So if you ever fire somebody, you can go back and say, you do not have these skills. You do not have the ability to lay 50 pounds above your head. You do not have the experience to be able to code in this language. So therefore, that is what's going to be used, and it's not a matter of trying to attract people at this point. You're trying to weed people out, and you're trying to make sure if someone does get through the application process, the interview process, and all the rest of it, and they get hired, and they're not to those specifications, that you have legal grounds to fire them, and you're not going to be held liable or have issues with the government about that. So be very careful about that. If there's labor, skills, experience that are required for your job, those specifications need to be in the job description, because it will come up in legal processing if they ever come back to you and say that they were wrongfully fired. All right, last thing, pictures, video, and then links down the rabbit trail of your business need to be included in the job description. So have pictures, have video, like show your team, show your office. These are things that think from the employee's perspective, like they're gonna be with these people and they're gonna be in this place for a long period of time throughout the day. They probably wanna know what that looks like. They probably might wanna see some videos from existing employees, see videos of the office that they're gonna be working in, see videos of the store, the CEO talking to them. Those are good things to put in the job description, and then having links to the rabbit hole of your business. Different articles about your company, news articles, or potentially you won a certain award, or videos on your website. Like, these are all things that you should be linking to and giving them opportunity to go down the rabbit trail Because if you give them that opportunity, you can then ask them the question in the interview process of whether or not they actually went down the rabbit trail and actually did see the video and did see this link. Wait, what do you know about our business? That's a good question to ask in the interview process, because you're able to see, did they actually click on some of those links? Did they watch some of those videos? Did they see the team in the pictures? Because if they didn't, and they're just scrolling through 1,000 different job applications, just apply, send resume, those are usually the lowest quality applicants. So seeing if they actually went down these links, videos, and pictures that you put on the job description is a great opening way to see in the interview process of whether or not this is a high quality candidate, and if they've actually bought in a little bit to your brand without just saying like, oh, they have a job, great, I'll apply, without even reading your job description. One analogy I like to use when it comes to the job description and everything about the application process and all of that, I kind of look at it as like a filter. Similar to what we looked at when it came to customers, is you have a filter for employees. And at the top of this, you have people that are, clicking on your job posting, seeing your help wanted ads. They are interested in working for you. They're looking for a job. They're coming to the top of the funnel. And then what you can do at each stage of the hiring process, whether it be the application, whether it be the job description, whether it be the interview process, whether it be the follow-up process, the ability to get references, every single one of those things, you're basically filtering out applicants, right? So I might say, okay, well, this is my pre-interview phone screen, which we'll talk about soon, phone screen. This could be, okay, I need them also, I want to have non-smokers. Okay, that's great. Just realize that that is a filter that you're putting in, and you're going to reduce the amount of people that can become at the bottom here, which is they become hired. Okay, so then you say, well, I need a driver's license. That's a requirement. Okay, great, driver's license. Well, you're going to filter some people out. You say, well, I need a drug test to come back clean. Okay, that's fine, but again, you're filtering people out. So there's a whole bunch of these requirements. You might have the 50 pound, like be able to raise 50 pounds above your head. You might have where they need certain, like 2 years experience in your field, right? You adding all these filters in, and what that's going to do is reduce the percentage of people that can actually get to the bottom of this from the top, which is 100%, and that is the people just looking for a job. Hey, if you're unemployed, if you're looking for a job, you're at the top of this funnel. But if I'm putting like 50, you gotta have a requirement physically and experience, pass a drug test, have a driver's license, be a non, all these things are filters that are reducing the likelihood that they're gonna be able to be hired with me. And that's fine, that's good. This is the thing, keep this in mind, because if you're all of a sudden, you're not getting any employees and you're not able to find enough people and you're like, man, I need employees, and like I am not finding anyone that can get to the bottom. Don't complain about not finding employees. Realize that you might have too many filters for the amount of employees you're trying to find. Okay. Now, in the ideal scenario, you have all your filters, you get plenty of applicants, plenty of people being hired at the bottom of it. But in a tough labor market, you might be finding like, I'm not finding enough people, and I'm not getting enough applicants. The reason for that is because they're not even getting down here to your application, because your job description, all of this stuff, is preventing them from even filling out an application. So what you might have to do in the event of a very tight labor market is like, okay, is it really important they have a driver's license? Is it really important that they're a non-smoker? Well, you have to determine this, and then remove those filters. If you do that, you're going to have a higher close ratio. Every single time you have a removal of any sort of filters in this funnel, you're going to be able to have a higher percentage of applicants and potential hires actually become employees. So it's not to say that you should remove filters, you don't want to, but you might have to in a tight labor market where you start, okay, I'm willing to allow certain accommodations. I'm willing to, if they don't have this, that's okay. Like, I'll let the employee. What you're doing there is removing filters. And in the perfect scenario, you'd never have to do that. But in the perfect scenario, we all have grade A, type A, incredible employees. But that's difficult to find in a labor market that is very tight. So you might have to start taking out or rethinking some of these filters and be like, okay, well, I usually need a driver's license, but you know what? We can put this person, so we need someone in the office, so I'm going to remove that because we can make do, we'll figure it out, and I'm going to remove that filter, allowing more applicants to get to the bottom of the funnel and become employees. This is going to lead to a lower quality employee typically, because you're removing filters. Typically, the more filters you have, the more experienced, skilled, as well as just dedicated to your position, your industry, skill, experience, that's going to come the more filters that come into this. And the quintessential, stereotypical, hey, do you have a heartbeat? Like, that's a filter. That's a filter is, hey, if you have a heartbeat, I'll hire you. You're going to get a lot of employees. You're just going to have a ton of turnover, and you're going to have to fire a lot of these employees because you did not have enough filters inside your hiring funnel. So if you have too many people applying and you have tons of employees ready to work for you, you might want to start adding some filters to reduce the churn that happens after they're hired, simply because you could have filtered them out in the funnel prior to them even becoming an employee and being hired. The first step of the interviewing process in hiring someone is making sure that you actually screen them over the phone. So if someone submits an application, sends you a resume, whatever it might be, I highly recommend you literally just call them out of the blue to screen them prior to setting up an interview. Now again, as we talked about the filters, you might come to the point where it's like, look, if someone just applies, I'm going to interview them. You might get to that point, but if you have any sort of volume of applicants submitting resumes or submitting applications, I do recommend that you do phone screen them. And this doesn't necessarily have to be you as the owner. It could be your office assistant or someone else, calling them and asking just a few questions. Now, these questions don't need to be like interview questions, but you're definitely going to be wanting to look for, do they meet the actual requirements in the job application? Did they actually read it? Have they looked up the things about your company already? The main reason for this is because a lot of times people will submit 100 different applications to a bunch of businesses and just kind of throw up against the wall and see what sticks. And so what you're trying to weed out here is people that literally just apply, submit resume, like 100 times on some sort of job board and never actually read the job description. So go over the requirements, the ones that we already talked about that you are making sure you're doing for legal purposes, like do they have a driver's license? Are they a non-smoker? Do they have their own cell phone? Like whatever those requirements for you are. Can you lift 50 pounds above your head? If those are the requirements you want to phone screen, because it's really funny how 50% of people either don't pick up their phone, don't ever get back to you, or they simply did not read the job description, or they cannot perform those things that were written in the job description. So you can save yourself a lot of time in the interview process, and the reason I want you to do this if you get a lot of applicants is because otherwise you're going to be doing all these interviews, setting up all these interviews, spending all your time setting these up, scheduling time off on your schedule, blocking time off, and people aren't going to show up. You're not going to, not only are you going to be unprepared, they're going to be underqualified. They're going to come to the interview, and you're basically within 3 minutes going to know they're not going to work out. So on the phone call, you're really just trying to screen out everyone that is not able to meet the job requirements based upon the job description, as well as just going off of overall impression, feel. And you could ask one or two questions like, where did you work last, something like that, just to kind of see how they respond. What's their communication skills like? Because right off the bat, they're rude. They answer the phone in a really bad way. They curse at you, and that's a big deal for you. Whatever it is that is going to be roadblockers for you and no-goes, then you might potentially pick up that on the phone call and then say, all right, thank you so much for this phone call, this initial phone call. We'll call you within the next week if we're interested in continuing in the process and setting up an interview. That's how you could basically, okay, this is not a good fit. They didn't read the job application or the job description. They can't qualify, and they're not going to be a good fit culturally or whatever it might be. You can just end the conversation there. Hey, thank you for this step of the process, and if we are going to move forward in the process with you in your application, we'll contact you within the next week for setting up an interview in person. So you can kind of get around it that way. If you like them, or at least they check the boxes of the job description and you're moving them forward in the process, on that phone call you should set up the interview in person, or if this is a virtual position, do it via Zoom or over a video conferencing platform, but you don't necessarily want to be interviewing them over the phone here. This is a matter of screening them, and you literally won't get but maybe 1 out of 5 of them to pick up their phone, so you're going to leave messages, but if they don't get back to you within a day or two, we're usually moving on. And so again, this is all dependent on the fact that we're assuming you have an abundance, a surplus of applicants, and you're not trying to grab onto every single, if you're having a really hard time getting any applications, you're probably going to want to try to set up an interview right away, get them in the door, hire them if you can. But if those filters, if you have enough filters removed and there's plenty of applicants coming to the bottom, a great filter to add in there is a great pre-interview phone screening. So again, I recommend you make sure they have everything in the job description, they've read it, they understand the company they're even applying for, that they can actually perform all the roles and responsibilities of the position, and set up the interview for a specific time, either in video conferencing or in person, and make sure that they have the exact time, confirm that after the phone call with an email or a text message so they have no excuse, and they have in writing what time they're supposed to be showing up for the interview. Now we're talking about the in-person interview process, and the biggest takeaway I want you to have here is you got to have a plan in place. We've already talked about how important this is. The same way you would go meet a customer and make sure you look good and you have a good presentation, you show up on time and all the rest of it. You want to do the same thing for an interview. Block off time, make sure you're there on time, and honestly, if the applicant does not show up before, they do not show up on time or early, we immediately let them go. And I've had it before where I'm waiting for an applicant to come in for their interview. They show up late, I just tell the office people, hey, just go tell them to leave. They don't even need to come inside the office. Because if someone's late to their interview, they will be late consistently forever. You have to remember that you're getting their best behavior on their interview. And after you hire them and they've signed paperwork and all good, that's when you really get to see the real them. But if then they're on their best behavior, you can't even get them to show up on time, be presentable, be professional at the interview, then good luck trying to do that when they're 5 months deep into a job. And now they're accruing unemployment and have health benefits and all the rest of it. Now you're really stuck. So if they do not show up and wow the interviewer during the process, we don't hire them. And if they don't show up on time, we don't hire them. They won't even get into the interview. So there's a couple things. First and foremost, have a plan in place, block time off, be professional. You set aside 10-15 minutes prior to the interview to be ready. The go-getters are going to show up 10-15 minutes early, so be ready for that. The people who are showing up right on the minute, probably not going to be a good fit, typically. So what you're looking for a lot of times, and what we can control as employers and someone looking for a new hire, is have a questionnaire. Do not go into just like casually talking. If you're just kind of shooting the breeze and talking about just kind of randomly coming and just kind of getting to know them. I used to be of the opinion like I was this way. I wouldn't have any paper in front of me, just very casual, and I felt like, hey, they'll open up to me more or whatever. And potentially there's some validity to that, and maybe I got some nuanced details that were different by having a very casual interview process without as much formality. However, having a questionnaire going step by step will allow you to ask deeper questions and not make it sound as awkward, because they know you're following a script. And you can literally write all the questions you're going to ask in the order you're going to ask them, and just go through them one by one and write down the answers next to it. And honestly, it should be very clear by the end of that interview whether or not you should be hiring this person based upon that questionnaire. So to Augusta Lawn Care, we have 17 questions, I believe it is. We start at the top and work our way all the way to the bottom. And during that process, we're going to get their references, we're going to ask about job history, we're going to ask about who they worked for in the past, who their direct reports were, what they enjoyed, why they left, like all of that stuff is inside those questions. But it works systematically through each question, because otherwise, if you're just shooting the breeze, you will always get what you want to hear from an interview. The applicant they know they're on their best behavior. Remember, they know what to say, they know what you want to hear, and they know that, especially when it talks about your past job history, they know typically that they do not want to badmouth their employer. If they do, red flag, they're out. If they badmouth their last employer, just guarantee you they're going to badmouth you eventually. Okay, so that's a red flag. But if they know this and they're aware and they don't badmouth them, I am looking for indicators though of, okay, why did you leave, and things like, well, we just didn't see things the same way, or I just wasn't feeling it, or I'm really just looking for new opportunity. Those are all like very nice cliche ways of saying like, it didn't work out, I don't want to work there anymore. So what you're looking for is like, who was your direct report? Who did you work with? And then asking for those as references. If someone gives me a reference on a piece of paper, I basically think they're useless. In the in the interview process, I am looking for the actual references that I'm going to call. If someone puts a name and phone number of someone on their resume and says, hey, this is my reference, I will never call them. Of course it's going to be positive. Like, why would they put it on there otherwise? What I'm looking for is the nuanced details inside of that interview, and asking them, who's your direct report? Who did you report to? And who did you work with? Can I get those individuals from your previous place of employment? Can I get those individuals as your reference? Can I get their phone number? Do you still have their phone number? Is there any chance I could get that from you? That is a very good reference. And furthermore, if you ask for their if you ask them for the reference of the place they just worked, if there was any issues, you're all of a sudden going to hear about it, because this will happen. Be like, well, yeah, this is Bob. Yeah, Bob was my manager there. Okay, great. Can I get Bob's phone number? Is there a chance I could get his number as a reference? Oh, well, actually, maybe we might change his phone number. Like, red flag. Also, I'm looking for is if all of a sudden they start backpedaling, and now you might actually kind of smoke out some of the real reasons why they got fired, laid off, why they left. Well, actually, Bob, me and Bob didn't see everything quite right. And so when I ask my next question after, I say, hey, okay, Bob, great. Can I give him as a reference? Great. What's Bob going to say when I call him about your work performance? And if they're like, well, actually, me and Bob kind of didn't see eye to eye on a few things, now you're going to get the truth. All right, so that is only done by having a questionnaire that you work your way through, and you have a very systematic way of approaching the interview process. So get those questions, and again, you're looking for those hidden details, you're looking for those hidden references, and a lot of times the way that you can do that is simply by asking, hey, where did you work? What was your direct report? Who did you work with? And then asking, hey, what were their names? Great. Do you have their number? Can I contact them for a reference? Great. If I call Bob, what's he going to say about your work performance? Ask that. That will smoke out any real details as to why they left, or things they didn't like about the employer, or things they potentially got in trouble for. That might come out then, because now they're like, oh, sick. They called me on my bluff. They're going to actually contact my direct report. Very important to do on an interview, and that is the gist of interview. If you want to look at like general ways of like being presentable and certain questions to ask, you can look at that online. The bottom line though that I want you to get is have a system, have a questionnaire, use it every single time, make notes against every single one, and if they see that you're following that kind of a system, they're going to be very okay with you asking more personal questions, and it won't seem as awkward when you ask them specific things. There are specific things that are off the table in terms of age and ethnicity, and there's a lot of different things that are legally you can't ask. You can't ask about kids and if they have child support and all the rest, but you can ask questions that potentially would draw that type of conclusion out without asking things that are crossing the line. So just make sure that your questions are legally okay, and that you're not crossing those lines of age discrimination or sexual discrimination or anything like that. Make sure you're not doing that, but keep your ears open and ask the right questions, and ask for open-ended stories back to you. For example, like, what brought you to this area? That's okay. You can't say, so who are you living with right now? Do you have kids? You can't ask that. But if you ask, why did you move to this area? There's a really good chance if they have kids, or there's certain things that the skills or passions they have, those are going to come out in those open-ended questions, but you've got to do them delicately, because there's certain questions you can't ask legally because it's considered discrimination. There's one question that you always want to ask in every single interview, and I kind of breezed through it on my last lecture, but I wanted to slow it down a little bit and specifically say the verbiage of how you want to ask this question. I already talked about who you want to call for references, not the people on their resume or the people that they provide to you up front, but the ones that you ask, who is your direct report, who is your manager, as well as who did you work for. Ask for those, work with in terms of a colleague. You want to ask for those as references from their last place of work. That's the most ideal. But the next part, how you ask this next question is important. That is, when I call so-and-so, what will they say about X, Y, and Z? Work performance, your availability, your ability to show up, whatever it might be. X, Y, and Z, you fill in the blank. I usually say work performance, right? Because I'm wanting to get the overall impression. The reason I phrase it like that, not if I called so-and-so, no, when I call so-and-so, what will they say about your work performance? The reason I do that is because now, all of a sudden, they realize, like, okay, they're serious. They're actually going to call this reference, and you're going to get the truth. And 50% of the time, they'll say, well, actually, that'll be the next word out of their mouth. 50% of the time, the next word out of their mouth will be actually, and then now they're going to give you the backstory that they've been trying to hide. Because you've already called their bluff by basically asking who was their direct manager, who did they work with, and then you ask for their names. Great. Then you ask, do you have their number? And if they give you the number, they're almost always going to do a backtrack there. But if they give you the number, and then they're like, okay, well, maybe they won't call them. And then if you say, well, when I call so-and-so, what will they say about your work performance? Now they know you're going to call them, and that's the last chance for them to kind of backtrack or give the full story. Okay, so typically they'll do that when you even ask for that person's number, and you kind of walk them through it by basically, who did you work for? Was it a manager, or like was it like a department manager when you're working there? Oh, it was a department manager. Great. What was their name? And immediately you've got them, right? Because if they don't give you that information, like, you know something's up, and then they know it's a red flag. So they're like, oh, his name was Bob. Great, cool. Is there any chance I could get Bob's number? I'd love to give him a call. Yeah, okay, well, here it is. Okay, great. So when I call Bob, what is he gonna say about your work performance? That's their last ditch opportunity to give you the real backstory. So if there is any hidden dirt, if there's any skeletons in the closet, that question will usually be their last chance, their last opportunity to bail out. And if they don't give you that information, or they're apprehensive to give you the name or number of that person, if they don't remember, quote unquote, the name of their manager, you probably do not want to work with this person. There's a really good chance there's a backstory they don't want you to know, and they know that if you did know that story, or you did contact that person, that you would never hire them. So that's the one question you've got to ask though. When I call that person, what will they say about your work performance? I briefly talked about it, but I want to go over some of the things you cannot talk about in an interview or ask questions about. And I got some of these from the internet, made some notes on some other ones that I've made mistakes on, and so hopefully this is helpful for you. So first off, you cannot ask about children. I already alluded to this one, because you can't discriminate whether or not someone has children, because could have implications based upon if they have child care, and they need to have a babysitter, or they have daycare, if they have certain types of money that they pay because of a separation and they're paying for child support and things like that. You cannot discriminate based on that, so you can't ask if they have kids. But again, you can ask creative questions as to whether or not they have kids that you don't ask if they have kids. For example, when you ask what brings you to this area, there's a really good chance they're going to talk about their kids, or their spouse, or their family, or something like that, and you won't have to actually bring up the kids thing. But you cannot ask whether or not someone has a child. You can't discriminate based on age, so you theoretically cannot ask someone's age. And you definitely cannot say that you're too old for this position, or too young for this position if they're above 18, unless you specifically have certain job requirements that require a 21-year-old or a 25-year-old. Certain states have certain requirements for driver's licenses or CDLs, and if those are age prohibitive, that's different, but that better be in your job description as a requirement, because you can't ask that in an interview process and make that the determining factor as to whether or not you hire or fire somebody based on age. Okay. Disabilities. The American Disabilities Act does not allow discussions regarding mental or physical disabilities until after a job offer has been made. So you can talk about those things, but you can't do it before a job offer has been made. So some of these things, like disabilities, you can talk about after the interview, after you've submitted a job offer, and now they're maybe debating or negotiating with you, but you cannot bring this up in an interview process. Talk to me about your disabilities. Talk to me about your depression. Like, you can't get into that in an interview process. If they volunteer that information, that's fine. That's okay. But you cannot determine your hiring on that. So I wouldn't even ask the question. If they bring it up and they volunteer the information, great. But you can't say, hey, we cannot hire you based upon your mental stability. Like, you cannot do that at the interview process. Okay. Physical characteristics like height, weight, physical attributes. This can lead to discrimination based upon these features. Don't say, you're too tall, or I think you're gonna have trouble reaching the pedals. Like, you're too small for this position. That you cannot do. Okay. So at the very worst, in most states, there is, if you needed to fire someone, you can fire them for, you don't need a reason. And so you can just basically say, hey, you're not a good fit. You don't need to give reasons if there is something like that you need to fire over. But when it comes to interviewing and hiring somebody, you cannot ask them that. And if in your mind, like, oh, they're not gonna be able to reach the pedals, you cannot say, we're not going to hire you because you're too short. Okay, just say, hey, we're going to interview you, we're going to check your references, and if we're going to continue in the process, we'll get back to you with a job offer. Do not tell them that you think they're too short for whatever reason. Okay, you're going to get into legal trouble potentially. You don't want to go down that route. Just know that if there's things like this that come up, or volunteered information that is red flags to you, that you can't fire or not hire them based upon, but is going to be a red flag for you down the road, and they volunteered that information, or you're questions about, just say they're not continuing the process. Don't tell them why and ask random questions about their physical and mental disabilities. Like, don't go down that path. All right. You can't ask about their maiden name. you can ask them their name, but asking for their maiden name can lead to discrimination based on marital status and potentially their ethnic background. Okay, so if you say, hey, what's your maiden name? Like you're basically asking about their marital status, and you can't do that. And you can't also ask what was your your previous maiden name and then discriminate based upon ethnicity, because like, oh well, they didn't hire me because of they thought I was Mexican or Russian or I was from Africa or whatever it might be, and so therefore you've got to make sure that you don't even ask the question. Don't even allow it to become a legal issue, but just don't ask the question. Someone might volunteer information, that's fine, but you can't ask the question like, where was your historical ethnic roots from? You can't ask that, okay? So don't. If they want to volunteer that information, great. You can't ask them about their citizenship, okay? You're allowed to have, as a company, you're allowed to ask if applicants have a legal right to work in the United States, but inquiring about citizenship can lead to claims of discrimination based upon national origin. Okay, so you can ask, do you have your legal paperwork to be able to legally work in the United States or Canada or whatever country you're watching this in? Yes, you can do that, but you cannot say, are you a citizen of the United States? Okay, you cannot do that. Or what citizenship do you have? Do you have other citizenships? You can't do that. Okay, lawsuits, like bring up lawsuits or arrest records. These are things that you do, just avoid them. Okay, applicants can be asked if they've ever been convicted of a crime, but an arrest record does not necessarily reflect criminal activity if the charges were later found to be groundless, for example. Okay, so you can ask them if they've ever been convicted of a crime, but asking if they've been arrested, don't go there. Okay. So again, if you have any sort of question marks, or you have any like, man, this person just seems a little shady, I wonder if they've ever been arrested. Don't ask them if they've been arrested. Ask if they've been convicted of a crime, and if you did a background check, would any crimes come up? You can ask that. You cannot ask if they've been arrested. Okay. Things like smoking, applicants can be asked if they know the company's policy on smoking at work, but they should not be asked if they smoke to avoid being seen as attempting to discriminate against those who may be more prone to higher medical claims, things like that. So a lot of times the reason people will be able to win a lawsuit against someone is they say, well, they asked me about smoking because they were trying to get lower insurance premiums, for example. At the bottom line, if you want to have a no smoking policy, make sure it's in your job description. Again, the requirements. This is a non-smoking environment. Okay, you cannot ask them like, do you smoke? Okay, in the interview process, if that's not in the job description, saying that this is a non-smoking environment, because they might take what you say in the interview and then use it against you to say that you're trying to do this to try to like reduce health insurance premiums and things like that. What you can do, for example, is say, hey, this is a non-smoking environment. Would you feel comfortable in that environment? You can ask them that, but you can't just like, do you smoke? You can't do that. Okay. Same thing with medical conditions. All right, similar to the disabilities, and that is you cannot ask if an applicant has any medical conditions, including AIDS, HIV, or anything like that. All right. So all of those topics, in my mind, I just don't bring them up. Usually, though, you can get the answers from those if you have certain red flags, like that seems a little bit off. I need to know about that. Don't ask the question. They'll usually give you that information if you have good questions on your interview that are probing and open-ended. I don't mean probing, more open-ended questions, like why did you move here? You'll get to the root problem of these other issues that might popped up, or you might have questions about, but you cannot ask those questions because they'll be used against you. And you might have really good intentions, like, what disabilities do you have? Let's see if we can accommodate that. Like maybe we can get a better chair, a better desk. That's fine. You have really good intentions, but that will be used against you potentially if they think that you're discriminating against them because they didn't get the job. Okay, so if they ever don't get the job and you ask the wrong question in the interview process, that's when it comes back to bite you. So just don't ask those questions. Don't broach those subjects. And honestly, most of the time they'll just volunteer that information because they don't really care, and that's fine. That's good. But those are certain things that there's their right to keep private. And again, if someone is those sort of things shouldn't really be determining whether or not they're a good hire anyways. In every single one of those categories, there's people who are successful because of despite their disabilities, despite their age, despite their height or their weight. So at the end of the day, it's not really good. Those are not good indicators of whether or not someone's going to be successful. And a lot of times, this information is going to be volunteered anyways if you have good open-ended questions that are legal and that allow them to speak and talk to you. And if you have a good environment where they don't feel threatened, they'll usually open up and share. All right, so let's assume the interview is going pretty good. You like this person, you think they're going to be a pretty good fit. This is where you now need to switch into the sales role. And that is, you need to sell them on the opportunity and the position and your company, and you need to sell them on the job. The reason this is important is because in most of our businesses, the labor market is extremely difficult and extremely competitive to find good people. So if you have a good person in front of you, you want to sell them on joining. You can't just be like, now, okay, if I give them a job offer, they're going to accept. Like that in the past was the ideology. Like people do all these interviews, and as soon as they get someone to hire them, they accept the job and they go. That's not how it works now. People might spend 1 or 2 days getting 10 interviews, and if they're organized and they're disciplined to get interviews, and they might get 8 job offers, and now they've got to make a decision. And you have to do a good job now in that interview. If you know you're going to hire this person, especially if it's an entry-level position, you're going to basically be hiring them right after the interview, then you're going to really sell them on the vision of the company, what their position is going to be, what their opportunities to move up inside the company are, their ability to make more money inside the company, the opportunity to advance in different roles or management or partners, or like there needs to be that sales pitch, and you need to be able to tap into that when you have someone in front of you and you're like, hey, this is an A player, they're going to get a job tomorrow if I do not hire them now. And I'm going to switch into sales role. And again, this is necessary when the unemployment rate is really low and when the labor market is extremely hot and people can get 10 jobs tomorrow if they're good. The employee that is going to take you right now, accept your job position right now, I'm actually afraid of. Because if they're a good employee, they know they can go get 5 more jobs tomorrow. And so why would they not spend an extra couple days and make sure they get the best position? So if they're really good, know that they're probably going to have 5 other job offers. You've got to sell them on why they should accept yours. And again, a really good applicant is not going to accept a job offer in an interview and just be like, okay, I'll show up tomorrow. They're going to have other interviews in an environment where there's low unemployment and there's lots of employers looking for workers. So just know that number one kind of red flag if they want to accept a position right when I offer it to them at an interview, probably not a good idea to do that in the first place because you haven't checked references. But if you do, probably a red flag of like, great, I'll be here tomorrow. Well, probably a bad sign. And furthermore, if they say, hey, give me a couple days to get back to you or something, like, that's a good sign because it probably means they have 5 other offers that are going to come in their way. It's time to switch into sales mode. Tell them those opportunities, why they should pick you, what makes you different, what opportunities for them in the future in terms of money, position, learning, education, career advancement, leadership, training, education. These are all things that play into the role of whether or not they are going to accept your job offer versus all the other options that they are going to have in a tight labor market. So you might not be able to sell them more money or more benefits, but if you can sell them the vision of what it can become if they stay with you in the long term, you might be able to keep that really good talent on board when you are actually paying less than your competitors because you simply cannot afford it. This is why software developers will take $80,000, $90,000 from a startup because there's massive upside of becoming millionaires with the stock options versus just working for Apple making $200,000 today in a salary, but they might take that lower paying job because the opportunity to advance, the ability to maybe get equity, have options, take the company public, see massive scale, be able to have direct impact on the code that is being used by the user. These are things that are valued by employees beyond just a paycheck or benefits or things that we think are more tangible and are going to usually compare ourselves against when it comes to competition. Okay, so when you have a potential hire, you might want to potentially be in an interview process. You might even want them to maybe offer them a job. Let's talk about some of the things that you can do to screen out applicants in terms of drug tests, background checks, and what's called minimum standard tests. So when it comes to minimum standard tests, this is going to be good for something that you need like some threshold of skill just to do the job. For example, if you're having an office person, you might say, hey, you got to take a typing test and have a certain amount of words per minute before you're able to take the job. When it comes to drug tests, it is important, I believe, if you're on trucks, equipment, and potentially people can get hurt. The reason for that is because 65% of workplace industries, according to the U.S. Department of Labor, 65% of workplace injuries come from substance abuse. And someone who is abusing drugs and has substance abuse problems, they're 6 times more likely to file a workers' compensation claim. So if you don't know what workers' compensation is, basically it's the insurance you get that if an employee gets hurt on the job, that they get covered, all their medical bills. But the likelihood of someone submitting a workers' compensation claim goes up 6 times if they're abusing drugs And so therefore, if you can test that at the beginning and weed those people out, it'll save you a lot of money and headache and drama down the road a lot of times. And one thing they don't measure probably is the fact that a lot of call outs and a lot of people that you have to let go, a lot of them also have drug-related issues. So sometimes you might not even have a policy that it can't have a certain type of drug. For example, in Washington State where I'm at, we have pot, and weed is legal. And I think more and more states will become that way. And so it's a big thing. Like you can do a drug test and not hire someone because of their drugs. You can do that. And again, we've had to let people go though because they came to work high and they couldn't hardly drive, and it was unsafe for everyone around them and the other workers and the customers and people on the road and everything. So you gotta be really discerning, because ultimately a lot of these tests come down to how many applicants are you getting. If you're in a labor market where you're not getting anyone applying, you might be willing to take a lower standard test, or willing to take someone who has a little bit of drugs, but like, where's that threshold? You got to determine like, what are the standards you're going to have, whether it be smoking, alcohol, drug use, what tests are you going to have, and what thresholds are you going to be requiring? Again, your number of applicants, that flow of applicants coming in and wanting to work for you is going to be a big determinant of that. If you don't have anyone applying for your business, you're probably going to have to lower your standards more. All right, so another thing is background checks. Same thing. It's great to know the background of someone, especially if there's some sort of felony or criminal activity. And obviously there's certain ones that you probably don't even want them working for you if you know they have a certain past. However, I've had people that have gone to jail, done their time, come out and been great employees. And so it's just very much, that one is very much about which offenses on their record are you drawing a line saying they will not work here because of that, whether it be domestic violence, whether it be burglary, or whatever it might be that you say, hey, we're not having that? Or is it first, second, third offense? Is it what degree of the felony? Is it a misdemeanor? All these different things you can get in a background check, and usually for like $40, $50 online you get those background checks. And just a matter, again, that's going to slow down the process from an interview to job offer. And if they're a good applicant, they might be able to go get 5 other job offers in the time that you take a few days just to get a background check, and then you go make them take a drug test. If you're doing all those things, you're going to weed people out. And again, that's going to come down to how many people are at the top of the funnel. Or do you have enough people coming in to actually put those filters in place and be able to warrant that extra time in between interview to job offer? If it's a really tight market, you might need to literally offer them a job the moment they come in for an interview, and you don't have the time to be able to ask for a drug test and a background check and take the standard test and go, down to a certain place and do a P test for your drugs and all the rest of it. Like, you might just lose good applicants. So be careful about that, but realize if you have a lot of applicants, you can add these layers in to be able to get the best of the best. And I think that a drug test when you're working outside around trucks and equipment and other people is very important. It's also going to help with your workers' compensation claims and your show up rate. Like, people show up a lot better when they're not on substance abuse. Second thing is, when it comes to background checks, same thing. You've got to determine what is the line in the sand you will not let them cross. Same thing as a drug test, honestly, too. Like, what threshold in their blood are you going to allow, or in their pee, or whatever test you're doing? What's the number that you're going to allow in terms of weed or other types of drugs, or maybe it's prescription drugs? Do you allow those? What are those definitions? What do you want to have as a standard for your business going forward? All right, there's one thing that I would highly recommend you do when it comes to the hiring process, and that is employee handbooks. You gotta have one. It's going to outline what are the standards for your business, whether it be drug use, showing up on time, uniforms, how they should be asking for time off. You have all of that in writing, so that way, if someone ever comes back to you and says that you fired them because of discrimination or anything like that, you have something to point back to. You need to have it written out. What does a performance improvement plan look like? A PIP, it's called PIP, Performance Improvement Plan. Do you have a performance improvement plan? If someone's underperforming, what's the standard to go through before they get fired? Having all of this stuff in writing, just a ton of things. Like, literally, lactation breaks. You need to go over what's the policy around that. Smoking, what's the policy around that? What's considered a tardy? What's considered abandonment of job in terms of if they don't show up 2 or 3 times? Is that considered abandonment of job and then they're immediately released? Like, you want to have everything spelled out. Now, you've got to make sure that this is compliant with your local and state laws. So I do recommend, once you make your handbook, just take it to your labor and industries or to your local labor department and say, hey, can you look over this and see if this is compliant? You might want to take it to an attorney, but a lot of times, if you have a good relationship with your Department of Labor in your local area and you're in a smaller community, a lot of times they'll look it over and just be like, yeah, check this, that looks good, maybe take a look at this. They can't give you legal advice necessarily, but they might be able to point in the right direction or give you some good guides. So definitely talk to your Department of Labor locally. Every single state's a little bit different. Like when certain states allow around smoking to be fired, some people, it's like, look, you can fire based upon smoking, but it's gotta be in your employee handbook. So that's, again, you gotta be very conscious of the fact that if you're gonna fire someone based upon a certain reason, it ideally is in your handbook. Now, if you're in an at-will state where you can fire without any reason, that's great. However, if you are giving a reason as to why you're firing someone, you better make sure that's in writing somewhere in an employee handbook that states they can or cannot do something and they violated that, and that's why the reason you were able to fire them. So uniform policy, what dates of the year you're going to consider as national holidays that they get off, time off, how to request it, how long before they need to request it before it's granted, like 2 weeks, paid time off, any benefits that you might have, medical benefits, when are they eligible for those? Everything should be spelled out. Now there's some really good guides online that are just like templates, but honestly, I know it sounds horrible, but I would just start literally thinking about these different things, like just go through this video and all the things I just mentioned, just go through them. Like, do you have paid leave? What happens if someone comes in 10 minutes late? What happens if they come in an hour late? What's the consequences? What profit sharing? Does that affect their profit sharing? Does it affect their pay? How do they get a bonus? How do they get an increase in their salary or in their pay in general? These are all things that should be outlined inside of an employee handbook. Now, at Augusta Lawn Care, we refined our handbook. It's like almost 40 pages. And inside of that handbook is like 28, 30 pages of like regulations and what they can and cannot do. And then there is a compensation agreement, like a one-page compensation agreement. And there is a non-compete in there. And there's a letter from me. Like, so there's a lot of stuff that goes into a job offer. And we're gonna talk a little bit more in the next video. But let me just be very clear. I would recommend start a document and just start listing things that you think is really important and have them sign off on it. At the bottom of it, have a line that says your name and you sign it, and then another spot where it says their name and they sign it. So they acknowledge that they read this document, and that's what it should say. I acknowledge that I read this document, understand it, and was given any chance to ask questions about it. So they sign on it. That way, in the case of you firing them, you have something to fall back on legally that stated, hey, they read this, they understood it, they agreed to it, and they went against it. They violated this, and this is why I fired them. That's really, really, really good. Now make sure that the things that you are stating inside that document are legal. There are certain things you cannot do. Like you can't say that if you are sick, you must come into work. You can't do that. You've got to have certain requirements. You can't say there's certain states that if someone calls out sick, they have a certain amount of hours every single year that they're allowed to call out and their sick leave and actually get paid. It's a program from the state that they pay into. So there's a whole bunch about getting hurt. Like if they get hurt and they make it a workers' comp claim, you've got to make sure that you do not have in your handbook that if you get hurt, you are fired. Like that's illegal. You'll get in trouble. So all that needs to be stated, but just start off with the basics. When do you need them to show up on time? What are the consequences? Uniform policy. All of those things I just mentioned. Like just go through this past video and just pause at each one of the things I mentioned. Asking for time off, overtime pay, clarifying 40 hours a week, noting when they get paid, like every 2 weeks, is it every week? Make sure it's all stated and then they sign off on it so that if they ever say, my boss isn't paying me, it's like, look, it tells you it's every 2 weeks and it's 1 week delay and then you get the money in your check via ACH or in your account via ACH. So all that can be just stated inside the document. Just start working on it yourself and then give it to the local labor industries or labor department for your state and just ask them to look over it or consult an attorney in a labor attorney, and maybe you spend $500 or $1,000 getting that qualified, but it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. It's worth not getting sued over. I've been sued multiple times by employees. Some of them were not warranted. Some of them actually did get their money, and I settled with them outside of court because they just nitpicked things and I didn't have it in the handbook. And so make sure it's in the handbook. They sign off on it. I cannot tell you, especially as you grow, how much this will save you in time, headache, and the fact that a lot of the employees will not go and try to sue you or try to make a claim against you if they know that they've signed off on it and that they've agreed to those terms and conditions. So I'd recommend it massively. saying just get started. Don't get overwhelmed with having a 30, 40 page document. Just get started. You might have 2 or 3 or 4 pages at the beginning. That's fine. Just get started, and as things pop up in the business, add to it, add to it, add to it. And then maybe every year or two, you have your existing employees re-sign as you've added to that employee handbook. All right, so in the job offer, I've already mentioned the employee handbook, okay? Probably the most important thing, if you don't have anything else, make sure you have an employee handbook. The other thing that I like to include is a non-compete. Again, this is only really relevant if you're concerned about a customer or an employee going and taking your customers. Not a bad idea to have this stating in there that by joining your location, your business, that they cannot use any customer information, any company data, any company intelligence, and basically everything that they do inside of your business is the property and is owned by you, the owner, and the business. So non-compete, not a bad idea. That's like a 1-pager. This might start off small, like I just mentioned, 3 to 5 pages. It grows over time as you learn and get more and more different scenarios. Non-compete can be like a 1-page, really brief, just really button down the fact that they cannot compete with you and they can't go start another type of business in your industry, for example. So non-compete, keep in mind, non-competes do not hold up very well in court. They just do not. So you can make them sign it, but honestly, to be perfectly honest, you're kind of just trying to scare them into not doing something else. These hardly ever hold up in court, like a non-compete in terms of doing another business in a similar industry. What holds up pretty good though is if they take your customer data and your company intel and then go do something with it or sell it or do something stupid, then you can usually get retribution. But like if you're doing a lawn care business and they go start their own lawn care business aside, you're not gonna be like, sue them. Like it won't even be worth your legal fees. So just remember, non-competes don't hold up very well. Most of the time courts will favor the employee because just like freedom. It's like, look, you got information and you learned a skill, you can go start your own business and you can leave. So just be careful, like non-competes, especially if you're like locking them up for years after that they're working for you. It's very, very hard to win that. So if you're gonna put it in there, just realize that you're probably not gonna have a legal bearing, but you could potentially be using it to kind of like just scare employees, which I'm not a huge fan of, but some industries it might be needed. The thing that I wanna talk about today though is compensation agreements, okay? I do feel it's really, really important to have in writing what they're going to be paid by the hour or their salary, or if they're doing some sort of pay for performance model like we have p4psoftware.com, make sure that there is agreement, that they have signed off, they understand what it is, that they know if you're going to have jumps in salary or when they're able to get benefits and what that time frame looks like, if they're a certain amount per hour, when the date that they start. So the compensation agreement should include what day they're starting, what their pay is going to be, and then anything around compensation in terms of benefits and when they're eligible, in terms of bonuses, if there's some sort of performance pay, make sure they've signed off on that. Because if they try to come back and say that you were scamming them, whatever, you can just point them back to the fact they signed on this document and it says that they understood it. So again, this can just be like a 1-page document. It does not need to be complicated at all. So 1 page, and then this kind of grows from 3 pages all the way up to 30 plus as you grow the business. But gotta have that compensation agreement in there stating exactly all elements of compensation, from benefits to overtime to all of that fun jazz can be put in 1 page and they sign off on it. For most entry-level employees, you're looking at like $1 per hour amount, and that's basically it. And they've agreed to that, and you can put that in there. But any sort of benefits that you might have, anything in sort of compensation, bonuses that they can make, performance pay needs to be outlined in 1 page so they can sign off on that as well. And again, this is all part of the job offer, okay? A job offer is not a text message saying, I will see you tomorrow. You are now working for us. That is not a job offer. You want this to be as professional as possible, and over the course of time, this will get better. At first, maybe you have like literally a 1 page that encompasses the entire thing. That's fine. It's better than a text message. But this is the job offer, and make sure inside of that you have this compensation agreement. All right, so now, how do you send the job offer? I alluded to it in the last video, but I would definitely not recommend just texting them and saying, let's get started tomorrow. Wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do a call. I wouldn't do an email, just saying, hey, let's go ahead and get started. What I would recommend doing is having a job offer sent to them digitally. So this can be you can do this through like a bazillion different apps. There's like HelloSign, the most popular is probably DocuSign. And you're usually going to spend like somewhere between $3 and $5 per what's called a digital envelope to send these out, or some sort of subscription monthly. But it's absolutely worth it, because all the things we talked about, the employee handbook, the compensation agreement, the non-compete, all that can be signed really fast. And another thing that you should include inside the job offer is literally the things that they need to fill out in order to be able to set up payroll. So like their W-4, or if you're doing like a 1099 or whatever documentation that you're sending to them to be able to set up payroll, as well as like their ACH information. So in our job offers that we send out, we actually have where it's also, not only is it the compensation agreement, not only is it the handbook, the employee handbook, not only is it the non-compete, it's also everything we need for payroll. So they're going to put their ACH, their bank information in there, and we know that if they fill everything out in there and they send it back to us, they're hired. Like, they've accepted the position. All right, so there's no like texting or calling or asking them. What you might want to do is send them a DocuSign and then text them and say, hey, I sent you the job offer. But if you do a good job inside these apps and spend some time actually going through the documents, you can have it where it's really, really simple for them to go through and just click next and then fill out the next field. Next, fill out the next field, date of birth, and they fill out next. And they just keep going through, and it might take them literally, even with our 40-page document, 28 pages of that is just a handbook, but they probably have to sign like 4 or 5 different things and then put their bank information in, okay? They fill out their W-4, and the W-4 is the tax information you need to be able to pay them as an employee. 1099 is gonna be the information you need to pay them as an independent contractor. So however you're setting that all up, you can have it so it's formatted really easily for them. They like click one button, it's signed. They click one button, it's signed, puts the date on there. It's just a beautiful thing. So our whole document they can fill out in like 5 to 10 minutes tops. Usually the thing that takes them the longest to find is like their bank account number. So highly recommend, though, you have those 3 things in the last video: your employee handbook, your non-compete, your compensation agreement. And then if you're going to send it digitally, which I highly recommend you do, then also include your payroll information, like everything you need for payroll. If you're doing it through QuickBooks, they'll have a sheet that you can have them fill out, etc. If you need help with this, you can also check out lawncarebookkeeper.com. If you're in the landscape industry, we do all of this payroll stuff for you. But regardless, you want to get all the information from them so that when they sign that, you know they've committed to the job. You might text them or like remind them and tell them you sent the job offer, but do not just say, hey, come in tomorrow and we can sign the documents, we'll get your bank information and we'll get your payroll set up. I would rather when they show up there for orientation that they're not focusing on payroll or signing their employee handbook or looking at the compensation agreement. Send that to them, because some people will want to actually read it and spend a long time, a few days looking it over. They might have questions. So if they show up to orientation and you're like, here's 30 pages of a handbook, and sign it. Some people are gonna be like, whoa, wait, I gotta see what I'm signing here. And they should be that way. And so give them the time by sending it digitally and letting them look over it. If they have any questions, they'll get back to you, but you know that if they fill it out and sign it and it gets completed, it notifies you that they are good to go. Then when you're contacting them, it's like, great, welcome to the team, here's your onboarding date, and let's get rolling, because you already have their payroll information, you have everything you need, they've already signed all the documentation. I don't want onboarding the first day to all be about signing your life away, and here's this compensation agreement, here's a non-compete. Like, get all of that done digitally, and it's like behind them, so when they show up for their first day, it's about joining the team, integrating the culture, figuring out their job, getting their uniform. It's much more exciting than like filling out paperwork. You can take all the pain away by making it digital, and I highly recommend you do this, all right? Do not have a big stack of papers. Don't send them a big PDF in an email and say, please sign this back and get it back to me. Don't do that. Like, literally, if someone has 5 job offers and they might like your job offer, but if you just send them a massive PDF, they might not know how to digitally sign it. They might not have a printer to print it off. These are all just more friction in getting people to be able to come work for you. Make it digital, make it super simple for them to do it, and it'll also set you apart from the competition, because everyone else is just like, hey, we want to hire you, show up tomorrow. And you're sending them a professional DocuSign with your brand and your logo on it, and everything looks really tight, and they can go through right there and fill out their payroll, and everything is very clear in terms of the handbook of what's required of them and what they can and cannot do. Most grade A top talent is going to be attracted to that type of workplace. So highly recommend you do this. Send your job offers digitally. And if you're going to, include the 3 documents I mentioned in the last video, as well as all the information that you need for payroll, so that when they sign this, there is no real paperwork that's done on the first day of orientation. All that's behind you, all that's done, and you send this off to the bookkeeper, and they're now focused on their job and joining the team and not about reading documents. And it's not like you're not giving them a document, hey, please sign this, and it's 30 pages. Like, let them have some time. Some people will take a day or two, read through everything, and have a few questions. And that's fine. That's good. You'd rather have the questions now than in 6 months from now when they're trying to sue you. So that'd be my recommendation. Something I've always thought about that's kind of funny and humorous, but very true, and that is, why is it that when someone stays with your company for a year or two and then they leave, we throw a party, we get luncheon to the break room, everyone has a great time, and it's really because someone's leaving the company. And yet, when a new employee comes to the business, someone that's actually going to contribute and going to be part of the team, we literally just like, oh yeah, what's your name again? Okay, great, yeah, you're in that truck today. Oh yeah, here's your desk and your computer, and I'll touch base with you later. Like, the orientation is the beginning of a relationship with somebody. And in the same way, when it goes to like a personal relationship, you put a lot of time and energy into thinking about where you're gonna date and where you're gonna take the person, and you plan, you think about it, and all the rest of it. Well, the same thing should be going for an employee. You're starting a relationship. And if it's just like, oh yeah, we have no organization whatsoever. We don't have any really orientation plan. We don't really have a system for getting you onboarded. Oh, is your payroll set up? What's your employee number? Like, well, if that's going on, you're going to lose, the same way in a relationship, you're probably going to lose the relationship. You're going to lose that employee. You haven't built any sort of connection. They feel like they're just kind of like thrown in and just kind of like part of the mix. And yet, when people leave, we like throw a party and make a big deal of it. It's just messed up. The fact that someone's leaving and you're throwing a party, and someone that is coming into the business is just like, a secondary bygone thought of what's happening in the day. You're just caught up in the business of what's going on. So I think that's backwards. I think you gotta invest more time in the upfront in the relationship. How do I consummate the relationship? It's the initial. How do I make sure that I make a good impression, that they feel welcome? How do I put some balloons on their desk? Maybe throw a tray of cookies at their first day instead of their last day. So flip the mindset and the concept like, oh, if someone stays with me for 3 years, then I'm gonna give them a party on their way out. Like, no, when they're coming in, maybe if you gave them a party at the beginning, they'd say 5 years instead of 3, because like they actually feel like they're attributed something to the company, and that there is some sort of reciprocation of trust and mutual respect, and they're not just like thrown in. There's not another number, another cog in the machine. So have a system for orientation. Know what's going to happen their first day. Know what they're going to do to make sure they get set up and they feel comfortable, and they are orientated or introduced to other people on the team, and they feel like they have some sort of connection, and they're not like this stranger with all these other people, and they're kind of like the outcast and the new person. So that'd be my recommendation. The same way that most companies spend a bunch of time on the exit when people are leaving, and they've been such a great person for the company, and we're going to give them a party on the way out. Company party, pizza's on us. Well, why not at the beginning? Why not throw a party at the beginning? Their first day, it's like, hey, so-and-so's here. Why don't we all have pizza in the break room? Say hi to them when you're eating. Like, invest that time and energy and money on the front end, and you'll usually have a better retention and more committed employee, and they'll get up to speed faster because they'll get to know other people quicker. So having a good orientation, having a good system for getting them up to speed and comfortable in their position as soon as possible is a game changer when it comes to orientation and new hires. All right, so now I want to talk a little bit about what orientation day might look like at different stages of the business, because as you grow, the orientation day is going to change, and I want to talk mostly about what your role as an owner is going to look like depending on the size of your company. So first of all, 0 to 10 employees. I recommend, if you can possibly do it, to take that employee out for lunch, one-on-one with you if you have 0 to 10 employees. I did this to about 20 employees, but by the end it was getting pretty difficult. But 0 to 10 employees, definitely on their first day, I would recommend that you take them out for lunch, one-on-one, get to know them. You as the owner, if you're the direct manager at that point, still like the more you can build that connection at the beginning, the better. Now, have I stopped doing that? Yes. But now I have, probably over 100 plus employees that directly are that I pay every week. So like, I can't do that because every single day I'd literally be having a lunch meeting. And with new employees coming in and people getting trained and people leave and you have a churn, like just if the average frontline position has less than 6 months tenor, and in some places like 2 or 3 months if you're in the lawn care, landscaping, home improvement industry. For frontline employees, like 2-3 months. Well, if you do 2 or 3 months times 100, literally you would be having lunch every single day. And if I'm going to spend an hour, 2 hours with someone just at lunch, but then also have orientation on top of that, I have a full-time job. So different stages of the business, two things are gonna happen. One, you can outsource and hire your mid-level managers to do like a lunch, for example, or do the things I'm gonna talk about. Or you're simply just not going to do them and you're gonna structure in a different way. Okay, so let me talk about this though sequentially. So if you have 0 to 10 employees, I do recommend having a lunch directly with the employee and trying to build that rapport. I understand when you're hiring people in the middle of spring rush or when you're crazy busy, it's difficult. But the more you can build that trust relationship, I truly believe, especially if you're having trouble with retention of employees, you'll take that retention from a month or 2 months to 3 or 4 months, literally doubling your retention and the tenor of employees just by having that initial day with them that's one-on-one. They get to know you, you get to know them. And the only reason you should stop doing this, in my opinion, is just the scale of your business gets way too large to where it's impossible for you to take that time. Now, in this stage, I recommend that you do the orientation. 0 to 10 employees, if that's all you have, do the orientation yourself. Walk them through where they're going to be working at, whether it be an office, a truck, the shop. Show them around where they know where everything's at, so that when they actually start working, usually the next day, we do orientation for like half a day or 3/4 of a day, and then they'd start work the next day. I want it to be when they come in the next day for work, they already know where everything's at. They're not asking where the bathroom's at. They're not asking where they should be going or what time things start, where's the meeting held at. All of that should be like done in orientation day. I want them to feel comfortable by the time they come in for their first day of work. So orientation day is going out to lunch with me, breaking down that barrier, having a connection with them, hopefully getting to see some of the other coworkers. So ideally, I want them to be in a team meeting in that first day as well, at orientation, be in a team meeting, introduce themselves to the whole team so everyone knows who they are, everyone knows their name. They're not gonna get to know everyone else's name, but everyone should know their name, so when they come back the next day, people know them and they know where everything is at, what time they should be at certain places, where everything is stored. Show them around your shop or your office. They should know where supplies are at. They should know where the tools and equipment is at. They should know where to find the keys for the trucks. They should know how to get access to the office. Every little aspect, so you just reduce those first few days of them feeling like an outsider, them feeling like a newbie, them feeling like someone who's not on the inside know of the business. You want to eliminate that kind of awkwardness for the first few days if at all possible, especially the frontline employees. Literally, when it comes to retention, if you can get people just to survive a week or two, they'll last way longer. There's a lot of fall off in frontline staff in those first few days or first couple weeks. So how do I increase that? Have a good orientation day. Do not just say, okay, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Throw them in a truck and start working. Give them some orientation. Talk about the business. Talk about your past, their past, where they come from, why they get into your industry, what skills do they have. All these sort of things. You might learn some things about them that are really helpful for the business, and they're going to build some rapport with you that you'll be able to tap into later on, because they'll be able to like and trust you a lot more if you spend some time with them. Like with 0 to 10 employees, you can do this. I did this again to where I was well above 20 employees, probably almost 30, by the time I stopped taking people out to lunch on their first day. It builds that rapport, and to this day, I still have employees working for me that I took out to lunch on that first day. And I'm able to share my vision of what I want the company to be, and where we're struggling, and what I would love to see them do, and how to succeed inside the company. And I'd always end off the conversation being like, hey, I know I'm always going to be busy. Like when I'd be wrapping up lunch and I'd wrap up the orientation day, we'd be coming back to the office, and I would always say like, hey, I'm always going to be busy. You might not see me a lot. This is probably the most you'll ever see me, because I'm always in and out. You might see me occasionally once a week or something like that. But just know that I take this time today because I really do care about you. I care about what you're going through. And if you ever need anything, please stop me, and I will take the time to listen. You are the most important thing here for me when I show up. The reason I come up here for an office meeting or to talk with a manager is because I care about the people here, and I want you to stop me and say, hey, Mike, I need your time. And I will stop everything else. I'll cancel whatever I need to do, and I'll focus on you. And that's the trust that I hope to build over the course of that few hours at lunch or in that orientation, showing them around. Build that trusting relationship to where I tell them, look, this is probably the most you'll ever talk to me in your whole tenure here. But like every time you see me, you can grab me and you will have my attention. I care about you. That kind of relationship is going to go a long ways in terms of retaining that employee and making them feel a part of the culture from day one. When they show up the next day, they've already got a good scope of what the company vision is, about the owner, how things are structured, where things are at in the business, where they got to get their supplies, materials, and what's expected of them. All of that should be outlined. And if you have over lunch, you're able to outline a lot throughout a couple hours in terms of your vision and your past and where the company's been and what you want the company to become and what their potential future in the company might look like and what their future career aspirations are and how this could align with those things and what they should be focused on. And I always really emphasize the fact that if it's a frontline staff member, hey, your paycheck is not going to be the most valuable thing you get from this job. I encourage you to not work here frontline for 2 or 3 years. You got to figure out how to get ahead. You got to figure out how to listen to audiobooks and become, learn about management and leadership and learn the skills of this trade so you can move up in this company. And here's how to do it. And these are the meetings you need to come to. These are the books you need to read. And this is the resources that are being given to you so you can make more money. When you get on their side and they feel that way, they're going to reciprocate that trust and that level of relationship from day one. And they're going to be a much more longer tenured employee on average, as well as just a much more efficient member of the team from day one, not taking 3 weeks to get kind of up to speed on everything. They should be up to speed as quickly as possible, and orientation day is the most important from 0 to 10 employees, because when they hit the ground running the next day, they are 10% of the workforce at 10 employees. If you have 3 or 4 employees, they could be 20, 30, 40% of your workforce. You better make sure you have a good relationship with them. You can get them up to speed as fast as possible. That's why you're going to take a lot more time, because you have it. You're not employing people new every day or every couple days. So you should take some time, take them out for lunch, show them around. The more you can spend on the upfront time, the more you invest into the relationship, the more you're going to get out of it. So just guarantee you, 0 to 10 employees, you cannot spend too much time on that orientation day with that employee. All right, so if you have more than 20 employees, you're probably not going to be able to have a full day or even half a day with lunch and everything to do orientation one-on-one with every single frontline staff member. If we're talking about like an engineering firm where the average tenure is like 5 years, you probably can, because 5 years divided by 20 employees, like you're gonna just get one every couple months, new employees. But if you're doing a frontline staff, home improvement, where you churn through employees relatively quickly, when you're getting above 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 employees, it gets difficult to be doing 2-3 lunches every single week, and orientation, like half your working hours are gonna be just orientation. So what's going to end up happening usually after 20 employees is you're going to somehow delegate onboarding. Now, I do recommend that the owner be somehow involved in onboarding in some way, shape, or form, even if it is touching base with the employees. Now, when I say employees, when you start getting above like 50 employees and above, you're going to be probably doing onboarding with groups of employees, because it's no longer efficient to be doing this on a daily basis with one new employee. You're going to have a full-time position just onboarding people if you're 100 plus employees. So what you're probably going to end up doing is, first off, probably from like 20 to 100 employees, you're probably going to have some sort of mid-level manager or the trainer of that person that's going to take them under their wing for a while. They're going to do the orientation with them. At 100 plus employees, you're probably going to have groups of people that you're onboarding, like groups of employees, and then they're going to have a cohort that they actually do training with, okay? So again, you're going to have to eventually hand this off to somebody. Now, this person is probably going to be the trainer, the person that's going to take them under the wing and show them the ropes for the next couple weeks. And I do recommend that the person that does their onboarding be that person to orient them and train them over the next couple weeks. I've seen that work a lot better. Now, you start getting groups of people, same thing is going to happen. You're going to have the trainer that might train a group of 4, 5, 6. We've done up to like 20 employees at the same time, whether it be virtually or in person. And that person that does the orientation, talks about the company and gets them on their first day and all the rest, shows them around, is probably the person showing them around and teaching and training them for the next couple of weeks, okay? So as you grow the organization, typically your onboarding becomes larger, your training becomes larger and longer, okay? And what I still would recommend is, if you can at all possible, the owner should have some sort of touch during the onboarding process. Even if that is a 5-minute one-on-one talk and just shaking their hand, if you're doing one by one, like say 20, 30, 40, 50 employees, or if you're at 100 plus employees and you're doing groups of people, have a 20, 30-minute talk with those employees that are getting trained up as they're getting if you're in a training room or if you're doing a group meeting at the beginning of the day at the shop, try to have some interaction with them as the owner. It's going to eliminate the awkwardness when they're around you, and they'll feel a little bit more like you're a little more approachable. Not as much as if you're taking lunch and having all that time with them. That's not going to happen, but that's just not scalable. And so you're going to have to try to replicate that feeling by having a mid-level manager be that person that really spends a lot of time with them. And keep in mind that you really can't be what you were back then. You can't be, when you had 3 employees, you knew them all by name, you knew their family, you knew their kids, you knew what they're doing after work every single day and what they're doing every weekend. Whereas 100 plus employees, like, you're just not going to be able to do that. But what you have to do is replicate that feeling with your mid-level managers. So they are the ones that they're going to be reporting to anyways. So they should be the ones that are building that relationship. The reason why at 0 to 10 employees, maybe even 0 to 20 employees, you were able to build that relationship and that was important, because you were their direct report. You were their direct manager. So ideally, the person that trains them up and does onboarding is their direct report, their direct manager, the person that they are reporting to, the person that they are working right under, because that's the most important linkage inside the chain of command. Okay, you can be above the manager, and that's fine, and not necessarily have to be, frontline employees, which you have a large hierarchy and hundreds of employees. But you better make sure that frontline employee has a really good connection with their direct report and their frontline staff manager. Okay, so ideally, in my opinion, the person that onboards is their direct manager. Okay, and if you're like, well, the manager now has 50 people, well, then you should probably break apart your company more to their smaller groups of people, 8, 10, 12, max 20 people that someone's onboarding and training direct reports. Like typically 6 to 8 people is I've seen work really well in terms of one direct manager with 6 to 8 direct reports reporting to them, frontline staff. So as the company grows, you're not going to be able to take them all out to lunch. You're not going to be able to take a half a day or a full day to orientate them to the business as the company grows and expands and you have churn and all the rest of it. So you've got to create a system around this. You've got to create a system around, okay, who's the trainer for the next couple weeks? Is that their direct manager? If not, you've got to figure out who's the trainer going to be. Is there going to be one person in your company that is responsible for all the onboarding, all the training, and then they hand them off to their manager? Is that a process? Or does the manager take them from day one, do the orientation either one-on-one or in a group setting, and then continue to work with them in the future? You got to figure out what works out for you. A lot of this is going to come down to how much you churn through employees. If you're churning through employees really, really fast, groups of people is going to be more efficient. Because if you have 10 people that are onboarded and only 5 come out 2 weeks later because of training and some don't make it, then you probably don't want to be doing one-on-one half day or full day with a mid-level manager or yourself doing that onboarding, because you're wasting a lot of time. So it comes down to a lot of churn, what that rate is, the higher up the hierarchy that you're hiring for, and the longer tenure that those positions are averaging, you're typically going to spend more time in the onboarding process. If you're hiring like a CEO, you're going to spend a long, long time in orientation. If you're hiring a frontline staff member and on average they only stay 2 or 3 months, do not spend 3 days just showing them around the building and introducing them to people. The longer the tenor and the higher up the hierarchy of the company, you're typically going to have a longer and longer orientation. Frontline staff, there's that balance between, I know the more I invest in them, the longer they're going to stay. And when I talk about orientation, I am not talking about training. I'm just talking about like getting them used to the place, showing them around the office, introducing them to people, showing them what's expected of them, telling them about the company, telling them about the past, what the future plans of the company are, where we're at financially, how all the programs and the benefits and everything works inside the company. This is not training, like how to do their job, okay? That's a whole different subject. But in terms of orientation, typically frontline staff, you're gonna have a shorter amount of time, but you've got to balance it out because you want that as high as possible to increase retention, as low as possible to make sure that you're efficient. You can't be spending an entire day on frontline staff that on average, half of them don't make it 2 weeks and the other half leave after 3 to 6 months. Like you can't be doing that. You'll just burn through a lot of cash trying to do orientation all the time. And again, I'm not even talking about training. I'm just talking about orientation. So keep those things in mind as the company grows. Try to keep that same feel, create the trusting relationship between the frontline staff and their manager. And that might not be you as the company gets above 50 employees. So keep that in mind. Now, typically I would say that references are like 80-90% of the decision-making process when it comes to whether or not you should hire someone. And first of all, I'm not going to accept any references that are on their resume. That's not happening. In the interview process, my goal is to get additional references that are not on their resume from them. And I'm going to be asking them specifically about their last place they worked, and then asking for either managers or coworkers that I could get references from those people. I'm not going to take what's on the resume. That's always going to be someone good. Your goal is to try to get candid feedback about this individual, and how you're going to do that is ask about where they worked last, ask where they worked before that, whatever, and say, who was your direct report? What was their name? Great. Can I get their contact information? That's how you're going to be able to do it. And then ask them in the interview, what will this person say about you when I ask them for a reference? When I ask them about your performance, when I ask them about your ability to show up on time and train with other people, when I call them, what will they say? So you've already set the expectation that you are going to call these individuals. So first and foremost, do not get the stuff on the resume, the references from the resume. Those are trash. They're gonna be like already vetted and everything. You gotta get people that are raw. And if they don't know their manager's name, they're probably lying to you. They know that there's something they're trying to hide from you. If they're hesitant about you contacting their manager, probably another red flag, unless they are they're still working at that place and that company doesn't know they're looking for a job. But all of that to say, references are extremely important, because if someone didn't work out well for their last employer, really good chance they're not going to work out for you. If they're saying negative things about their past employer, they're probably going to say negative things about you. If they're saying there was a lot of drama at their last place, guess what? A lot of times they are the source of the drama. So references are great, because if they speak highly of them and they did really well for their last employer and they showed up on time and they never called out and they were always eager to get ahead, probably going to be the same way for you. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree when it comes to different employers. So that's really good. However, the problem with the references is the fact that sometimes it can take a day or two to actually get them to call you back if you're leaving messages. And in a really, really tight labor market, you don't have a day or two before a good applicant is sucked up into some other employer and another business that needs workers. So again, all of the things I recommend is based upon what is the labor market and the labor economy currently like. If it is so hard to find employees and you can't hardly get applicants and you get a good one in front of you, you're probably not going to wait on references. Even though you might get them from them, you might literally be sending them a job offer a couple hours later after they've left, even if you haven't heard back from the references. So keep all of this in knowing that the labor market is what dictates how fast or slow your hiring process is, how many different interviews you might have. Like back in the day, I would have multiple interviews. We would have where people would come out and actually trial and actually do work landscaping on the shop, and we'd be able to determine who was a good fit. All of that though is out the window. We don't have working interviews anymore. We don't have multiple days or multiple interviews and meetings. It's like, look, if someone's good, I'm going to hire them on the spot, because it's so hard to find people right now. So just realize that my advice on this is it has to change with what the market is doing. If it's really hard to find employees, you're not going to wait on 3 references. You're going to get them from the individual, and you're going to say that line that I just said, like, what will that person say when I call them? And because your goal is to get information from the actual applicant while you're in front of them in the interview. But you're probably not going to wait on them for 3 days to get those references and those calls back from those people. You're probably going to just go hire the person. So keep all of that in perspective. Even like the thing with the employee handbook and all the rest of it, your goal is to make sure that you can still do that when the labor market is tough. And that's why you gotta have it digital. You don't wanna have to be waiting on a printer, and then the printer runs out of ink, so you gotta run and get a print cartridge, and then now you're 2-3 days before you're able to send a job offer to someone that you wanna hire. So digitalizing that, very important. Texting, emailing, and calling the applicant when you are sending that job offer, important. And especially in a market where it's hard to find employees and they're getting 5 job offers within 24 hours, you better be right on it with a digital job offer, sending that into their email, and then also contacting them via phone, text message, making sure that they got that they're onboarded. Like, you gotta go fast. It's all about speed. So there's that balance. I want references, I want to get that information, but honestly, in a really, really tough market, I'm not going to probably wait on 3 references to get back to me. If I'm hiring frontline employees where they're going to get snatched up within 24 hours, I am probably going to ask them for references, really to gauge what their response is and what they say about their managers, what they say about their past employers, and try to get that candid feedback by getting the name, the contact information, seeing if there's like any hesitancy about me contacting their manager. That's what I'm really looking for, because in a tight labor market, they walk out the door, I'm probably going to be sending them a job offer and texting them very, very quickly. So keep all of that in mind. You're going to hear people when unemployment's like 6-7%, people are going to be saying you got to call references and you got to have multiple interviews and you should do a skills test and all the rest of it. But ultimately, in a really, really tight labor market, if you're hiring frontline staff, you're going to be hiring them quickly. And so having all the things we've talked about, all your ducks in a row, right from the part of following up with them via text, email, and phone call to get them in as an applicant and in an interview, to the process of what interview questions are you going to have, having those sit out where you knock them out one by one by one, having a system for those questions. And then when you want to hire them, you actually have a online e-transfer or electronic envelope that you send to them, like a DocuSign that they can sign digitally. So again, that's all about speed and efficiency. And those will help you massively when it's hardest to find employees. When it's easy to find employees, you can kind of get away with it, right? You don't have to make sure you're fast. You can call the references, wait a few days. But when there's no one to be hired and everyone else in your market is hiring as well, you better make sure these things are buttoned down and you have a system in place to make sure speed, because when it comes to talk about selling and trying to get more customers, it's all about speed and trying to get estimates to them fast and communication fast. When it comes to applicants, this might be the bottleneck to your growth, and so you better make sure you have a system in place that is speed, and you're trying to sell them on working for your place of work. And you better make sure that you have a system in place and then there's processes to make sure that process can go fast so they don't get 3 other job offers while you're waiting for references. So I love references. In a perfect world, I'd wait for all the references to come back in. I'd talk to all their previous managers and coworkers and all the rest of it, and I'd get a really good idea, and I'd probably have a better percentage of successful applicants. However, in a really tight labor market, you're not going to have that luxury. You're going to have to act on instinct based upon when you're asking for the references that are not on their resume, what is their response? What do they have to say about their manager? And when you ask them, when I call X manager, what will they say about your performance? That response, how they respond, whether or not they hesitate or they're very confident in their answer, that's really what I'm gauging in a market where I do not have the luxury of waiting for those responses from the references. There are 2 different types of feedback and reviews that we have seen really work well for us. One is one-on-ones, and this is where we literally have one person talking to one person. And the employee is going to get direct feedback as well as be able to give their feedback back to their manager. Now, at the beginning, when you have 10, 20, 30 employees, that's probably going to be you doing one-on-ones with your employees. And we usually do this now monthly. Sometimes you might do this quarterly, depending on the size at which your business is, how fast you're growing. But we've seen massive return on having these monthly one-on-one meetings. And they might only take 15 minutes, but it's where the manager is going to talk to the employee and give them feedback about their performance, as well as, more importantly, get feedback from the employee about what could help them more, what kind of training they want improvement on, any skills or tools that we need to give them to be able to do their job better. Anything that's in the company that might be discouraging them or might be just frustrating them, or things they would like to see changed or improved, or they might not understand certain parts of why we do something. So it's a great one-on-one feedback is fantastic. We used to not do this, but it's been amazing. And I don't do these myself. We have a manager do them, and that is going to then be disseminated and summarized to upper management. So when you start having more and more employees, you're going to have layers here. But when you're first getting started, having a one-on-one with your employees is very, very valuable. Even if it's 5, 10, 15 minutes, give them feedback, ask them for feedback on you, what you can do to help them and support them better in their role and their job, and ask them if they have questions. Again, the last thing you want is employees coming to work and being frustrated. So what's frustrating about, ask these hard questions, what frustrates you when you come to work? What can we do to make sure you're supported and educated and have the most resources to do better at your job? What could be improved here? What are we not talking about that could be improved here? These are the type of questions you can ask and get their feedback, and then we'll give them critical feedback as well. And make sure it's in a safe environment to where you ask for that feedback first and let them say some of maybe grievances or things they want improved or changed. And then that gives you the license to be able to say, hey, look, you're doing really well in X, Y, and Z, but A, B, and C, we really got to see you work better at these things. These are the skills we need to see you improve at. You need to show up on time. We'd love to see you become a better leader. You need to really work on this and that. it gives that open communication. There is no like, what do they think about me? And honestly, a lot of times the employees, they want feedback. They want to know how they can become better. They want to know how do they stack up in terms of the expectations versus their performance. They want to have that feedback. They don't want to be guessing how to get ahead in their career, guessing how to get a promotion, guessing if they're doing a good job or not. Like, they want to know and have critical feedback. And if you open up that line of communication by asking it for yourself first or the company first, then it gives you license to be able to hand them back some critical feedback as well. So one-on-one's very, very important. We now do it on a monthly basis. Another thing we've seen really helpful is an annual peer evaluation that is done anonymously, and you can use Google Sheets as well as SurveyMonkey and a few others, where you can anonymously have all the names of the employees in your company, and then everyone fills out a survey, and all it has is the name of the employee and then what they're really good at and what they can improve at. And they fill all of that in, and then what it's going to do is pump out basically a paragraph of for each person what they're good at and what they could improve at. And then you give those to each employee. Now, I recommend go through those feedback forms a little bit, make sure it's a little bit PC. Make sure everything is kosher. You don't want people calling people names or saying something that's super blatant or mean in their notes. You might have to dumb it down a little bit, but I've only had to do that a couple times in the past. And occasionally, if there's a really, really bad something that they say they need to improve at, you might need to actually approach the person and actually, look into the survey and see who wrote it and who it's about and make sure you actually know what's going on. I've had to do that a couple times. And one time they wrote something specifically about me that was really, really bad. I was like, hey, I got to know who this is. So we were able to go in the survey technology, figure out who wrote it, and then I was able to ask them hey, I want more feedback on this. If you said I need to improve at this, I want to improve, and I don't want this to be the way it's being taken. So please give me more information. So you gotta make sure that as much as possible it is anonymous. So you really can't do this if you're having less than 5 employees. Because then otherwise people just know who's talking about who, and when they're reading their form, they're just trying to guess who wrote this about me. When you start getting a larger company, you're able to do these peer evaluations, and they're fantastic. It saves you a lot of awkward conversations around, telling people they need to do their hair or brush their teeth, or they smell bad, or really little things like that annoy all the employees and annoy you. If the peers can say it, almost always, this has prevented me from having to say those awkward things about people need to do a better job. You're always showing up late. You're letting your team down. All these little things that annoy me also annoy all their peers and their coworkers. And so if they can bring it up, much better. So it can really help you. It'll also make sure that the team as a whole gets used of sharing critical feedback. And a lot of times this is not a natural state for employees to share or receive feedback that is critical, because everyone's so soft, trying to walk around the eggshells around people. And so what I do to kind of open up that and tear down any walls of inhibition around sharing critical feedback is leading up to what we do is our off-site meetings. And at those off-site meetings is when they get all their feedback, and leading up to that off-site meeting is when we give the form and the digital link for them to be able to fill out their surveys. And so leading up to that time, what I will actually do is I will read my last year's evaluation, and I'll read all the negative things. I won't read the positive things. I'll just read the negative things. And I'm doing that to everyone will chuckle and laugh because I'm sharing publicly what people have said about me. And people will chuckle and laugh, but I really try to emphasize, please take some time here. Don't just, they are a great employee. They are fun. They do a great job. Those are just boring, generic things that are not going to help anybody. What really helps you as an employee, as an owner, as a boss, as a manager is going to be that critical feedback. Says, hey, they're a great person, but here's where they can improve. That's what's going to help people. That's how you can actually improve. And I will say prior to the actual evaluations, I'll say, look, I take what is said about me and I really think about it. We've made serious changes in the business because of these evaluations, so please take them seriously, and you should really embrace critical feedback. People pay millions of dollars to get the best of the best coaches in athletics. Why? So that coach can tell them what they're doing wrong and where they can improve, and they shouldn't have done this, and you could have done this faster, and you should do more reps in the gym on this, and you should eat this and not do this. That is a coach that is paid massive amounts of dollars. And so if we're all professionals and we're trying to become better at our job, we're trying to make more money, we're trying to improve our career, then we should really embrace critical feedback from everyone else when these are the people that are closest to us, know us the best, and are going to have the best, most honest feedback for us. So number one, one-on-ones is great. I'd recommend this highly, and especially making sure it's a safe place. Don't make it in an environment where it's you just telling them what they got to do better. and then them just like, okay. Flip it. Let them say what they want to put off of their shoulders. Make it safe for them to do so. Do not retort back to them and give them excuses. Just take the feedback and then internalize it and maybe address it later. When it comes to the peer reviews, make sure it's anonymous. You're gonna have to have 5+ employees in order to make it anonymous, and make sure that you lower the inhibitions and the walls and barriers that most of us have around sharing critical feedback by simply sharing your own and making it very clear that doing so with other people that love you, you'd rather get critical feedback from people that love you and want you to succeed than people that are against you and hate you online and are haters. So like, that's what you want to emphasize. Make sure that that is the goal of the peer reviews, and it is encouraged that you give critical feedback, and it should be something that is embraced, not something that is pushed away or excuses, and that's not true. Try to just be as focused as possible on the positives of having that critical feedback. All right, so when it comes to hiring and firing people, you gotta make sure you do it legally. So the number one way that you can prevent being sued or getting in trouble with the law because of hiring or firing practices, it's pretty simple. Honestly, the less information you give, the better. When you start giving reasons for why you hired someone, why you did not hire someone, why you fired someone, or why you did not fire someone, you're gonna get into trouble. Okay, so be very cut and dry about it. It's always about performance. It's always about whether they were the right fit for the job. Don't give reasons why. Okay, I have gotten into trouble with this many times. All right, I've been sued twice, and you just a pain in the butt. You make mistakes, and you have to learn that you got to make sure you hire and fire correctly. So on the hiring part, you got to be careful, because if you don't hire someone and then they go to the law and say that you did it because of discrimination based upon sex or race or religion or something else, you got to make sure that you don't give any inclination of that, okay? And you got to make sure that you simply just say, we're passing on you. The position has been filled. You do not give a reason why you are not hiring someone. Don't open up that can of worms. Just say you were not accepted for the position. The position was filled. We have gone with another candidate. Don't give reasons. You don't need to go into that. You're never going to see this person again, probably the rest of your life. Just let it go, okay? If you don't like them or you don't like something about them, don't talk about it. Just tell them they're not going to be going forward in the application process, okay? And when you do hire people, you gotta be careful as to telling them why they got hired. Oh, well, I hired you because you're tall and you're skinny. Like, you better be careful about doing that sort of thing, okay? Don't do it. Don't. Okay, you're gonna get in trouble. The bigger thing is when you fire people. When you fire people, depending on which state you're in, it's gonna have different laws. Most states are what's called at-will states, which means you can fire someone without any sort of reasoning. And if you're in a state that is an at-will state, trust me, that is how you want to fire people. Simply tell them they are no longer employed by you and they are fired. They are let go. However you want to phrase that, but make it very clear that they are no longer working for you, and you don't need to give reasons. I know a lot of times your emotions are wrapped up in like them underperforming or doing something stupid in the business or whatever it might be. Don't give reasons. If you give reasons, you start going down this emotional roller coaster of like, they said this and then they did this and I had this time track and you did this and you didn't perform. Just fire them. Just say your position here is no longer, your services are no longer needed. Goodbye, you are fired. Like, I know it's hard to say you're fired, you're let go, or you don't need to come in anymore. Turn in your stuff, you're gone, bye. I know it's hard to do that, but it's a whole lot easier to do that than spend time in court and doing a whole bunch of legal stuff because you said why you fired them, and then they have a retort back, and then they go out and say, well, they said that so-and-so said this, and then they bring in emails and text messages in the past, and you get in really, really hairy area. So don't give reasons. Just fire people and tell them that they're not working for you anymore. Don't give them any reasons. If they go on unemployment, that's fine. Just say, hey, you're fired because due to lack of performance. And they're like, well, give me evidence. Don't. You don't need to. You're in at-will state. They're fired. Bye. Go away. I know it's our natural inclination to like wrap up into why you're firing them, and but if you don't want to have anything to do with them in the future and they've really done something damaging to the business, just cut them loose. Now, if you want to help them in their business or help them in their future career and their future, maybe you do sit them down and actually go over things, etc. But be very, very, very careful. Every single word can and will be used against you when it comes to firing, all right? So as much as I personally think it's really nice to be able to sit down with someone, see the areas of improvement, show them how you tried to help them and it didn't work out, and why this whole employment is not going to work out. As much as I like to do that, I think it's more courteous to the employee. I have just seen time and time again where I get in trouble for being the nice guy, where I want to help them and tell them, here's the resources to find their job, and here's the reasons why we fired you, and here's the, what you could have improved at. As soon as you start giving too many reasons, you're gonna get in trouble. So if you're not in an at-will state, do it based upon performance. You are getting let go because your performance was too low. Period. You don't need to give a bunch of explanation. Let it go. Fire them. Get rid of them. Bye. Get out of here. I know that seems really cold and heartless, but you're going to get in trouble if you start trying to reason with them, give them explanations, give them an extra period of time. You've got to go by the book of what your employee handbook says. And if it says they're late twice and you're fired, then fire them. If your handbook says that if they call no show, that you fire them. You got to live by the standards of that book. You got to, because the law does not care about what you feel or what they said or anything like that. They care about what is written down and been signed on and what has actual proof and is in writing. So that's all I can say is on the hiring and the firing process, stick to what your employee handbook says. Have an employee handbook, very important. Have standards that they've signed off on, so if you do fire them and then you have to give a reason in court, you can point them back to the employee handbook that they signed off on. A great way to get out of any lawsuit is that. So have the employee handbook, and then when you do fire them, don't give reasons. Now, the only reason you'd give reasons if you think somehow that this employee needs this for the long term, this is going to be a useful way for them to exit the company. But every time I've tried to be nice on firing, I've gotten bitten. So just be cut, dry, use facts. If at all possible, don't give any reasons and just move on. I know that seems heartless, and I know a lot of people will say that's not nice. And what do you think about the employee walks in the job, and now that all of a sudden they don't have any work, how can they provide for their families? I understand that, but in terms of this course, I'm looking out for you as the business and the business owner. And I've seen too many times where people that were trying to be nice on firings get completely messed up on the legal side because they talk themselves into a situation, and they start saying things about their family, or maybe you should try this, or this wasn't really working out, and so said this, and all of a sudden you're going to get sexual harassment claims. You're going to get that you are firing them because they were sick. You're going to get all these crazy things that can come to bite you, and trust me, the law is on the side of the employee in most states. So please make sure you fire very responsibly, and that is cut, dry, no emotion. And it kills me to say that because it's not that type of person that I am, but after going through 2 lawsuits over this, you gotta make sure your fires are cut, dry, to the book, no emotion, and get on with your life. All right, so let's talk about firing employees. I hate firing employees. There's never been a single time when I've fired someone and be like, oh, that is so much fun. However, I've also never fired an employee and looked back and regretted it. Sometimes you might regret how you do it, especially at the beginning, because you just don't handle things exactly right. Or you make mistakes, but it's very, very infrequent that you fire someone and then later on wish you hadn't. Almost always, the culture gets better. Other team members thank you for making that hard decision. Most employees that are on your team that stay with you, they understand it's not easy to fire someone, but they appreciate the fact that you do it to maintain the culture of the company. And it's your responsibility really as the owner, as the manager, and the leader to prune away people that are sapping the life out of the culture. So it's extremely important that you do it. Now, I'm not gonna give a cookie cutter way of firing people. Mostly I wanna focus though on how you tell your team, because that's sometimes the hardest part. It's extremely important to realize that how long someone's been with you actually does matter about how you fire the person. Okay, if someone's been with the company for a very long time and created a whole bunch of interconnections and friends inside the company, you're gonna handle that very differently than if someone's relatively new and nobody really likes working with them. And it's usually actually pretty easy inside of a small organization to know what that vibe is. If that person was annoying everyone, if they were showing up late consistently, it's a very easy and actually a very positive thing for the culture of the business to explain to everyone why they got fired. If they're showing up late, if they are not holding themselves accountable to the team, if they were warned multiple times about a specific instance that goes against company policy, these are all things that you are going to be able to talk about openly with your team and reinforce the culture. Because again, I really believe that firing dictates culture. Firing dictates the standards of the business. You can talk about things in your business all day long, talk about hypotheticals, but until you fire someone, there really is no boundaries or standards that are set. The standards are set by how you fire somebody. So using the occasion of firing an individual as a public way of making it very clear what the standards are and being clear with everyone why that person got fired is actually a massive opportunity. And that being said, if you do that and start talking about why you fired someone to an employee that's been with the company for a long time, has a whole bunch of friends, and you start airing dirty laundry that was potentially personal or things that were going on, that can be massively damaging to the culture. So I don't like to bring up personal situations and personal issues and things that happen when an employee is left. I like to talk about the facts and the standards that they did not uphold once and what led to them being fired. Okay? Again, use this firing as a way to reinforce the standards of the business. So if they were always being late, tell them about how you gave warnings, tell them reinforce the fact that being late leads to the team being let down and letting the customers down, etc. And make it very clear the standards of the company, and that's why they got fired. When it starts becoming drama, that's again something where I might say, again, depending on the individual, I might potentially say that, hey, we don't stand for drama here, and for someone that is going to constantly be causing issues inside of the team and talking about people behind their back and all that, we're just going to cut them. That is a cultural standard that we have in our business, and that is we do not tolerate drama. But I'm not going to unpack that statement and talk about all the drama they created and so said this and this. Don't make it into a big drama fest. You don't want to either also make them look bad. My goal is not to make them look bad, it is to reinforce the standards of the company. If I make them look bad, then they know that everyone that stays knows that if you ever fire them or they don't work with the company more, they're immediately going to be turned on and made look bad publicly in front of everyone. That is not the goal. Once a person's left, it's just your ego that would want to make them look bad in front of other people. You'd rather just use the standards of the company and the organization and use the firing as a way to reinforce this is what we stand for. Make it very clear. If you don't want to be fired, here's what you don't do. Here's what you do. Based upon these facts is why we fired so-and-so. Don't dig into the exact details and the circumstances, and they said this, and this happened on this day, and don't jump into all of that. Now, what I would do publicly is talk about the standards, why they got fired, potentially. I'm not going to dive into the details, I'm not going to get into the drama of everything, but then I would publicly say, if you have specific questions or want to know more details, feel free to come talk to myself, the manager, whoever you are, one-on-one, and I can give you more details if you would like. I have very rarely had people ask for more details about a firing because a lot of times the employees and other people that they've worked with, their coworkers, knew all about the issues that you're talking about, and they already know the undertones. For example, like literally today, one of my locations at Augusta Lawn Care, I know the general manager fired somebody. And he didn't have to say all of the drama that was happening and what happened and all blah, blah, blah. He simply said this team member was warned several times, was constantly talking about people behind their back inside the company, and we do not stand for drama, and they were warned and they were released after not heeding that warning. I guarantee you every single employee that worked with him knows that, was very thankful and appreciative that this general manager took a leadership role and actually made that decision. That's not easy, and they don't need to ask for more details. But if someone does want more details, get the details behind closed doors. Don't make it public. Don't make it air everyone's dirty laundry, because honestly, especially a larger company, only a small percentage or few number of individuals had a really close tie with that person, and they might want more details, but not everyone in the company needs to know that you publicly tell everything about an employee once they are let go. So that's my stance. Use firing as a positive way to reinforce the cultural standards of the business, because that is the way you create standards. You can have employee policy and manuals until you fire someone based upon being late, based upon drama, based upon not being trustworthy or doing something against your policies. Until you fire someone, that standard is a recommendation. The standard becomes a standard when you fire based upon that specific policy. Let's talk about 3 different ways to pay employees. And we're going to mostly focus on frontline team members, but I want to talk about these other forms of compensation. Salaries, most often used in management positions or more professional settings. Not super common when it comes to labor positions, because in most states it is actually illegal to have someone who does physical labor and is not a manager for them to be on salary, because you have to abide by the rules and the laws of overtime. So if they work more than 40 hours per week, in some states or in some countries, it's different in terms of 40 hours per week. But in most states, 40 hours, anything above that per week, you're gonna be owing overtime. So they don't allow salaries if you're doing physical labor and you're not a manager. Typically, you need to be able to manage 2 or more people. Again, consult with your Department of Revenue, Department of Licensing, and your local labor laws to be able to see if you're allowed to do salaries. So when I talk about salaries, typically you're talking about management or you're talking about more professional type of industries, whether that be engineering or whether that be creative, like video and marketing, etc. Businesses that have executives typically going to be on salary. I think personally, for me, salaries are great for individuals that do multiple things inside the business that are hard to track. And also it requires them a lot of times to work weird hours or 20 minutes, 30 minutes at home. They have to kind of respond to people outside of business hours while they're at home. You don't want someone to have to clock in and do those things, right? If you are expecting them to be able to text people, even if they're on a vacation, you don't want to have to clock in for 5 minutes here and 10 minutes there and 5 minutes. Like, just put them on a salary, okay? Same thing goes for people that are traveling. If they're doing a lot of travel, interstate, between countries, etc., it's a pain to like track when they're working versus not working if they're traveling on the road. Like if you're traveling for work, theoretically you're kind of working 24/7, but you're not if you're sleeping, eating, working out, going out to eat. Like technically you're not working. So it gets when the lines of when you're working and when you're not working are not very clear. Like if you have a lot of managers meetings, for example, and dinners, or off-site meetings, like it gets very hairy in terms of like when are you working and when are you not working. And so salaries are a good thing to use for those type of positions. Commissions are going to be really great for sales roles or roles that there's one singular thing that position is calling for, and that is usually around sales. So if the only thing you want them to do is drive top line revenue, commission is a great thing to use. The problem with commission in most formats is that you need people to also think about customer service, or you need them to actually perform the services, and you can't just do a commission because you could give them a perverse incentive by only giving them a commission of sales, but then not giving them a piece or repercussions or tracking the customer service and the metrics around customer satisfaction. So that's why sales a lot of times will do commission, is because it's very easy to track incoming and the amount of new sales and new revenue they bring to the business and giving them a cut of that. But remember, don't give someone a perverse incentive by giving them a commission, but then they're bringing all this business that is low profit margin, bad customers, and really not the ideal customer base that you want inside your business. So make sure if you're doing commission that you do not have perverse incentive, or you make sure that you somehow fix the pricing so they cannot bring down prices just to sell top line revenue. So for example, commissions work great for a car dealership because there are fixed prices they cannot come below, and so it's simply a matter of like, hey, sell as many as possible, you're gonna get a cut of everything. Whereas if you give a commission on something like a landscaping estimator, for example, well, here's the problem. Well, if they now are doing estimates on a job site and they think the budget hours are going to take 40 hours, but they just want to sell the job and close it so that way they can get a commission, they might do 30 hours on the job because they just want to make sure they close the job. They want to make sure they get a cut of the commission. They're not really interested in making sure that estimate is accurate, okay? So then the crew comes along and now the budget hours are off and now they're unhappy and they're mad because there's not enough hours on the schedule and now they're running behind. So commission, you got to make sure there's no perverse incentives or the pricing is somehow fixed, because you do not want to give a cut to somebody and then other employees that are responsible for customer service or fulfillment get really mad because the commissioned employee was simply interested in the top line revenue and the sale instead of the profitability and the accuracy of that customer going forward. Now, hourly is most often commonly used for frontline team members and staff, especially in home improvement and other laborers type position. Hourly is the most common. I personally believe that hourly should be replaced in exchange for something called P4P, which I've already talked about, and you can learn more about at p4psoftware.com. But hourly is going to be mostly used for laborers position because number one, it's regulated by the government in most areas to be able to use hourly, so that way if they go above a certain amount of hours per week, they get time and a half or overtime. Now, the problem with hourly is the fact that the longer the job takes, the more money the employee earns. Whereas the longer the job takes, the less money that the business earns. So you're kind of going different directions. You as the business owner want the job to take go as fast as possible. The employee wants the job to take as long as possible because they get hourly wages. So the longer the job takes, the more money they make. Oh, and by the way, they really want to make sure they get over 40 hours a week to get overtime. And they know exactly the second that happens. Versus P4P, which in my mind is a much better way of paying frontline team members, and that is the faster the job gets done, the more efficiently it gets done, the happier the customer is, the more money they make. Okay, the employee now wants the job to be done efficiently and profitably, and you also want the job to be done efficiently and profitably. So I'm not a huge fan of hourly. I think everyone should be trying to focus on how do we make P4P work. P4P ultimately really is kind of like a commission, but it gives the balances. Because you gotta have balances. Commission is very much based upon production, where you gotta have, in addition to quantity, the production side, you need to have the balance of quality. Because hourly positions that are performing services, actually doing the actual delivery of the product or service, the actual fulfillment, they need to have quality service. They need to have customer service. They need to make sure that the customer is happy. And so P4P allows the customer to be happy because there's now incentive for that hourly employee to ensure that the job is done to the satisfaction of the customer. And there's penalties if they make damages, if they are sloppy, if they take really long time on the job because they're just lazy or whatever it might be. There are repercussions to that on P4P. So in my opinion, these are the three most common ways of paying somebody. There's obviously blends, ways to be able to add bonuses to each of these. And in my mind, P4P kind of is the best of both worlds because it has hourly components of having legal requirements being met with base pay. It also has the ability to incentivize speed and the quantity with commission, and it also has the ability to ensure that the quality of the job is maintained by penalizing for yellow slips and callbacks, damage cases, and being a poor performer on the team. So in my mind, P4P is the best solution for your frontline staff, and I tend to like salaries for my managers or for people that are doing work that is very difficult to track and potentially is difficult to know if they're working or they're not. They're traveling a lot. They're bouncing between different locations, entities. There's lots of travel time, and they're just potentially even working on multiple businesses for you if you're an entrepreneur that has multiple entities. All right, so we talked about pay for performance, and in my mind, it's great because it gives daily results and metrics, and they get a daily report from them, from the software, in terms of their performance. That is the best method because you want your performance to be as close to the actual compensation as possible. So on a daily basis is most ideal. Honestly, down the road, I want it to be live, where they're seeing live how much they're making every single day. But daily on p4psoftware.com, great. They get that daily report. They get that. This is how much I'm getting paid based upon the performance. Get those things as close as possible. But when it comes to profit sharing, typically we want to do this monthly or quarterly. If you're in a really seasonal business, you will probably want to do quarterly, because otherwise your months are going to be so up and down, and you're going to have quarters, a couple months that are really, really good, and then quarters are really, really bad. So you can do quarterly. That being said, how we've set this up for our team members is trying to incentivize things that are not necessarily trackable on P4P. So on P4P, they're getting a percentage of labor revenue, and they got to be doing a good job for the customer. The thing that's not really taken into account is the cultural side of the business, like showing up for your team, making sure you don't call out all the time, things like that would let the team down. So what we do with our profit sharing program for frontline staff, again, this is different than managers. We're going to be done slightly differently. What we do for our profit sharing program is we're going to give a percentage of the profits for the quarter to our frontline staff. So what we do is 10% of profits on a quarterly basis go to the frontline team members. These are the people out in the field. These are not managers. These are not people that are in management. 10% of profits, quarterly basis. Now what we're going to do, let's just assume that we did $100,000 in profits. That would mean that we have $10,000, 10K is going into the profit sharing program, okay? Then what we're going to do is say, okay, how many employees were eligible for profit sharing? Now, to be eligible inside of our company, they just have to have worked the entire quarter. What you don't want is someone that joined last week, and because the end of the quarter is here, now they get to participate in profit sharing. So they have to have worked the entire quarter, or you could do month, whatever you want. So now we're looking at how many employees are eligible to be inside of the program. Okay, well, let's just say that we had 15 or 20 employees, but only 12 of them worked the entire quarter, right? So 12 employees were eligible, okay? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this 10,000, I'm going to divide it by 12, and it's probably going to be, I'm going to make up a number here. I know it's wrong. It's probably going to be what, like $800 or so, $850. I'm just going to make up a number. I know it's wrong. I'm not doing the math, okay? So $850 is what the employee is eligible to get, assuming that other requirements are met. That is the amount, okay? I am not going to take $10,000 and give that to the employees. I'm going to make this amount, $10,000 is 10% of my profit, divide that by the number of employees that are eligible. That $850 is how much I'm giving the employees if they follow these guidelines. I am going to take away for no-shows, call-outs, and being late, okay? So for us, a no-show is obviously they don't tell us. They're probably gonna get fired over that, honestly. But a no-show or a call-out is them calling out sick or whatever within a 2-hour time frame of starting time. So they're supposed to be starting at 8 o'clock. They can call out because they're sick and up all night throwing up, but you can't let us know at 7:30 that you're not gonna be there 8 o'clock. That would be considered a call-out, okay? So also same thing with being late. If they are 1 minute late, they're also going to have a strike against them. Now, one strike would equal half of their profit sharing gone. If they do any of these things twice, it would mean that they get nothing, okay? So for example, if someone over the course of the quarter was late one time, they would lose $425 and their quarterly profit sharing would go to $425, okay? Or 50% of the total profit sharing. If they did it twice, it would go to 0. Okay, so if they were late twice, or if they had a called out last minute and then were late another time, again, 0. So any of these things would be a strike. One strike, you get half the profit sharing. 2 strikes, you get nothing. And then how this works is this $850 is going to go to these 12 eligible employees. You might only have 6 people though, 6 that actually qualify for the profit sharing because the other 6 people were late, they had no shows, whatever. So really, the actual cost to you in this case is only 6 times $850, which is gonna equal approximately $5,000, okay? The other $5,000 that would usually have gone to the employees in the part of the profit sharing program does not get redistributed to these 6 people. They do not end up getting like $1,700. That's not how it works. You do not take the number of qualified individuals and divide the $10,000. You take the employees that are eligible. The reason you do this is because when people are late and they call out, that money that is saved in the form of not giving out profit sharing should be going back to the business, because guess what? This is causing people to work overtime when there's no shows and call outs and people being late. It leads to more management of having to discipline people that are being late, moving jobs around, changing around the customer schedule. All of that takes more management time, and that's why this extra money that is lost because people are not qualified for the profit sharing program goes back to the business, okay? So just remember, I'm not taking that $10,000 and dividing that by the 6 qualified people. I'm dividing by the eligible employees. Then I'm running the filter of whether or not there were lates and call-outs. Then I divide that out among the 6 people based upon the 850 in this case, okay? So this is how we do it for our frontline staff. No shows and call-outs and being late isn't really taken into account when it comes to P4P, because it's just based upon how much revenue that they earn for the business, and obviously quality in terms of yellow slips and damage cases. But this allows you to make sure that people are showing up on time, that they're doing those intangible things. And trust me, when someone, in the past, I've had to dock someone $600-700 for being late by 15 seconds. They were supposed to be there at 7:50. They showed up at 7:51. They were 15 seconds late to the meeting. They lost $600. And people think I'm a tyrant, and people say all sorts of horrible things about me online because of that. But ultimately, it made it very clear to the team that this is the standard. You be on time. 1 second late is late. Got to be there on time in order to have part of the profit sharing program. Profit sharing is for people that actually perform well. It's not an entitlement. You are not entitled to profit sharing. And so you can, what's really cool about profit sharing, you can make it around the things that are intangible, things that are hard to track, that P4P is challenging, commissions, hourly. Those things are hard to give compensation for the intangibles of just showing up on time, being dependable for your scheduler, making sure you're there for every day that you're scheduled for work, etc. We do other things like gas cards for perfect attendance for the month, and other things like bonuses for people that bring in new customers or upsell customers. We give all sorts of cash out at team meetings. But when it comes to the actual profit sharing program, this is what we do. We're essentially trying to cover our butt when it comes to the fact that P4P doesn't really qualify or quantify the intangibles of showing up on time, being dependable, and this is really what allows that to happen. And we have given out thousands of dollars in profit sharing, and each employee literally, for just showing up on time every day when they're scheduled and not calling out last minute, we are giving $1,000 away usually, right around $800 to $1,200. I think our highest was $1,500 or $1,700 was our highest profit sharing for a quarterly employee, frontline staff team member. That could literally mean like $3, $4, $5 extra per hour for a frontline staff member over the course of that time period. That's a really great incentive. That's definitely a reason to show up on time, not call out, and be dependable for your team. And it's really worked well for us. As we start Module 10 and talk about leadership, I want to start off with actually a music video that I feel demonstrates exactly my thoughts about leadership. Go ahead and watch it through, and please watch the video and really try to understand what's happening inside the story. And I think it encapsulates exactly what we want. And that is exactly what leadership, in my opinion, really is. Raising other people up so they become more they ever thought they could be, and even more than what you are yourself as the leader. Letting other people stand on your shoulders and become more and greater. Letting our frontline staff and team members build their careers, become more, and raise them up. That's what true leaders do. That's what true leadership is all about, whether it be in organizations, of business, families, churches, communities. The people who are true leaders are the people who raise others up. An icon of entrepreneurship has always been Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple, who came back and revolutionized the company after being away from it for several years. And because of that and his great success, we really idolized Steve Jobs and the way that he did business. And I feel like we misinterpreted the fact that what made Steve Jobs great was not the fact that he was belligerent, that he mistreated people, he would scream at employees, that he was not caring about his team and the employees' feelings and what their were the psychological damages that was created about working with Apple at the time. He was not concerned with those things. And I think what people have failed to see is the fact that those things, those negative characteristics, is not what made Apple great. It's not what made the iPhone great. It is not what made the design amazing, or the fact that it was cutting edge technology. It's not what actually pushed the team to do things really phenomenally. The reason for that is because after Steve Jobs was gone, the company actually did better. They continued to create products like the iPad, like Apple Watch, AirPods. They began to expand into more service-based businesses instead of just product-based businesses. Their stock price has more than 10x'd since Steve Jobs left the scene. So the fact of the matter is, a great business is not built upon a leader that is maniacally following after a dream and cutting down everyone in their path, and everyone's afraid of them. They scream at people, they yell in team meetings. That is not what true leadership is. And what worked 30, 40 years ago will not work today in today's work environment. It will not work with today's the millennial generation that is looking for a place where there is work-life balance, where there is not people screaming at them and yelling at them. That's not the best way to motivate people. That is not the best way to get people to get things done in the long term. In the short term, you might be able to force someone to get something done by using your positional authority. Positional authority is, I am the boss, you must listen to me. Positional authority is used very much so in hierarchies such as the army and the military, where there is very clear hierarchy, rank, and status. And if someone is above you, you listen to them. If someone is below you, they listen to you. It's very, very clear, the hierarchy. However, when it comes to business, especially in smaller teams where there is not a very clear and defined hierarchy, it's very common to have a more flatline approach to a way that the hierarchical pyramid looks. And in this sort of collaborative environment, it is important that people work together well, that they don't scream at each other, they don't yell. In this work environment, especially when unemployment is really low and people are looking for things outside of just a paycheck, they are going to do much better in an environment where they are heard, where they feel like they are contributing to the goals of the company, where they feel part of the executional challenges that are happening inside the business, where their ideas are heard, not where they're just told what to do, not where someone, because they are their boss, tells them what to do and they do it unequivocally, without question, for long hours on end. That is not a long-term strategy. In the short term, using positional authority might be enough to push someone through, and you don't have the rank or status of a Steve Jobs to be able to use positional authority over and over and over and get results from people. If you're watching these videos, I promise you, you're not a billionaire. You do not have world renowned that you can consistently pull the position authority card in front of your team and then listen to you. It might work once or twice. You might get short-term results. You might push something through in a deadline or increase results in the short term. But in the long term, your team is typically going to be driven by your goal, the vision that you have for the company, something that's bigger than themselves, something that's worth fighting for. There's so many elements that go into what makes a great company. And it does not center around having one ideological person at the top that is bearing down on their team members. People that followed behind Steve Jobs and tried to emulate what he did in terms of his leadership style, many of them failed, their organizations failed, and the businesses many times also failed. You can look at examples like WeWork, as well as Uber, massive startups, billions of dollars worth of capital was pumped in, and those founders, Newman over WeWork and Kalanick over Uber, both of which had very similar tendencies to Steve Jobs, both of which were ousted by their board. Their companies took massive hits, and the culture of the company was completely decimated. Why did all that happen? Because those individuals were following after the ideologies of Steve Jobs, and both of them idolized him and thought that was something that was to be looked at as leadership. Leadership is not telling someone what to do, all right? There's a classic example of a leader, and it says, if you're gonna use positional authority, someone like a Steve Jobs, you're gonna have all your team members out here, all your employees, all your managers, whatever, and they're gonna be trying to pull this rock in this direction, okay? And you're up here telling them, hey, you guys gotta do this. You're telling them, you must do this, and you're behind them. Whereas a leader gets off of their high horse, off of them screaming and telling and yelling out commands, and instead of being out behind the team telling them what to do, using their positional authority, instead they're out in the front, leading by example, leading with vision, leading with purpose, and being the head of the spear that goes forward towards the vision of the company. That's what real progress looks like in this generation, and looking back to someone like Steve Jobs and thinking that his leadership style is going to work for yours is 99% going to fail. We've seen it time and time again. And we only talk about something like Uber or WeWork because they're the big ones that people write books about. I promise you there's many people reading Apple's book, Steve Jobs' book, or books about his type of leadership and thinking that, I gotta do that. And guess what? It does not work on a small business. You do not have the status, the money, the power, or the actual brains of Steve Jobs. Let's just be honest. And so without that, you are going to come across as a boss that no one wants to work for, that is pushy, that tells people what to do instead of leading by example, instead of leading with the vision of the company, leading with something that's difficult and hard that everyone is passionately trying to pursue. That is what a real leader does, and that's who's going to attract the best talent in the generations to come. What worked in the past is not going to work anymore. We're seeing it time and time again in large companies, but even more so, I'm concerned about small businesses that emulate people like Steve Jobs, think that he's amazing, and then think that they can go to a team and yell at people, scream at them, berate them, make them look bad, embarrass them in front of other team members, and that is not how to be a leader. That is not what leadership is, and again, leadership, in my opinion, is raising other people up. It is not putting them down, it is not trouncing all over them and walking all over them, making them look stupid. Real leadership is raising others above yourself. One of the hardest transitions you'll have in your entrepreneurial journey, especially once you pass 10 or 15 employees, is going to be transferring and transitioning from being an entrepreneur into more of a professional manager, right? Very different roles, very different day-to-day life of an entrepreneur versus a professional manager. Now, everyone has fell in love with being an entrepreneur. But if you are the founder of the organization and leading your team, you will not be an entrepreneur for long. An entrepreneur is figuring out new stuff, always changing, adapting, throwing things up against the wall, seeing what sticks, etc. But if you're actually trying to run a business that's sustainably profitable, and for most of us that needs to actually provide money and capital for our families to live, and you don't have a millions of dollars to spend in venture capital and funding and losing money all the time, you need to have professionalism brought to the workplace, because you can't afford to pay 10, 15, 20, 30, 100 employees even without them being managed correctly, okay? So there is a big transition from being an entrepreneur into a professional manager. Now, if that sounds absolutely horrible to you, like it does to me, you will need to hire a professional manager, okay? Now this could be someone that you've groomed up inside the organization, potentially your number 2, your chief operating officer, or your operations manager, and they can move into the more of the professional manager role. That is like creates departments and creates systems and procedures and hierarchy and HR and how people get fired and like lots of meetings and all the rest of it. I hate that side of the business. And for a lot of you, you're probably thinking the same thing, but you will probably need to actually do it for a while before hiring someone else. If immediately in your mind you don't know who your professional manager is going to be and you're at 10, 15 employees, the person is you. You will need to figure out how to be a professional manager and listen to the rest of this module in order to figure out how to be that. There needs to be eventually a clear professional manager, and that potentially is you. If you're really organized, if you love systems and procedures, it's probably you. If not, you're going to need to hire it. Don't fall in love though with being an entrepreneur and therefore like, oh, I must hire a professional manager, when you potentially might have a lot of entrepreneurs actually are really good professional managers, but they fall in love with this notion of being an entrepreneur, so they just keep throwing things up against the wall. When it's like, no, you need to like let your business mature and grow up and become a professional manager and start managing your employees, creating systems and procedures, and figuring things out and making money, like profit, and not always trying new things as an entrepreneur. Now, if you hate this stuff, then you'll need to hire someone. I've been fortunate enough to have an operations manager that was like my 4th or 5th employee, has grown up inside the organization, knows everything about the company, and is my number 2. And she, Liz, is the operations manager, has become the chief operating officer for my companies, and she has, like, most of her day is just meetings. Most of her day is systems and procedures and putting out fires and creating systems to prevent fires. Like, that's her whole day. She gets in the weeds of like issues with employees and their drama and all the rest of it. I don't care. It hurts my head. I have a hard time paying attention when I'm listening to those sort of things. And I literally feel like I'm wasting my time. It's not a waste of my time. Knowing about employees and their problems and figuring those things out is not a waste of time. It's very important. So you can't neglect it. You can't just like sweep it on the rug. You either have to hire this position or you'll need to change and adapt and become that professional manager yourself, okay? So I've been fortunate enough to be able to hire this position out. But again, most people will jump to, I need to hire a professional manager way too soon. I was very fortunate in that position was already with me from the very beginning of the company, and they grew with the company to where now when we have a larger organization, they've already worked for me for 5 or 6 years and they know everything, and like they're the perfect person for it. But don't jump to delegating being a professional manager when you should be the professional manager. All right, so the massive caveat there, because I've been very fortunate to be able to remain being an entrepreneur while having a professional manager that most of their day is meetings, drama with employees, and facing personal issues with our franchisees at Augusta Lawn Care. Like, that is her job. As a professional manager, that is her job. And it's not to say the thing that she does is less important. If I did not have her, I would be 100% in her role because I would be the professional manager, okay? If you're trying to scale very quickly and you're trying to go from 15 employees to 100 employees over the next few years, you're probably going to need to hire someone as a professional manager simply due to the fact that you're not gonna have the time to be what you need to be as an entrepreneur and be a professional manager. But if you're at 10, 15 employees and you're gonna kind of stay there, there's a very good chance you'll need to change and adapt and grow and learn yourself and switch from being an entrepreneur into being that of a professional manager. And now, instead of just like talking to all your guys in the morning and talking with your team members and like walking in their office, you're gonna have like scheduled team meetings and peer reviews, and there's systems of how emails are handled. There's systems for how people ask for time off, like very structured. Like that needs to happen inside the business. And it can be like, oh man, that's so daunting, that's so horrible. No, it needs to happen for the company to grow. It needs to happen for the company to either grow or become more profitable and efficient. So if you're going to stay at 10, 15, 20 employees, that person will likely become you as a professional manager, and you will need to learn how to create systems, procedures, make the business more profitable. If you're trying to go from that 15, 20 employee marker up to 100 plus, you will likely need to hire a professional manager so that they can handle all that stuff, because you will need to remain in entrepreneurial mode in order to keep growing. All right. So if your main focus is like growth, then you're going to probably stay in the entrepreneur world. If you've stopped growth and you're between 5 and 20 employees, good chance you as the entrepreneur will need to change and become a professional manager and learn about systems and procedures and create an employee handbook and create an onboarding process and create an orientation process. You will need to do that. That will become your job. If you're trying to continue to grow, you'll probably stay entrepreneur, and don't stay on entrepreneur, like throwing stuff up against the wall, trying new things all the time, but the business isn't growing, because that leads to an unprofitable business. All right. So either change or hire. One of the two things is going to happen. You gotta change and become more professional and systems oriented, away from the entrepreneur person type, or you need to hire that role out so you continue to grow the business. All right, I want to talk about the 4 organizational stages as you grow your business, and I jotted this down on my phone. That's why I'm looking at it. I actually take time on these lectures and spend quite a bit of time sometimes. And this one took me a little bit of time to formulate exactly. But it kind of ties into what we've already talked about. But I kind of broke into 4 different stages. So let's do stage 1. And I kind of drew it out on my phone here. So bear with me for a second. Stage 2, stage 3. And it kind of came from my last lecture where I said 15, 20 employees, that's when you're gonna really need to start switching to becoming more of a professional manager. So over here, stage 1, it's really a 1-person operation, and you are a band of 1. It is basically you, all right? They're you. When we start looking at stage 2, now it becomes your role now is like player coach, okay? So player coach. Because you're out in the field still working, you're still doing a lot of the actual activities, but you are also now, along with usually like 3, 4 employees, okay? Player coach. This is again, small businesses. The next one is what I'd call intermediate supervision. Okay, this is now where you can't necessarily be with everyone every single day or touch base with every single person, but you still need to supervise them. Okay, and sorry, this is not super done well in terms of my spacing. So this one, now it's you at the top. Usually you have 1 or 2 key employees, managers, or some level of foreman, leaders out in the field, for example, and then underneath each of them is going to be 4 or 5 people underneath them. So this is kind of like that 10 to 15 person maximum level. And what's really interesting I've found is 4, 5, 6 people, a good amount of people for 1 person to manage. When you start getting above that, it's just very difficult to manage 10, 15, 20 people by yourself. If you look at the Army, typically they'll look for 6 to 8 people that is directly reports to their manager or their superior. And then stage 4, I don't even have enough space for it, but really it's more, now you have multiple, so looking at something like this, with multiple managers underneath you that are reporting to you. Underneath them, they have multiple managers. I can't really draw all these, I apologize, but you get the picture. This is now where you really need, because then now underneath each of these managers is gonna be employees, like so. And this is where typically I start talking about, okay, when you start getting 15, 20, 30 plus employees, that's where you need formal organization, okay? And the transition across here changes you from being that entrepreneur type into being much more of the professional manager. So much more of a doer over here, how I would explain this is a doer, into more of leading and management, okay? Over here, your time is not best spent doing the work or fulfillment, all right? It is leading an organization of people where you have formal processes in place and you're much more of a professional manager. Again, you might have a second in command, for example, that ends up becoming and helping with professional management because you might not want to be doing that and you might lead strategy, etc. But you will need professional management. You will need organization at that size of business. So again, go back and watch the other video. You will either need to hire a professional manager or you will need to become a professional manager over time, and do not force someone who is not a professional manager into that role. It will collapse. It's easier for you to transition from becoming an entrepreneur to a professional manager than finding and trying to make someone a professional manager. Almost always collapses. I've never seen it work out well. So be open to the fact that you might need to transition and change. Become that person at the top that is more of a professional manager underneath this formal organization, and then realize that maybe in 5 years from now, someone inside the organization comes up and they become the person that helps with the professional management side if your desire is to move back towards entrepreneurial tendencies and thinking. Okay, so these are the different stages, moving from a doer into more strategy and leading by the form of systems, procedures, and professional management. Most people watching this are going to actually be in stage 2 and 3. Okay, just based upon the demographic that I know. And so realize that player coach looks different than intermediate supervision. Player coach is, we're in this together, I'm also playing. So like a player coach is someone who plays the game but also is the coach. Because in this scenario, you are actually still doing. You are not the only person doing, therefore you are a player coach. Okay, this is actually a really easy place to have very good connections with your employees because you're out doing what they're doing every day. So it's very hard almost to have a disconnect because they are literally seeing and watching you do exactly what they are doing every single day. So there's a lot of team camaraderie that happens here. And what that does though is mask the need for organization and management. You can get away with having less systems and procedures and employee manuals and systems for firing and hiring and orientation because you as the player coach can be with the guys all the time. That starts to change when you now need intermediate supervision. This is usually when people start feeling like they're feeling out of control in the business because now you don't have the ability to be with the frontline team every single day all the time. You start losing a little bit of control and you start feeling more like a supervisor. And this is where usually cultural dynamics and office dynamics and a drama starts to happening because you are no longer, quote unquote, in the field, doing the work that the entry level positions are doing. And so again, you'll need more systems, procedures, management in place in order to keep growing the company on to stage 4. So hope this is helpful. And I want you to realize a couple things. The progression and the changes that you as an entrepreneur will have to make. Also, the fact that you can't have 25 people underneath you and just think you're going to remain being a player coach. This business will be unprofitable, inefficient. You will run yourself absolutely ragged doing this because there's no professional management. There'll be no systems. And if you get axed, this whole business will fall apart. Okay? So you have to transition. You can't be like, oh, well, I'm still just going to grow, but I'm not going to add this professional management. I'm not going to have a formal organization. Good luck. If you get whacked, the business will completely fall apart. And again, you will not be able to sustain this typically just from a mental health, physical health, psychological health, because this will run you ragged if you don't have some sort of management in place and some sort of formal organization. But if you're in these stages, for most people watching, this is actually where you're at. You're actually trying to find your first managers. You're trying to switch away from being a player coach into having systems and procedures so that you still have systems that supervise the performance of your team. Peer reviews, having an orientation process. All of these are part of now moving into this third stage, and those will have to be ironed out because now you've got to be able to create systems for your managers to manage once you move into stage 4 underneath the formal organization. Now, as the company begins to grow, if the entrepreneur fails to make the transition between these stages, you can see it immediately in the business, financially, in the company side, as well as the culture of the employees and the team. As a company grows, you got to realize that just because someone's good at getting something off the ground does not mean they're the right person to be the leader to scale it up. Two very different skills. There are really good professional managers that can scale a business because they're really good at taking a business at stage 4 and ramping it and just constantly making this organization more efficient and more profitable. There's some people that could do that, but never be able to start off by themselves or in stage 2 and get things off the ground. So it's not a bad thing just to realize, hey, I'm really good at one or the other. I'm really good at stepping into an organization that's established and improving it, making it better and scaling it up. Or I am really good at getting stuff off the ground, but then I have absolutely no desire whatsoever to create formal organizational charts, formal professional management, putting that in place. Because if you are the type that likes to get things off the ground and you push away so much from professional management, you'll never be able to get to stage 4. And if you do, it'll be extremely chaotic. And As your company scales up, there's drift internally, like the culture side of things. We talked about in the last video, the dynamics of being a player coach versus having a lot of formal organization. Now people start being like, oh, like this is restrictive and the culture has changed because now we have policies and things like that. No, that's part of moving on to formal organization. That's part of creating professional management, is having things like policies in place. You cannot scale the company just still running based upon like handshake deals and like training every single employee yourself and you know, all these random little things that you can do at stage 2 but not stage 4 and beyond. Okay, so culturally inside the company things change. The business side also changes because now there's things happening inside the business that you are not aware of every single day. Like vendors are late, payments are late, customers are unhappy, big contracts are lost every day, and it can seem very much chaotic. And it ultimately is going to come down to, do you have professional management in place to take care of those things? Otherwise, you will stalemate growth and stagnate growth because you become the bottleneck for everything in the business. You have to have professional management. Everyone pushes against, and it's become like the cool thing to do, like push against management coming in place and putting policies and procedures and systems and organizational charts like this. Like in some entrepreneurial land, they're like, this is horrible, we should not have org charts, everyone is the same. Hey, that's great until about stage 3. All right, 10, 15, 20 employees, you need to have systems, you need to have procedures. It's somehow been demonized to have organization charts and organization within a company and policies and procedures and employee handbooks, and that seems so cumbersome. I promise you it's what's required to scale up to stage 4 and beyond. If not, you're gonna run yourself ragged, you're gonna frustrate people below you because you're not gonna have clear guidelines on what is allowed and what is not allowed, and you will ultimately become the bottleneck because you will not allow for the management that's required to be able to facilitate and handle the weight of a growing business with vendors that are late, with payments that are late, with unhappy customers, with customer service problems. All of these things, now you need an accounting department, you need a legal department. If all of those things are still tied back to you because you can't figure out professional management, you will lose. Many businesses that did great getting off the ground, had a great entrepreneur that failed to transition to professional management or failed to hire someone who would professionally manage the company and make it a formal organization. There are many businesses that did great in the first few stages and then collapse, went bankrupt, and it's always covered by like lots of debt and like, oh, they just made bad financial decisions. No. They failed to move from being an entrepreneur into a professional manager or finding someone that would take that position to actually create systems and procedures that would allow the company to continue to grow. That is the failure of most organizations. And yes, there will be cultural drift, and there will be people unhappy with you as the entrepreneur because they really fell in love with you as a player coach, and now they hate the fact that there are systems and procedures and all the rest of it. It is what is required to grow the company. I have lost employees and had to fire employees. Employees have left that were really, really good at stage 2, but they could not handle moving into intermediate supervision, and they definitely couldn't handle formal organization where there's policies and procedures and systems and everything ran on procedure-based management. That is part of the game. And if you're not going to deal with that, your culture will drift, people will begin to resent, there'll be drama, there'll be cliques, there will be a lot of issues internally inside of the departments, and secondarily, the business financially will begin to fall apart, erode, vendors will begin to hate you, customers will begin to hate you, and ultimately the business will be unsuccessful. So let's talk about working on your business instead of in your business. Now, this is a notion that has been pushed very much so by especially books like The E-Myth, which I agree with. And as working on your business is important instead of just working in it. And I could make a whole video about how important it is to work on your business. But I actually feel like it's so pushed on everybody that people do it too soon, and therefore their business financially fails. Here's what happens. You got a one-person operator becoming a player coach, having 3 to 4 employees underneath them. Let's see here, 3 to 4 employees. And then somehow they think at this player coach level that they are gonna go work on the business. But guess what? The player coach also plays the game. They are not just the coach, because the business cannot afford for you just to be the coach. Because if you did that, literally 20% or 1 out of these 5 people, because you are 1 out of 5 people, would be considered non-revenue producing employees. And what happens is over here, you are 100% revenue producing, and if you go work on the business here, you become 0%. You don't bring any money to the business. In fact, you are now a cost to the business. At this player coach level, the reason you need to be a player as well as being a coach, is the fact that your business cannot afford you to just work on the business. You need to produce revenue. You cannot just sit back and, I know we all fall in love with the romantic idea that you're going to tweak things in your business and change the systems and make manuals and little graphs and little sales charts. It's like, look, that is what's required over in stage 3 and 4, especially stage 4, but not this early. And the majority of people watching this that are getting started with their small business, they're in stage 2 and they're trying to operate their business as if they're working on it all the time. Like, I'm gonna work on strategy and planning and look at like the 10-year forecast. Like, no, that's working on your business. That's great. I don't really care about your 500 different employee, a checklist and like a job description. I'm gonna create a job description for the CEO and the COO and the CTO and a chief operating officer and a manager and a general manager. It's like, look, right now you need to go create revenue the same way that all of your frontline team members are, so your business is actually sustainable financially, and stop trying to work on the business in stage 2 and before, all right? You have the license to start working on the business after stage 3. You still, by the way, in stage 3 are still supervising. It's intermediate supervision. You are still involved in the daily operations. You just aren't performing the production and delivery of the service and product. You aren't doing that part. The actual delivery of the product, the delivery of the service, you aren't doing that, but you're still supervising, you're still involved. So stop trying to be a stage 4 entrepreneur that really you only need this after 20 or 30 employees when you only have 1, 2, or 3. Your business can't financially sustain having such a big chunk of the revenue going out the door to overhead in the form of you as the owner. You're probably, like I put here, 20% of the employees were non-revenue producing. You're probably like 30 or 40% of the payroll cost is going to you as overhead. It's impossible for this to financially make sense. You need to be still working in the business to some degree. The player is still in the game. And if you are going to be the player coach in stage 2, have 3, 4, 5 employees, you still need to be in the game. You still need to be outperforming work so that you produce revenue for the business. If you're not, you will very likely, the business will not be able to sustain the overhead incurred by you just being the coach only. Once you get into the stage, you can start becoming the coach, and I still want you to be the supervisor. I still want you to be involved. It's not until stage 4 where you have mid-level managers between you and frontline staff where you can really start focusing on working on your business, okay? Now, everyone's gonna hate me on this and say you don't get to stage 4 without working on your business. I do not believe that. The only thing you need to do to get past stage 2 is become a good salesperson. Sell like crazy. If you can sell, you will grow enough to be able to focus on working on the business, creating systems, and creating organizational charts. And a lot of times the people who I'm talking to right now are actually really good at professional management, and their entrepreneurial side's like, I want to become a professional manager. I want to become a professional manager. So the same token, I said some people have a hard time going from entrepreneur into becoming a professional manager. There's also people that are entrepreneurs simply because they got started in stage 1, so they're quote unquote entrepreneurs, and they have tendencies to want to become a professional manager and create all of those systems and procedures and all the rest of it. So what happens? They start doing it way too soon. Way over here, they're creating like their 500-person organizational chart. It's like, no, it doesn't matter. I don't care about the job description for your future chief operating officer. It doesn't matter, okay? I know the E-Myth talks about it, and I don't like it because the person that he's talking about in the book literally had 1 employee when they started doing that. It's not the best use of your time. Sell like crazy to the point where you can literally scale past stage 2 immediately, and you're required, the business requires you to start doing professional management. It requires you to start getting managers, requires you to start having formal organization. Let the momentum of the business be pulled towards professional management instead of trying to jump to it way too soon. So you've noticed over the past videos, there's people who jump to it way too soon, and they're like, I'm gonna work on my business, I'm gonna work on my business, when they need to be working in their business more and focusing on selling more. And then there's also people that as the company grows and scales and they have 15, 20, 30 employees, they are the ones who don't want to become professional managers, don't want to start formalizing the organization of the business, and that is also a recipe for disaster. You cannot be on either of those sides of the coin, either pushing away or jumping towards the formal organization of stage 4. Professional management is required to get to this point, but don't jump to it so soon that you actually go bankrupt here because the business is not sustainable at this size. And people people that are trying to do this hybrid, like, oh, I'm gonna work on my business and have 3 or 4 employees, they'll never keep scaling because they don't have enough sales and momentum and profit margins to actually keep growing the business. So they stay at this stage for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. All right, so let's dig into delegating authority. Now, everyone always hears about delegation, but a lot of times we think about delegating tasks instead of delegating authority. Okay, so it's different in my mind. First, when you start delegating, you're probably gonna start delegating tasks, things you don't wanna do, things that are lower level, whether it be accounting or answering the phone or actually doing the work, like installing something, doing the manual labor, the production side of things. You're usually gonna hand that off first. Those are delegation of tasks. There's a whole nother level as you begin to get into stage 4 that you will need to do, and that's delegation of authority. Now, delegation of authority means people can make decisions without you. They can make big decisions inside the business without you. The bigger the decision that you're able to delegate and give authority to someone else, the better you are positioned to grow that business, and the better you are to be able to be replaced, cut out of the business, and the company still run without you. Which is ultimately the goal as you pass stage 4, is that if you get whacked, there's enough professional managers in place for the business to keep running. If you can build that, you've built yourself a real business, not a job like you are in stage 1 and 2, okay? So the reason that most people will start to push against delegating authority is because they have tendencies for micromanagement, but this is the thing. You're really, really good at your job over here. Stage 1, you are the only doer. You're really good at doing. And so it's hard for you to delegate, right? So what ends up happening is you have to delegate tasks in stage 2. Delegating who does, the bookkeeping or answering the phones or doing the actual work itself. Like if you're doing landscaping, mowing grass and trimming bushes, whatever. Like you're good at the task side. But as you begin to get into stage 3 and most in stage 4, you need to delegate authority where people do not need to come to you and ask for permission or whether or not they should do a certain thing. They just do it, okay? You will need that if you're gonna go beyond stage 3. In my opinion, you will need to start delegating authority after stage 3 and to get into stage 4. This is, again, 20, 30 employees beyond. You do not need to be involved in decisions all the time. You can empower your managers to make decisions that they don't even have to run by you, okay? I'm now at the place where I have managers having meetings and I'm not there, and I don't even get debriefed on them. Okay, that's because they have been given the authority to make decisions in the business without me ever asking or getting an opinion on it. And that's fine, because that frees me up to go back to being more of an entrepreneur. So if you're gonna get professional managers, delegate authority to them so that you could go back to becoming an entrepreneur. What people do is they will hire professional managers to actually figure out systems and procedures and everything, but you want everything to be ran by you, so your time is absorbed into just like basically checking off or critiquing their work instead of going back to becoming an entrepreneur so you can continue scaling the business past stage 4, all right? I see this all the time. It's something that I had to really struggle with, because you get really good professional managers and you're like, well, I'm a good doer, so I should be able to vet everything that they do and check it off or approve or deny a certain change in the business that they want to make, when that is like the most demotivating thing to a really good professional manager, and it's also the really bad use of your time. You should be able to delegate authority so they can make decisions without you, and then you're able to focus back on the entrepreneurial side of the business, which is going to be growth, expansion, mergers and acquisitions, hiring, more systems-based things, partnerships. These are the things that actually move the needle for the business. Branding, marketing, sales, re-engaging the sales engine and really focusing on that, and allow the professional managers to do their job. They cannot do that if for every single decision they make, they have to run it by you. Every single decision, they have to pass it, make sure you approve. Like you weekly, oh, let me go through all these things. A lot of this is pride. Let it go. As you scale past 20 or 30 employees and you have mid-level managers, let authority and the decision-making process be delegated to other people where they do not have to come through you for everything inside the company. Highly recommended, and it's going to be the thing that allows you to get to stage 4. People that fail to do this, a lot of times will stick around in stage 3 because they get 1 or 2 managers. But again, their whole full-time job as the owner, as the founder, is literally just checking the work of their managers. It's useless. It's demoralizing for them, and the business is going to be stagnated if you don't just focus on entrepreneurial. Go back to being an entrepreneur. If you were an entrepreneur here, and now you have professional managers in place, delegate authority so they can make decisions without your approval, and then you can go back to becoming an entrepreneur and re-engage gauge the growth engine for the business in the future. One of the most important things you'll do as the business grows and it becomes a larger organization is strategic planning. And I kind of break planning into a couple different sectors. There's short-term planning, usually a year or less, and then there's more long-term planning. Short-term planning, 0 to 12 months, is typically going to be looking like your budget. It's going to be looking in terms of what are the systems and procedures being built by your managers, and looking at the marketing and the sales plan, the marketing plan for that year, that quarter, etc. That's all short-term planning. It's important. The other part is long-term planning. Again, a year to 10 years long. Strategic alliances that you're going to make inside the business, niches inside of your market that you want to take advantage of, new products and lines of services or new areas to grow into. Strategic alliances in terms of mergers and acquisitions. All of those things are longer term planning. Where is the market going? Where's this industry going? What geopolitical, what economic, what demographic changes are happening in the market that I need to be aware of and plan for in the future? That's long term, right? So you got to have this balance as a manager. Your duties is, in the short term, I need a budget, I need a marketing plan, I need a sales objectives, I need to have my KPIs for sales, and where are we growing, and how do we make a better commission plan for the sales team, and all those things. That plan is short term. Then you have that long range vision of like where the opportunities coming in this market, where are the threats, and then creating a plan for both, right? So obviously, you got to create a marketing plan. You got to create these more to-do list type of action items that you're going to then hand off or have your managers carry out. Then on the long-range version, the long-range planning side of things, what you're trying to do is forecast where the hurdles and the bumps in the road are going to be, and then creating a course of action based upon, okay, demographically, what happens when the baby boomer generation dies off? Are we set for the millennials? Do we have a product and a service for them that's going to serve them well? Okay, great, that's demographic. What about economic? What happens if we go into a 5 to 10 year recession? What does that look like if the housing market crashes by 30 to 40%? What happens if our stock price goes down by 30, 40%, or the cost of commodities goes up? Or what happens if we go into a health crisis like we did in 2020 with COVID? What happens in all of these scenarios in the next 5 to 10 years? What's our plan of action going to be? That's planning at a higher level, and there's no right or wrong. Most of the time, about 90% of your time is probably going to be spent on the short term and 10% on the long term. That's okay, because again, you got to focus on making the numbers, hitting those key performance indicators, executing against a marketing plan, executing against a budget, especially if the investors, it's going to be dragged towards that area. But you do need to spend some of your time on long-term vision. Again, massive asterisk. Stage 4 and beyond is what I'm talking about here. You do not need to think about your 5 and 10 year, the demographic, economic, and psychographics of your market when you're a one-person operator, okay? So I'm talking about stage 4 and beyond. But you do need to spend time on thinking that long-term vision, that long-term plan. It's part of your role as a leader now, and you want to make sure that you don't get dragged into the tyranny of the urgent, all right? The urgent things that are happening every single day that will drag you back into the short term. And when I talk about 0 to 12 months, there's people that get dragged into 0 to 12 minutes of the urgent things happening in their business. You've got to create, that's why you have professional managers, that's why you have a formal organization, is to prevent the tyranny of the urgent from ever reaching you. You as the owner should not be dealing with these things at this size of business. It is absolutely going to distract you, it is going to keep you from doing what you need to be doing in the organization, and that is that 0 to 12 month planning, as well as that 1 year and beyond plan. Okay? There's no way your organization is going to be ready for the next economic collapse if every single day you've been spending is like tomorrow, and like what's happening here in the office, and where do I put the furniture, and so-and-so says this about so-and-so, and then we're going to fire this person, we're going to hire these. Like, if you're so brought up in the tyranny of the urgent, of your day-to-day minutia inside your business, you will never be able to plan for the opportunities and the threats that are going to be coming to your business in the next 5 to 10 years. Okay? So that's how I look at planning. It's one of the most important things you'll be doing as you enter stage 4 and beyond as a leader is planning, both in the short term and the long term. It's okay to have like 90% of your time of your day being spent on the 0 to 12 months. That's what's most going to have an impact, planning in that shorter term. But you've got to spend some time thinking about the future. What are the opportunities? What are the threats? Where's the market going? What's my competition doing? Where's the opportunity to be able to make strategic alliances with vendors, competitors, and affiliates? These are the type of things you'll be thinking about more as the company grows into stage 4. Okay, well, so when we talk about leadership, so many people want to see, well, what does the chain of command look like? Like, give me a graph, give me a chart. And it's difficult because every industry is a little bit different. But I did kind of sketch out, I'm just looking at my phone again, I sketched out while I was driving actually, kind of the basic layout for most organizations when it comes to the chain of command and sort of just breaking down on a chart basis. So typically, if we're going to look at you as the top, the president, at the top of the company, and typically president would be like something on an S Corp or your articles of incorporation, you'd be the president. Typically, you're going to break that underneath two different sectors. Again, every industry is slightly different, but I'm trying to give something that's a little bit more, precise. And this one's going to be like a COO or assistant to the president. This person here, going to be kind of like your right-hand person a lot of times. And then this over here is typically going to be your HR manager. Okay, manager. Again, every industry is a little different, but I'm just trying to break this down in a simplistic way. And keep in mind, if you have like 4 people in your organization, this is not what your organizational chart's gonna look like. I'm starting to talk about people that are gone past stage 4, 20, 30, 40 employees plus. This is the traditional diagram I start to see coming forward. So you have the president, the COO, the HR manager, and then down here below, this would be kind of your mid-level management now. And that is, you typically have a sales manager, the sales manager, you're going to have a production manager, actually getting the thing created if it's a product, or the actual out in the field if you're doing a service-based business, etc. And then over here you're gonna have like financial and office manager. Okay, so these are, again, kind of categories. Like you got sales, bringing in more revenue, and this is gonna be, boom. A production manager, so actually the work getting done, and then typically admin. So all the things that are needing to be done on the back end in terms of finance, taxes, accounting, the office side, answering the phones, etc. And then underneath each of these categories, you're going to have employees as well. Okay, and this is not really like to any specific number of employees that I'm saying this, but these are going to be your salespeople. All right, and again, every industry, some industries you could have one salesperson for every 1,000 people out in the production side of things. Okay, here is, I'm gonna call them plant employees, but you could, this is really like your frontline team members. The reason I'm calling them plant is if you were thinking of this in terms of like a factory, these would be your plant frontline team members. And typically this is where the majority of the headcount is going to be residing in, and you're typically going to have different layers of production management as this becomes more and more people, obviously, but these are just kind of the departments. And then over here, you're going to have your office employees. Okay, so this is a very generic, very basic breakdown of a chain of command. You as the president, having your chief operating officer or assistant to the president, the HR manager, which is going to be the person responsible for hiring all these positions. And then the president still does have direct reports to the sales manager, the production manager, and the financial office side of things. So bring in new revenue, be the sales side. The production will be in charge of actually producing the product or producing the service to the customer. The financial and the office, the manager would be responsible for all the office and admin side of the things. And they're obviously managing people below them, which would be your salespeople, your plant, and your office. Again, I'm not trying to make a point here in terms of like the ratio of plant to office people or salespeople to plant employees. I'm not doing any of that. It just simply, this is potentially how you can start breaking down your organization in terms of these 3 key areas, which is sales, production, and then admin. Those are like your 3 major categories. And typically, if you're gonna have an organization with, usually I would say this works well for like between 20 and 200 employees. This is something, it typically trends something towards this, because as you grow much larger than that, you're gonna need multiple people in HR, you're gonna have a C-suite of individuals, so instead of just a chief operating officer, you're gonna have a whole suite of finance, like CFO, chief financial officer, chief technical officer, etc., then go down below this. But for the vast majority of people listening to this and have gone past stage 4 of growth and are having 20, 30, 40 employees, this is probably what you're going to tend to see your leadership and the chain of command trend towards. Okay, now if everything went perfectly in your business and your flow chart that we just drew works great, then fantastic. But ultimately, even as your company grows, you're going to need stages of control, and you're going to need to have standard operating procedures. You're going to need to have systems in place that track and measure whether or not everything is being done according to how you want it to be done. Now, there's several different types of control that I want to talk about. Really, it's pretty basic. We got preventative controls. These are things that you can do prior to the actual process happening. And this is also what I would call the input stage. Okay, so these are the inputs into our process. Okay, this is going to be things like inspecting your raw materials. Okay, so making sure everything is good to go, inspecting your equipment, making sure everything is the way that you would like it to be, the size of truck that you want, the type of materials that don't have any flaws in it, etc. It's also, when it comes to preventative control in your business, this is like hiring. The selection of employees is a preventative control in the business, okay? Then we have what I call concurrent control. And this is going to be in the moment as the process is being done, as the inputs are now being realized in the moment and the job or product is being created. So this is going to be some sort of quality control process. Let's see, this is the process stage. Okay, and this is going to be things where there's quality control as well as some sort of safety procedures. This is going to be typically where people spend most of their time on in a small business is, hey, we could do this better, the safety controls for this, make sure that we have a team meeting about this certain type of equipment, make sure we wear our gloves and our eye protection and all the rest of it. These are all processes for the immediate, the actual process itself happening, and that's important, but realize that you can only act on these controls based upon your inputs. So if your employees are pathetic, if your quality of your raw materials is pathetic, you're going to have a bad controlling process when it comes to the actual doing of the work or the actual production of the product, right? The next thing is corrective. Okay, so this is after the fact. Okay, so it's kind of like before, during, and after. Corrective control is now you basically saying, okay, like where did we go wrong? Where did we go right? And this would be the output. Okay, output. So you have your inputs, your process itself, the doing of the work, or the production of the product, going now out towards your output. And the output is going to be things like inspecting the completed product. So you got to have some sort of like, okay, after the process is completed, I'm making sure the quality of the service is great. I'm making sure that the quality of the product is good. I might send out customer surveys to ensure that the output is correct. Comparing the output control would also be comparing what you expected the job to take. So for example, comparing your budget hours versus your actual hours. It could be comparing your budgeted costs of a project versus the actual costs of the project. And looking at how much profit you expected versus what you had afterwards. So these are the different types of ways of control. If you look at any type of system that you create inside of your business around trying to create standard operating procedures, typically it's going to be in one of these three categories. And it's basically pretty basic. It's like before we make the goods and services, before we make the product itself, during us creating the product itself, and then after. Okay, so when everyone talks about standard operating procedures, what you want to make sure is, do you have a standard operating procedures for the inputs? Because if you don't, guess what? Your process is going to look like it's going to look pathetic. But it could be potentially the fact that you just have bad employees and your raw materials or the equipment you're using is incorrect. So make sure you have preventative controls in place. Then you gotta make sure, like during the process itself, which is most of the time we jump to this, it's like, oh, well, you gotta make sure we're more efficient when we're on the job. It's like, great, but being more efficient on the job is only effective if the employees are good and if the equipment is the correct type. So there's another type of control, again, what most small business owners focus the most on, because we are so caught up in doing the work. That's the only type of control that we care about typically. What we don't realize is that before the job, the inputs is what created the process of doing the work and producing the product. And then a lot of us also, once the job is done, it's like, okay, it's over, like forget about that, let's move on. You've got to have controls to correct any sort of bad behavior, and that's what a corrective control is. Budget hours versus actual hours. Profit expected versus profit actualized. Looking at your budget versus your profit and loss statement. These are the type type of things you have to do to have corrective control in your business, especially as it grows and it becomes multiple layers of management and leadership. As you grow your business and you start becoming more of a leader, you have more employees, the thing I hear so often at times is, how do I get my employees to think like owners? Okay, and there's really two things that an employee needs if you expect them or think they're ever going to think like an owner. And when I say think like an owner, they're going to be as efficient as an owner, they're going to cut costs like an owner would, they're going to think about the business as their own. And the reason that most employees do not think this way is because they lack two things. Number one is they lack the information of an owner. They don't know everything about the pricing. They don't know everything about how the business operates. They don't understand the profit and loss statement. They don't have all the full story of what's actually going on in the business. Therefore, they don't have enough information. The second reason is compensation. Okay? The reason that you act like you do in terms of being super efficient and working long hours and all the rest of it is because you are compensated to do so. You have equity in the business. And if you're not going to give employees equity, they need to make sure they're compensated for thinking in an efficient manner. And they be compensated the same way that you as the owner does. If the job gets done faster and you make more money, that is being paid like an owner. Whereas the employee, if they are getting paid more or hourly wages, and so the longer the job takes, the more money they make, it's opposite. Like, okay, as the owner, you get compensated the faster the job takes, the more efficiently done, the more money is in your pocket. If you're paying someone hourly and they don't have a compensation package that is indicative of performance and the overall job getting done faster, well then you're going in different directions. They want to go as long as possible because they make more money. You want to take it as short as possible because that's when you make more money as the owner. So you've got to have these two things if you ever are to expect an employee to think like an owner. Obviously there's work ethic, there's other things that go into making a great employee. But if you want them to think like an owner, and that is be efficient like you, and cut waste, and all the things that you do and you think you're so great and amazing, and if you're failing to find employees that can do the job like you, there's a good chance that you're not sharing all the information and you're not compensating them like an owner. Now, I call these things, these are not new terms by no means, but to share the information that an owner would have, that's when you're going to need open book management, all right? So the goal here is to have a system in place that allows for these two things to happen. Open book management is the employees are able to see all the numbers in the business, they understand all the pricing, they know how much money the business makes, and honestly, like in our companies, people know how much other people make too. Open book management. Compensation is a matter of what we call P for P, or pay for performance. Now, this is typically going to work mostly in entry-level positions or production-level positions. P for P is not going to be as helpful in a position like a management, where there is a whole bunch of different tasks that are non-production related. But any sort of production of units, of time, etc., pay for performance is a great model for that. Now, we have a whole bunch of training on this, p4psoftware.com, you can go there. We have software specifically that allows you to track employees and, again, get away from hourly wages and move towards pay for performance. But even if you don't have entry-level positions or production-type positions that you are able to have P for P, make sure that your compensation is aligning the employee with that goal of the owner, which is a lot of times if they're like a general manager or a higher up executive and they have a very direct impact on the business's performance, giving them a percentage of profit could be a way of making sure that they're compensated like an owner. All right, so these are the two things that an employee needs if you ever to expect them to think like an owner. You cannot expect them to think like an owner if they have no idea about your pricing, they have no idea about your profit margins, and honestly, even if you're not making money, they will just assume and come up with evidence to prove otherwise and show, oh, they got a new truck. My boss is making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and you might be struggling just trying to grow your business. But if you don't open up the books and give them the information that of an owner, they're going to make a lot of assumptions. They're never going to treat the business like their own, and they're going to usually make the worst assumptions about you as the owner because they don't have the information of an owner. All right, so what is P for P and why do you need P for P? All right, so pay for performance, we've already talked about it a little bit in terms of this is a component of having an employee think like an owner. And we'll talk about the information side and more about open book management down the road. But P for P, in a nutshell, is a percentage of the labor revenue that is earned by the employee is paid to the employee as their wages. That's really the basic of it. They get a percentage of all the labor revenue they earn for the business. That's their paycheck, okay? So for example, if I'm gonna give 33% or a third of all the labor revenue that an employee brings into the business, if they earn the business $200 in labor revenue for the day, they are going to make exactly $67.66, I believe, if you multiply that by 3. Wait, is it not that? Something like that. $66. There it is, $66.66. That would be 1/3 of 200. Okay, if they really kick butt and instead of making $200, now they earned $300, well, guess what? They're gonna make now $100 in wages for their themselves, okay? So again, 1/3 of the labor revenue. What that means is if they are the determining factor of how much revenue they earn for the business, they are the determining factor of what their wages are for the day. So if they want to kick butt and work harder and be more efficient, they make more money, okay? This is what allows you to remove the glass ceiling inside your organization for the top performers. P4P is loved by people who perform well and hated by the people that just try to, bumble along and just fit in and do enough to get by and show up just so they can clock into the punch in and punch out. That's who hates it. The people who love it though are the ones that for so long were limited to $10, $15 an hour. They maybe make it raise an extra $1 a year per hour. And it has no correlation to how much they're actually making for the business. How is it fair that someone that is 2 weeks on the job, busting their butt, doing a great job, is making $15 an hour, whereas someone who's been around for 8 years with the company is making $20 an hour and takes 2-hour-long breaks, takes a nap, stops at the gas station 15 times throughout the day, and gets half as much of the work done compared to the newbie, and yet they make more money per hour? How is that right? How is that fair? So when you do P4P, it creates a meritocracy. Meritocracy. Based upon the merit, that's what you're getting paid. Okay, so based on how hard you're working, how efficient you are, how much waste you can cut out, and how much revenue you produce for the business is going to be the determining factor of how much money you get paid. If someone complains, they want more money, guess what? You point them right back to the fact that here's a leaderboard. On p4psoftware.com, we have a leaderboard. They can see exactly how much everyone is making. You point to that leaderboard and say, hey, look, so-and-so is making $15 more per hour than you. Probably a good idea to go talk to them, figure out what they're doing, watch how efficient they are in the morning when they're getting their day set up, watch how efficient they are when they are doing their work, and how they cut out waste, and they make sure that they pack a lunch, they make sure that they have a plan for their day. All of these things that can be done to make more money. This puts it right back in the hands and the lap of the employee to become more efficient if they want to make more money, instead of you as the boss being over their shoulder micromanaging them. Okay, so not only does it allow the employee to make more money, not only does it incentivize and put the incentives of the owner and the employee in the same direction, instead of, the longer the job takes, the more money the employee makes, versus the shorter the job takes, the more money the owner makes. Now we're both going the same direction. Let's get this job done to a high level of quality for the customer, and then we're both going to get paid more the faster this job can get done. And again, it has to be done to a high quality standard, because if the customer's not happy, there's penalties to that. And you can learn more about that at p4psoftware.com. And that's the biggest fear everyone has when they think P4P is like, oh no, we can't do that because quality gets better when you have P4P, because now you have actual measurable corrections to someone's paycheck if they don't do a quality job. Whereas in the past, maybe they didn't get their 50-cent bonus this year if they did a poor job to some subjective measure that the boss has. Or they work harder on the boss, therefore they make more money. Or they know the boss on the side and they're personal friends with the boss, so they make more money. Or they ask the boss for a raise, so they make more money. How is that fair? Getting everyone in a line in the same direction, knowing that the rules of the game are very, very clear, and it's based upon how hard someone's working and how much they're producing for the business, and not all these other random subjective things. And that's what annoys employees the best. The best employees are annoyed the most by two things. One, micromanagement. And two, by these arbitrary standards of measuring someone's performance, giving someone's pay increase based upon them asking for it, or them knowing the boss, or them working well around the boss. These are all super subjective. They want objectivity. They want to know, what's my numbers? What do I need to make? What's the math behind me making more money? The other thing that P4P eliminates or reduces is micromanagement. Another thing that demotivates employees that are great. When you're paying someone by the hour, you're constantly looking over their shoulder, you're tracking them, you're monitoring them, you're watching, okay, why they were at the gas station, what were they doing on their phone? When they're on P4P, they're getting paid based upon their production. So if they want to take a longer time, great, they're going to make less money, right? That's the bottom line. And so you don't have to be constantly watching them, micromanaging them. And furthermore, internally inside the team, they manage each other because if they're working with someone else, it's going to affect their paycheck. Because remember, even if you're on a crew of 2, you're still getting a percentage of the labor revenue. So you need to make sure that your crew is the most efficient together as a team. So you aren't going to allow someone to slack off the entire day. You're going to either get them trained up and ready to roll, or you're going to report them to management because you do not want that to affect your paycheck. So again, the micromanagement from managers and from the owner is way less because now internally inside the team, there's much more cooperation as well as self-monitoring.
All right, so we're going to talk about P4P, specifically about developing your specific system and how it's really the quality and quantity balance that you're looking. Now, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about the intricate details of running P4P or why it's so good. You can go to p4psoftware.com/training and see all the free videos on there about how and why P4P should be implemented in every business that sells labor. So ultimately, that's what we're doing if you are selling any sort of service and you're having labor involved. Labor is your biggest variable expense, and being able to standardize that and fix that number is extremely valuable when it comes to your business. And so what P4P does is essentially, in a nutshell, give a percentage of the labor revenue to the employees for every single day of work that happens. They get a certain percentage. So for us, we give 33% of the labor revenue goes to the employee. And you can determine that number inside of p4psoftware.com. You can run an Excel if you wanted to. Ultimately, the harder the employee works, the more money they will make. And so when it comes to P4P, a lot of times people always say, well, I can't do pay for performance. That's what P4P stands for, pay for performance. I can't do it because my guys will go too fast. It'll lead to lower quality. People will get hurt. The customers won't be happy because the quality of the job will go down, when it's really not the case, because there are balances, checks and balances to them working too fast and cutting corners. In p4psoftware.com/training, you'll see the videos about what we call yellow slips. Yellow slips are basically damage cases or callbacks from a customer if they complain or if a job is done unsatisfactorily. If it is done so, they will have to return back to the job, and it takes a lot longer to go back to the job and fix something that would have taken 30 seconds to fix if they would have just taken their time. So it teaches the employees that, yes, you want to go quickly. Yes, you want to be efficient. Yes, you want to go as fast as possible and get as much revenue done in the day, but you also need to make sure that you have a high enough quality standard that the customers remain satisfied. What this enforces for us in landscaping is the guys will make sure that they do walkthroughs with the customers before they leave the property, because they realize that if they have to come back, it's going to cost them on P4P. You say, well, how does it cost them on P4P? Well, they only have to actually pay if they make a damage case. So if they actually damage things because they're going so fast, the money that is above base pay can be removed from their paycheck if they are doing damage cases. And we'll talk about the legalities of that in just a second. But that is how you keep the employee thinking about quality as much as quantity and speed, because you can't just have them going, give them a percentage of labor revenue. You can't do that. And so many people will try to take P4P and what we've built and try to hybridize it, and we'll take some of it and not use some pieces, and we won't use yellow slips, or we are going to just do a flat percentage of all revenue instead of thinking about labor revenue or having bonuses up and down adjustments. So just check out p4psoftware.com/training. The videos are very comprehensive in terms of how it works, but ultimately realize that the excuses that people make is typically because they're lazy. And when I say lazy, I don't mean like they don't work hard. What I mean by that is it is simple and it is lazy to pay people by the hour. Because think about it. The reason we always pay people by the hour is because it's very easy to measure time. It isn't easy to measure performance. And so putting metrics and a system around that and tracking it and every single day sending reports and all the rest of it is not easy. I understand that. But it is the number one, the most fair way to pay your high performers. It's not fair that someone work for you 10 years and they bum around, take long breaks, don't make the company much money, but yet they make more money than the guy who just got started last week, who's kicking butt, showing up early, working very hard, and making a lot of profit for the company. That's not fair. It's not fair that the person who knows the boss the most gets some sort of a subjective raise because they need it. It should be based upon performance. It should be a meritocracy by which the harder you work, the more money you make, and the more experienced you become, the more effective and efficient and profitable you should be, and therefore you should be able to make more money as you get more experience. So it's a perfect system that over time you will perfect. At the beginning, it's very difficult to implement, but if it was easy, everyone would do it. But ultimately, the people that implement pay for performance and P4P are the ones that are going to attract the best talent. Best talent wants to be paid by performance. The worst talent wants to be paid by the hour because they know they're going to slouch off, be on their phone all day long, stop at gas stations, take many, many breaks, and do as little as possible to not get fired. And they're just going to work good and efficiently when the boss is around. And so you need P4P when unmanaged labor comes into play. And that is when, as soon as you get more than 2 employees, because until the 2 employees, you can kind of keep your eye on everybody. But as soon as they are working without you being the manager and being able to see them all the time, you need a performance-based pay system. And it's not easy. Do not expect it to be simple, but anything that is worth fighting for is probably going to be pretty difficult. And P4P allows you to have the confidence that your employees are working as hard as possible and efficiently and profitably as possible while you are not looking. And you have to have that balanced out with the yellow slip system so they are working fast, also making sure the customers are happy. That's the balance of quantity, speed, as well as quality. They have to be penalized if they are breaking things, their customers are calling back, and they're creating yellow slips. And we are in their compensation agreement, we'll talk about in a second, anything above base pay, we are entitled to take that money away. Base pay is essentially a $1 per hour amount that we still track that they cannot make less than. For example, we'd say, hey, you're gonna make $15 per hour base pay, but you're also going to make 33% of labor revenue. At the end of the pay period, whichever is higher, you're gonna get that. Anything above base pay is considered a bonus. So we're gonna talk more about how we can take that money away legally by making sure that it is a bonus on the paycheck. It is not part of their compensation. So when it comes to P4P, there's a few things you need to make sure you do. Number one, you have to still respect overtime and minimum wage. You have to make sure that your base pay is at least minimum wage in your state, and any hours clocked over 40 per week is going to get overtime. Now, there's some states, like California, where if they work over 8 hours per day, that's also overtime. So check your state laws. Ultimately, you have to make sure that the employee is making at least base pay. Their base pay is at least the equivalent of your minimum wage plus overtime. You have to make sure. So what we do, we have a minimum wage in our state like $12 or $13. Our base pay though on P4P is $18. So we already cleared minimum wage. Now, when someone works, clock their hours as usual, and we make sure that they're making at least $18 per hour for 0 to 40 hours a week, and anything above 40 hours in that week, they're gonna get time and a half, or in our case, $27 per hour. At the end of the pay period, we calculate 2 things, P4P as well as base pay plus overtime. The higher of those 2 is what the employee is gonna get in their paycheck. By doing this, we enforce the fact that we know they're making at least base pay and overtime rules are being followed, but then they have the opportunity to make a lot more on P4P if they're efficient, profitable, and efficient with their time. So you have to make sure that you're giving them at least base pay or minimum wage, above minimum wage on your base pay, as well as the fact that you still need them to clock in and out. You can't just do a straight commission. For most labor type jobs, plumbing, welding, lawn care, landscaping, cleaning, you can't give someone a straight commission. You can't give them salary. You have to track their hours. And a lot of the different types of labor, employment security department, unemployment, those things are based upon the hours worked. Therefore, you got to keep track of it. You've got to make sure they get minimum wage, and I would recommend make that base pay higher than minimum wage. Make it where it's competitive in your market. So it's like when they're comparing all these different job offers, you're actually relatively competitive because your base pay is what most employees are going to look at as what their pay is. Most people don't understand P4P, or they've been told 100 times that they're going to get bonuses and they don't believe it. So when you're putting out job postings and job ads, you need your base pay to be high enough to get them interested, but you don't want it too high, because if it's too high, when they make a percentage of the labor revenue, the delta between base pay and what they're earning on P4P, if it's only like $1 or $2 per hour, it's not going to be worth them kicking butt and working harder throughout the week. If it's $5 or $6 or $7 per hour, the difference between base pay and what they earn on P4P, trust me, $400 or $500 looks really good on a paycheck extra for them to be able to earn by having the new system of P4P. So when it comes to your base pay, you need to make sure you have minimum wage and you trust and you honor the rules of overtime. You also want to make sure that that base pay is competitive in your market because that's what employees are looking at. And you also want to ensure that, in my opinion, you want your base pay to be 25% or less than what the hourly rate you're charging the customer is. So for example, if you're charging the customer $80 per hour, I would recommend that your base pay to your employees less than $20 per hour, ideally less than 20%, right? So again, if I'm charging the customer $60 per hour, divide that by 4, that's $15. I would recommend that your base pay be no more than $15 per hour. Typically, the businesses that are able to use P4P and follow that equation and are under 25%, they are going to do very well and they're going to be profitable. So highly recommend that you follow those things. And again, p4psoftware.com/training has a lot more training and information about those numbers, ratios, and what numbers you should be setting up. Now, when it comes to P4P, you want to check with your local labor board. Feel free to take it into a government agency or an attorney and look over your compensation agreement. Now, we have tested this in all the states and provinces of Canada, and we have found it to be right, but you need to make sure that your specific documents are in compliance with the law. You need to take it to an attorney, take it to your local job board or labor union or whatever it is that you have in your area and have them look it over. Typically, they'll do it for free. If it's a government agency, some sort of employee security department or something like that, they'll take a look at it. That being said, what you want to ensure is that you're very clear that the pay and the compensation that you're getting is base pay and overtime, and that they're also getting bonuses based upon performance during their tenure while they're working for you. And so if you state it just like that, you're fine, because anything above that is bonuses, and that's based upon performance. And then you're using P4P as another system to calculate that number every single day, every single week, every single pay period. And they have the ability to make performance dollars. And what you're also going to state is that that performance is based upon the fact that if they have yellow slips, callbacks, damage cases, their performance dollars, anything above base pay, could be potentially taken away. And so that money that is performance dollars is not entitled to them. They don't get a percentage of revenue. They are getting base pay plus overtime plus bonuses based upon performance. And then that performance is indicative based upon their yellow slips, their damage cases, etc. You want to make sure you're clear about this, so that way you are not being taken or penalized for the fact that you can't take someone's wages that are promised to them if they're doing bad work. Some people will do this, but it's technically legally not correct. That is to take someone's wages because they mess something up on the job site while working for you. Some states allow it, others do based upon negligence and things like that. But if you want to be in the clear, make sure that your compensation agreement, make sure that your employee documents state that they're making base pay plus overtime and they're making bonuses based upon performance. And then the performance is based another system, P4P, that allows you to track that, as well as remove their performance-based pay, remove their bonuses if they're making damage cases and doing unsatisfactory work. And again, you need to have that in place to ensure that you have a high quality in addition to the quantity and the speed that P4P is going to incentivize using P4P system. All right, so I've already talked about my theory and my thoughts on paying people by the hour versus paying them by salary. When it comes to paying your managers and your key employees, you're not going to be able to use P4P, and it's very difficult, at least I should say, because it's harder to track specific things like labor production. When you're talking about entry-level labor or your frontline staff, typically they're producing revenue with their labor. Whereas with a manager or key employee, they're usually their leadership abilities and their ability to have meetings and do things that are very hard to measure and quantify the impact it's having on the business. With P4P, it's very simple to track hours and amount of revenue produced in an hour. Whereas it comes to leaders, key employees, managers, they're doing a variety of different things. It's not like as routinized, so it's harder to create a system around. It's not like you can pay them by how many emails they send out or how many phone calls. Like, it's very hard to measure because they're doing so many different things, as well as one well-positioned email or well-positioned phone call could potentially be more productive for the business and efficient for the business than 2 weeks worth of work if they were just not as well positioned and thought out, etc. So it's just much more difficult to implement a P4P system if they're not producing labor or producing something that's more routinized, like just calls or just emails. You could do that if it was a frontline, say, call center rep, but you're not going to do it with a leader, manager, etc., because there's just so many things they're doing, and the impact that they make on the business can vary dramatically based upon how well they think things through. So what I recommend doing is giving a percentage of profits. Now, some people don't like that, but honestly, if you think your business is going to grow very quickly, it's cheaper to give away profits than it is to give away equity. Equity is typically going to slow the organization down, and it's going to create issues down the road if they ever want to leave, or potentially if they want to sell their stock. And then you got to have like vesting, and you have to have, phantom stock. There's a whole bunch of stuff. If you give stock away to key employees, that is going to potentially slow the organization down and create rifts down the road, and potentially lead to them leaving over just not understanding how the stock compensation is done. When people talk about employee stock-based compensation for large publicly traded companies, you have to remember that these companies have armies of accountants and lawyers and armies of HR people explaining these programs so that the employee is very aware of what their stock-based compensation program is, how it works, how it vests over years, etc. What some people don't realize is that stock options typically vest over like 4 to 10 years, depending on the level of the executive. And there's consequences to leaving. There's times they can and cannot sell. There's lockup periods after, say, for example, an IPO. And a lot of times, phantom stock is something that they don't actually realize if they leave. It's not like they can ever sell that stock. So what really is the value? It's like golden handcuffs you're giving them if it's phantom, and it's like, well, you get this stock if we ever sell and you're here. So you're going to be with us forever. So it's really can be somewhat disingenuous as well as disheartening for an employee to get stock-based compensation that they don't understand, and then down the road is not as awesome as they thought it was. So I'm always a big fan of profit sharing, especially for executives and people that have a direct correlation with the bottom line. Now, obviously, if you're having 1,000, 2,000 person organization, doing individualized profit sharing programs for every single manager, you could have 100 managers, is going to be difficult and probably ill-advised. However, for most small businesses where you have 1 or 2 key executives or key people that you need to stay in the organization as you grow to 20, 30, 40 employees, for most of us, that's going to be the best route, is using profit sharing. Give them 5, 3, 10%, whatever percentage of profits you need to be able to keep them motivated and thinking about the bottom line. Ultimately, your goal as you move out of daily operations is that you need someone else thinking about the bottom line as much as you. And typically, you're only going to get a key executive once the business has grown to the point where you're actually seeing profit. If you're thinking about giving profit sharing away and you have 2 employees, you're like, oh, this person's great, I'm going to give them profit sharing. I would just recommend doing a pool of profit sharing for your frontline staff like we've talked about in the past. But I wouldn't really recognize a 1, 2, or 3 person organization as having a key executive that you're going to have like 10% of profit sharing to. I would not do that, because keep in mind, once you give someone a percentage of profit sharing, it's not like you can take that away. All right. So if you have 10 people in your organization, you give one of them 10%, and then there's another person that's really great, and then you give them 10%. Like, what are you going to keep doing? Giving away 10%? All of a sudden, you're going to have 5 executives and half your profits going out the door. So you got to remember, removing a percentage of profit sharing is difficult. What I'd recommend doing, if you know you're going to grow quickly and have a lot of managers, is have a management profit sharing pool. For example, you're going to say, hey, look, this department, we're going to give 10% of profits into this pool, and whoever's the managers in that department, even as we grow, they're going to get a chunk of that and a piece of that based upon the number of managers in that department. So that way, that 10% stays fixed. So keep in mind, if you're doing a pool versus giving an actual percentage of profit to an employee in one-on-one, because if you give 10% of profit sharing, for example, to your key executive, as the company grows, they're still going to get 10%. You either will have to talk them down because you're like, look, like this is becoming out of hand, and if you do that, you're probably going to lose. So I'd recommend focusing more on management pools and giving profit sharing to department based upon here's a profit sharing. And if there's 5 managers, they're all going to get 2% each. If there's 3 managers, they're going to get 3 1/3%. So have it as a pool if you know that department's going to grow a lot. If there are people that are very, very key and to the success of the business, definitely give them a percent. Just know that you're probably never going to bring that number down without a lot of controversy, and you shouldn't really ever want to be. You can always go up in profit sharing. You can't come down. So just keep that in mind as the business grows, because every single dollar of profit that comes out is typically going to be used as fuel to grow the business. And The nice thing though about profit sharing, especially in a growing organization, is that you retain 100% of the equity and you're able to still dictate where the business is going, ultimately making it more agile and fast to adapt, and probably going to grow a lot faster than having to go through bureaucracy of different types of stock options. And even when it comes to entity structures and legal side of things, you start getting in partners that have split equity and you're not a single member LLC anymore. There's definitely complications when it comes to signatures and signing and buying real estate and signing on leases. There's just a whole lot more that goes into it. Even getting credit cards and bank accounts become more difficult when you have multiple stock partners and different people involved on the equity balance, the equity sheet of the company. So keep that in mind. That's just my recommendation. When you start getting about 100, 300, 500, especially 1,000 employees, then it's going to become very different in terms of stock options, things like that. But until that point, profit sharing is probably the best option for you. And I'd recommend, again, be very stingy with giving away profit sharing to individual employees, because as the company grows, that number will get very large. I'd be more focused on giving profit percentages to pools of managers, that as more managers get added and the organization grows, they're simply going to be getting that profit is going to get divvied up more and more as there's more managers added to that department. All right, so let's talk about open book management. Ultimately, all open book management is you have open books, which means everything inside the organization is open to the employees to be able to see in terms of the numbers of the business. Everything from how much you charge, how much profits you're having, how much people make, etc. Just open book. And there's nothing being hidden. And a lot of people have a big problem with this, and they think that it's going to be really, really bad, and they're very, very scared to do it. But let me walk you through the two scenarios of the potential downfall of having open book management, and walk you through, hopefully, from a reasonable standpoint where you understand that there's not too much downside. All right, so the first scenario is you are not making any money. You're losing money. You're working like crazy hours, but there's no profits being made. And some people are afraid to share these numbers because, like, well, what if the employees are scared that we're going to lose their job? They can see that, like, I'm not making any money and the company's kind of fragile, and they're kind of afraid to share that, and somewhat maybe even embarrassing. Here's the thing. When you share that with your team, that you are not making money or you're very little profit, and you're very open and honest about it, it's like a rallying cry to your team, because now they realize that you come to work every single day, work your brains out, and the company is not making any money. They're making more than you, and you still show up first one there, last one to leave. And you've been pouring your blood, sweat, and tears in this. And they do rally around the fact that, hey, we've got to turn this thing around. They get on your team. They start pulling in for you because they see that it is needed for the businesses to survive. And it's like when a defense is backed up against the 1 yard line, they start to really, really focus, because the inevitable touchdown and score of the other team is evident. And when you are open and honest with your team, you're like, hey, we're on the 1 yard line. Like, we're backed up against, we could go out of business. Like, we're not doing well. It is a rallying cry for them to focus, dig deep, and really find another gear to help the business grow. It's very, very infrequent that people are afraid that the business is going to fail and therefore leave. Typically, as long as there's a plan of action and you're offering solutions of how the business needs to improve, people will rally behind that. And the reason it's important to do that if you're losing money is because, guess what? Employees are always going to assume that you're making money hand over fist if you don't tell them otherwise. They're always going to find things in the business that back up that and support that argument. So they will look at new equipment. They will look at the new shoes that you bought. They will look at any little thing and take that as evidence that the business is making a ton of money, and they are just your minions, and they're slaving away and working hard, and you're just doing nothing. And these are the narratives that will be created if you don't have open book management and you don't share the numbers with your team. So if you're losing money, trust me, you want to share the numbers with your team. If you're not making a lot of money, you want to share the numbers with the team. It is an absolute game changer. It'll rally the team behind your cause, and they'll see how hard you work and be inspired by it. Now, the alternative is that you're making a bunch of money. You're making so much money that you're embarrassed to even show how much money you make, because you're like, man, they work so hard all day long, and I only work maybe a fraction of how hard they do, and I make all this money. This is the reason, like, it was difficult for me more recently to actually do profit or open book management, is because I feel bad. Like, I don't work at this location, but maybe 20, 30 minutes a week, and I'm making hundreds of thousands of dollars while they're making $20 or $30 an hour. That is the alternative. The second option of why someone would say they would not open up the books is literally just embarrassed how much money they are making compared to their frontline team members. And I get it. and you're probably a good person in thinking that. However, this is the deal. If you give people the ability to get to where you're at by giving them resources, education, and knowledge, and making that available to them, it actually should be an inspiration to them. So there's a two-prong approach. One is education, two is a profit-sharing program. So in addition to the education, Audible programs, podcasts, books, incentivizing them to be at optional meetings and talk about finance and budgeting. In addition to that side, the education side, you need to give them a piece of the profits, because now, even though you're making a bunch of money, they will still be incentivized to make more profits for the business simply due to the fact that you are giving them a piece of the pie. So give them 10, 20, 30%, whatever you feel necessary to keep them incentivized for them to still want there to be lots of profit, okay? If you do that, you can still open up the books and have all the benefits of open book management, because I haven't even talked about those, like transparency, the culture, people being able to sell on behalf of the company and sell the brand, all those positive benefits. I haven't even mentioned them. Those can all come along, even if you're making a lot of money, as long as you give a piece of those profits to the employees. And so we've already talked about profit sharing program for managers, and then for the team members, you can again make a pool of profit sharing that they all get, and they divvy it up, and you can make parameters that they lose the profit sharing, like if they call out or if they are late, there can be things that take away that profit sharing. However, as long as it's obtainable, as long as there's a way for them to make a piece of the profits, even if you're making a lot of money, they'll be incentivized to keep the profits coming and be efficient and not be looking down on you as the owner because you're giving them a piece of it. Moreover, though, even more impacting is giving them the ability to get to where you're at and showing them the road all along the way. The first 5 years of my business, I made less in profits than I did in, I think, like my 6th or 7th year. That 1 year, I made more in profits than my first 5 years combined. Because in the first 5 years, I probably didn't make more than a couple $100 each year. Like literally just enough to survive. It was bad. There was probably some years I made negative. Like it was just not good. But, now there's hundreds of thousands. Like last year, I took $300,000, over $300,000 in distributions, and literally go there for one meeting each week. That can seem intimidating if you're making that much money. However, we have optional meetings where we talk about budgeting, finances, how to start their own business. We encourage them to go start their own businesses and do something on the side on the weekend. If they leave and they're starting their own business, we usually celebrate it and talk about how great it is. We give them advice on how to start their own business, how to budget, make more money, what credit score is, how to get a mortgage, how to buy their first house, how to get a car, talk about all this stuff, as well as give them access to hundreds of Audible programs that I used and I learned from to grow the business. And we talk about business very frequently. Because of open book management, they learn a lot about the profit and loss statement. We go over the profit and loss statement and the balance sheet. We try to teach them about the cost of marketing, the cost of taxes, and the cost of employees. And we teach them all these things because that's what is required to actually build a business if they want to the place where they can actually make what the owner is making. So when I stand up in front of them and I say, look, there's hundreds of $1,000s. Yes, that's what I made. That, here's my salary, all the rest of it. I can confidently say that, hey, look, if you want to do this, if you want to make this instead of just making 10% of profit, you want to actually make a real business. Here's all the steps. Here's all the education, the resources to do that. And we give them an actual program inside of Augusta called the 3F program, called Franchise Fee Forgiveness, which means they don't have to pay a franchise fee if they just work for 2 years at a location. So moreover, actually give them the route to actually become an owner, literally for free, and get trained as an owner if they just follow the systems for 2 years. If they just come and work for 2 years, they come to the meetings, they are in the Audible programs, they listen to the podcast, and they learn and educate themselves, they can literally start for free. So if someone's like, it's not fair that you're making all this money, I can say, look, I'm literally giving you the path, the education, the resources, and the program to actually do exactly what I did over the past 10 years. And so that will take a little bit of the guilt away if you're making a lot of money, but realize there is no downsides to open up your books. If you don't open up your books and there's opaqueness around the numbers and the profitability and then the money in the business, there will always be contention. People will ask for raises when you don't have any money. People will always assume that you're making money hand over fist, even when you're not. And for the vast majority of people who need to open up the books, they're the people who aren't making money and they're ashamed of the books. When in reality, if they open up the books, if they share the numbers with their team, it would empower the team. It would give them the information they need to think like an owner in terms of selling more jobs, upselling, pushing for the extra sale. These are the type of things that employees will not do unless they have the information that an owner has. Remember, in order for an employee to think like an owner, they need to have the information of an owner and the compensation of an owner. The compensation side is profit sharing and P4P. The information side, though, is open book management, where they see all aspects of the business, all the numbers, and they fully understand every aspect of the company and the books they're in. When it comes to P4P, or really any sort of incentive-based program, the goal should really be to get the incentive as close to the actual performance as possible. So when we talk about P4Psoftware.com, we actually send a daily report to the employee, and so they can see their incentive of compensation as close to their actual performance as possible. This is why I'm against people trying to take the hybrid P4P approach of like, oh, well, we do like a $5,000 per year pool of money for damage cases, and at the end of the year, we just split up whatever's left. Or they do like even just quarterly profit sharing, or they quarterly something. Like ultimately, frontline staff members typically do not have the foresight to think months in advance. Rather, they need to know, okay, by me running from point A to point B on this job site, I am going to make more money today. That's a lot harder for them to put those puzzle pieces together when you start talking about like an annual bonus. They're not thinking in January and February about their end of year December bonus that they're going to make at the end of this year. Frontline staff members, especially in this labor market, the vast majority of them won't be here in December. So why would they be incentivized to work harder or be more efficient or be more profitable or run from point A to point B? So the goal should be with any incentive program, especially P4P, especially frontline staff and labor, is to make sure that every action they take throughout the day the performance is as close to the incentive as possible. They see the result of their performance as soon as possible, every single day. That's the goal of P4Psoftware.com, is so you can track things in less than a minute per day, put the information that's required, and they get a daily report and a scorecard of exactly how well they did. Now, this is harder, again, when you're talking about managers that are not going to get a daily report on P4P. They can't be on P4P. However, with open book management, that is their form of, if they're getting profit sharing, those monthly reports, quarterly reports, etc., that is okay for a manager or an executive because they usually have longer range vision. You're not having them turn over every 3 to 6 months. They're going to be in it for the longer run. So a monthly or quarterly bonus is going to be very incentivizing for them. Whereas a frontline staff member is thinking about this paycheck. They're thinking about this week. More like they're thinking about this day and how they're going to get food on their table today, which is not anything bad. It's just that's where they're at in their stage of their career. And so in order to incentivize them, get that compensation as close to that performance as possible, ideally every single day, every single paycheck. Don't wait on monthly, quarterly, or annual goals or performance-based pay or bonuses or pools of cash. It just does not move the needle because people cannot see that light at the end of the tunnel when it's that far away. Get the compensation as close to the performance as possible. Only for managers, executives, etc., can a monthly, quarterly, or annual bonus package actually seem something that is incentivizing to them because they're typically the only ones that have that long sight of vision. And nothing to say that a frontline staff member can't eventually become a manager and have that foresight and be able to look down the road. But for most people that are living paycheck to paycheck, that brings in their focus of what their incentives are much closer to them. And so you need to align yourself with it. When it comes to P4P or any performance-based system, whether it be frontline staff or managers, the main thing you want to think about is scoreboards and KPIs. So KPI stands for key performance indicators. And that is along the way of even one day or one pay period, they need to be able to know what are the key performance indicators that are going to be indicative of how much I'm going to earn this paycheck or on this bonus, on this profit sharing, etc. So we've actually created on P4Psoftware.com an automatic dashboard for you to be able to see. And on the mobile app, the employee very shortly is going to be actually get their own metrics and dashboard to see their progress over time of their efficiency. This allows you to be able to see the efficiency of each employee as well as the team's performance on a weekly and monthly basis and see which direction this is trending. Then one of the most important numbers is your efficiency score. That is simply the amount of budget hours, estimated hours that you think the jobs are going to take, divided by the clocked hours. That's going to give you a percentage. Let's say that number is 70%. That assumes that 70% of the day work is actually being completed. The other 30% is waste. And that is where the benefits of P4P kicks in, is that it cuts out all the wasted time, all the lollygagging before the jobs get started, all the driving to and from jobs, stops at gas stations, smoke breaks, naps, etc. All that gets cut out. And the ideal scenario for P4P is to get that 70% become like 90 or 95% efficient. There's always going to be inefficiencies in labor. And any sort of employee is going to have some sort of start and stop time that's not, not part of the budget hours. That's not time that is billable. However, that can get massively reduced if you tie their compensation to getting more budgeted hours done. So the main number you're looking at is budget hours divided by clocked hours. That's your efficiency score. What percentage of the day is actually being spent getting work done? The other metrics that we track at p4psoftware.com include things like for project management, where we're trying to track what percentage of the job has been completed. And these are large projects, 10, 20, 50, 100, 300, 500 budgeted hours on some big projects you might take months towards. But tracking that over the course of time and seeing if you're ahead of schedule, behind schedule, if you're 50% way done, allows your project managers and your mid-level managers and your leads to be able to have a very good understanding of where they're at in the project, if they're ahead of schedule, behind schedule, and it'll ultimately make the scheduling of projects for your future jobs much more smooth, because you'll be able to accurately predict how long jobs are going to take and know if they're ahead of schedule, behind schedule, if you need to push other jobs off because one got way behind. So these are the type of numbers that you want to track consistently, and the employee is going to be constantly tracking, obviously, how much they're making per hour. And we give them the graphs to be able to see over time how they're doing. So they can be encouraged by the fact that last month I made $19 per hour. This month I made $21 per hour. Hopefully next month I'm shooting for 23. I'm on track for 23. That sort of progression and that level of being able to see them increasing and becoming more efficient is what ultimately leads to buy-in to P4P or any compensation system, is that first hit of them actually getting P4P. Whether it be a manager that gets profit sharing for the first time, or whether it be a frontline staff member that gets performance dollars. Remember, that's anything above base pay on their first paycheck. Whenever that happens, that first hit is the thing that gets them addicted to understanding that the system actually works, and that the harder they work, the more money they make. The same way that in the old-fashioned experiments we hear about in science, where they have the mouse or the hamster doing a certain thing and then they get rewarded for it. As soon as that is done a few times, it starts to cement that behavior. And so if someone gets compensated more because they work harder and they get more efficient and they start cutting out waste in their day, if that happens just a few times, all of a sudden it starts to become second nature. Whether that be a frontline staff member or a manager on a profit sharing program, these are the things you need to think about when it comes to what KPIs are in my business. What can I track to ensure that they're the most efficient? For most labor positions, it's going to be budget hours divided by clocked hours as your main mechanism of efficiency. And you could also just track how much they're earning, because remember, they're making a percentage of labor revenue. So pretty simple just to know if they're making more money, they're probably more efficient. Another thing that a manager, though, is going to be looking at is they're going to be wanting to know the efficiency of their team underneath them. They're going to be looking at those KPIs because they know those KPIs are the things that ultimately leads to profitability, which ultimately leads to their paycheck as well. So again, incentives is what drives behavior. And if you just, instead of trying to buck against that and say that people are lazy and they're entitled, just make incentive programs that incentivize them to do the behaviors you want, so there's not as much friction and you don't have to distrust them, look over their shoulder, or constantly be questioning whether or not they are doing their job, whether they're being lazy. And you don't have to stop, you can stop micromanaging them, knowing that the harder they work and the harder they put performance towards their job, the more money they will make. All right, so we've talked a lot about pay, but one part of leadership and management is the fact that your best people, your best employees, are typically not going to be super motivated by just money. Now, obviously, having a compensation package when it comes to money is important, but the best of the best are not going to be allured only by cash. They need something bigger. They need a reason why they come to work every single day. And if you cannot answer as the leader, the manager, the entrepreneur, the visionary of the business, if you cannot answer this one question, you're going to lose these employees. And the question is, why does your business exist? If you can't answer that question, you're going to lose the best of the best, because most people are not going to show up to work after they've paid their bills, after they are comfortable, especially managers and people that are paid well. There gets a point where they aren't going to stick around just for that. If they're really, really good, they're going to want a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal, something they're going after, a why for the business. And so as your company gets started, a lot of time it's like, hey, we're here to pay the bills and have work and put food on our tables and provide for our families. That's great. As the company grows and expands, you start getting more and more talented people, and you need to retain those individuals, those key employees. You're going to need a BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goal, something you are going for, something that's a moonshot, something that could take 5, 10, 15 years to accomplish, something that is worth meaningful work, something that is worth working hard towards And people will not do that for just a paycheck. People will not go the extra mile just for a paycheck, especially if they're like on salary. They're not going to go the extra mile just for a paycheck. They need something more, a reason for coming to work every single day. And if you can't answer the question, why does your business exist? I promise you, your business is going to be floundering. You're going to lose your best people. And that's ultimately why at Augusta Lawn Care, our goal is to change the level of professionalism in the landscaping industry. Very difficult. There's hundreds of thousands of landscapers. The fact that we are going to try to change that is an extremely large goal that's going to take many, many years to accomplish, but it's a prism and something you can synthesize every single decision through because it is the why of the business. Why does your business exist? You must answer that question if you're going to retain and attract and lead great employees, people that are better than you. The reason that you are the visionary is because you should be the one that has the answer to that question. Why does your business exist? And then every single decision in the business needs to be synthesized through that BHAG. All right, so team meetings. Some people really dread team meetings. I actually really enjoy meetings. As I've grown the companies, I've learned to enjoy them because it's the time I actually connect with my team and decisions are made, etc. The reason most people dread meetings and it gets a bad rap in corporate America is because meetings usually don't have a reason for being. They could be 5 minutes when they otherwise are 120 minutes. These are things that this is the reason people dread meetings in person especially, and why a lot of people like to have virtual work is the fact that the Zoom meetings and things, it's easier to check out and be able to do other things during a very boring meeting. So a couple things that we have found really successful when it comes to meetings is if you are dealing with frontline staff and team members, having them do a stand-up meeting is probably better, especially if you're doing the meeting in the early morning. People are tired, people are groggy. Having a bunch of people sit down, the meeting will immediately almost double in how long it takes. And the effectiveness of the individuals in that meeting is far lower when they're very tired. It's early morning, especially, again, frontlines, team members, and staff. When it comes to manager meetings and any meeting in general, just realize that if you're making a decision, that the way that you conduct your meetings is a pretty good indicator as to how fast you make decisions in general. If it takes hours and hours to deliberate over certain things that should be like decision that can be made very quickly, then you should definitely do it. You have to realize that making a decision during a meeting, if it is retractable, if the consequences of that decision are relatively easy to unwind and redo, these are decisions that should be made in minutes. Sometimes people make these crazy meetings and all these people together and talking about stuff that if they make the wrong decision, they literally could change it really quickly without a whole lot of consequence. And honestly, although we don't like to think so, most of the decisions we make are retractable and aren't going to make a massive, cataclysmic change to the business if we make the wrong decision. So if you realize that, you'll make decisions faster. And if you make decisions faster, you'll have a lot faster team meetings and people will be much happier because there'll be much more productive minutes. So most meetings should be 5, 10, 15 minutes max. The only reason we would ever do long meetings, like an hour plus, is quarterly meetings with our management team and where we all are reporting to each other about things that are going on in our different departments. But in those meetings, when we are making decisions, even the decision-making frameworks for like very important decisions, usually take 5 to 15 minutes. Anything more than that, you are usually getting an argument. You're bringing up details that are way in the weeds. And again, you get away from the fact that realizing that making more decisions in your business is a positive thing as long as more than 50% of your decisions are positive for the business. You will gain more latitude and get further ahead in your business if you just make more decisions, assuming that more than 50% of your decisions are moving the business in a positive direction. Now, if 60% of your decisions are negative for the business, you should probably be more deliberate. Think about which decisions you're making because only 4 out of 10 do well. But if more than 50% of your business decisions are good for the business, you should theoretically, just from a math perspective, make as many decisions as possible, as fast as possible, and that will get the business down the road in the fastest form possible. So if you're trying to grow quickly, especially in a growing organization, make decisions quickly. Don't have long meetings. Have stand-up meetings and get more accomplished. Be more productive. And your team will actually start to enjoy the meetings and the time that they have together. All right, let's talk about off-site meetings. So there's several different types of off-site meetings we have. There's ones for the frontline staff and then there's management meetings. The ones with manager meetings, we're typically talking about other employees. So it's not something, the subject matter is not going to be conducive for the entire team to be hearing. It's also going to be more strategy long-term thinking, etc. However, when we do offsite team meetings, we do them twice a year. The first one in the spring, the second one towards late fall. And the one at the beginning of the year, we're typically looking forward to what the goals for that year are. And then in the later part, second offsite of the year, we are looking at what was achieved and where were the things that we learned, where did we grow, what did we improve over the course of the past year. And so it's kind of a good reflection as well as projection of the future based upon those two offsites. And again, these are the ones for the whole team. We do quarterly meetings, usually just over dinner with our managers, but the offsite meetings for your frontline staff members are usually the ones that are neglected because we only think about the managers. When in reality, typically the thing that moves the needle for the most for the business is going to be your frontline team members. The reason we like to do offsite meetings is number one, a lot of your top performers, if they're in the field still, if they're out, on the front lines, entry level, they'll be inspired by the fact that you have a really nice dinner for them, that you pay for everyone to be there and take care of them for an evening. They'll be inspired by that. And I've heard that from my managers that started out in the field, and it was something that was really, really special to them and they thought was really unique. And they had never had an offsite meeting. They had never gone and heard about the numbers of the business and heard about the goals and what was being learned and all the different elements of the business, and be able to ask the founder, the CEO, questions off the cuff. So at these offsite meetings, I go over the numbers, I go over goals, I go over projections, I go over what we're working on, what we have accomplished. I also then open up the floor for Q&A, and you get some interesting questions. They might ask you some really hard questions, and this is why open book management is important to have implemented by the time you do these offsite meetings where you open up the floor. Because if you're trying to hide things in an open Q&A with your frontline staff, it can get very messy. So when we have open book management, it allows me to be able to open up the floor for Q&A and know that there's nothing to hide. There's no numbers I'm trying to hide. Everything is out in the open. And so when they ask hard questions, I can make very truthful answers without having to try to hide things or cover up certain numbers. So I would recommend, if you're going to do offsite meetings, have open book management where they know the numbers, because otherwise when you open up the floor for Q&A, it's going to get messy. However, by opening up the floor for Q&A, by having open book management, you take away any sort of credibility that someone has if they're trying to create an uprising inside the company or create rumors and all the rest of it, because you basically taken away the opaque curtain of management. There is nothing that you're hiding. So therefore, and if there's nothing to hide and they're allowed to ask any question they want, anyone that comes along and talks to other employees and are like, oh, did you hear this? Or like, so-and-so did this, or this is happening. It's like, well, then go ask the boss. Go look and see in the P&L. Go talk to the boss, ask the question, right? So that's what an offsite meeting allows you to do. It spurs that cultural development of, we are here to learn, and I'm going to talk about deep business concepts and where the business is at in these meetings. I'm also going to lean on the fact that we have open book management, we have a culture of trust, and I'm going to allow anyone to just raise their hand and ask a question. And you might be there for a while if this is your first offsite meeting, and you might have some very hard questions, but if you act on those, if you're in the wrong, and I've been in the wrong sometimes when questions have been brought up, and then we act on it very quickly and we solve those problems. Just realize if you're going to open up for live Q&A, just be ready for some hard questions and potentially pointing fingers at you, but be okay with that. That culture is one of where now you take out all their ammunition that, trust me, all that stuff is already being said inside your organization. Don't think like, oh my goodness, what if they bring it up in front of everyone? Look, they're already talking about it just behind your back. So allow them, take away the opaque curtain and allow them to just bring it up in front of you. And now you're able to actually give the logic and the reasons and the meaning behind questions that they have. It's very, very, very helpful. And in addition to creating that transparency, it allows the employees to feel valued, and they're typically going to want to stick around in a culture where there's not murmurings, the boss is available for Q&A, and they can ask anything they want. There's nothing being hidden when it comes to the finances of the business. That sort of culture, typically good team members want to stay in it. Quick word of caution when it comes to offsite meetings. Number one, I would recommend to not pay for alcohol. When you go out to dinner, you get the nice things, get whatever. Just tell them, look, we'll pay for everything you want in terms of food, but alcohol, we are not paying for it. And if you want to buy one, that's fine. But either make them pay for it or don't even allow it. The reason for that is because I have had offsite meetings where people get drunk and they say stupid stuff that they regret. And we have actually had someone, again, this is back in my very first year doing offsite meetings, got drunk. On their way home, they got in an accident, they got a DUI and couldn't work for us for 6 months because they had to go through that whole legal process. And I use that story all the time now to be able to tell the team we don't pay for drink. And so that'd be my first big warning. And if you think that's funny, just wait until someone gets drunk at one of your offsite meetings when you're trying to have a very important discussion, or someone's asking hard questions and they start getting mad, they start saying dumb stuff that they start to regret later on. Just highly recommend it gets cut out. That's just my personal opinion. Take it or leave it. Second thing is, don't go long drawn out on your initial talk to the team. Max 20 minutes, okay? If you have a slideshow, great. If you have a handout, great. If you want to go over numbers and goals, whatever, great. But don't go over 20 minutes, all right? Allow the Q&A to be the part that's longer if people have questions, but your actual presentation, if you start going more than 20 minutes, especially to frontline team members, for managers, you can go 30, 40 minutes, no problem. But for frontline team members that aren't used to seeing the numbers and goals and projections and things like that, anything more than 20 minutes, you've lost them. Like, you're going to lose the team. So shoot for like 15 minutes as a presentation, quickly go through the things, and then open up for Q&A. And if they have a lot of questions and they want to go dig deeper, then do so. Because now you're not pushing this information on them and they don't feel like they got invited this nice dinner where you talked for an hour and a half or 2 hours. Don't do that, please. You will make your employees very unhappy and they will not feel warm and fuzzy after the meeting. So make it short. And then if they have a bunch of questions and they want to drag you into a big, long, hour-long back and forth or a whole bunch of Q&A, great, that's fine. They asked for it. It's not on you. So 15 to 20 minutes max at a frontline staff member, all hands meeting for an offsite. Projections and numbers, go through them quickly. Don't ramble on. Keep it relevant to the entire team because this is an all hands meeting. If you have very detailed stuff, do one-on-ones or do management meetings. That would be my recommendation. Now, one thing that we do once a year at our offsite meetings is we have peer reviews. Now, leading up to the offsite meeting is when we're going to distribute either like a survey online or even a paper copy of everyone's name. And at the top, it's simply, what are they really good at, and then what could they improve at? And it's simply a way to get peer reviews. And these are anonymous. We don't know who is writing them. It's a little bit easier to determine if it's paper, but ultimately the person getting the feedback doesn't know. Because what's going to happen is the week before, everyone's going to get this document and then submit it back to the office. Again, either digitally or in paper. We like digitally because it's very hard to know who just said what. And so what you're going to do, if it's like a survey, you'd literally be able to then get all of the feedback for each person. It literally give all the answers for what they could improve at and what they're really good at. And then what we do at the offsite meeting is give those to the employees at the end of the offsite meeting. Don't do it at the beginning because you're going to create a bunch of people that are unhappy or they're trying to think about who said what about them and all the rest of it. But peer reviews are extremely helpful, especially if there's things in your business that you would potentially might want to confront someone about, but you don't really want to. And the reason I say that is because all of your team members are thinking the same thing about other employees, and they are willing to say it. And so what I found is these peer reviews would actually get through a lot of the things that I would want to say as a manager, but it's just uncomfortable. Things like they don't brush their teeth, they smell bad, they need to shave, they need to take a shower. These are all things that like you don't want to bring up, but other employees on a peer review that's anonymous, they will, and they will be ruthless. And so what I do on peer reviews is making sure that everyone is disarmed and they don't feel like they're being attacked. So what I do is I actually read all my negative comments and feedbacks from the previous year in front of everyone publicly and say, look, knowing what you're really good at is great and fine and it gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling. But what's more valuable is to know from people that love you and are on your same team what you can improve at. Because in family and, our relatives, they aren't going to write up that sort of like positive, constructive criticism for you. It's probably going to be like arguments if they have that sort of feedback. And so it's very, very positive. Frame the peer reviews as a very positive thing for constructive criticisms and just frame it as a way like this is a very rare opportunity. You get honest feedback from people that love you and people on your same team of what you can improve at. Very, very valuable. So I read my negative comments prior to the peer reviews being handed out, whether it be, again, digitally or paper. We've gone digitally. We use SurveyMonkey. It's great. It's completely anonymous. The thing is, make sure you review, just screen through all of the comments prior to giving it on at the offsite. Make sure there's nothing that is like incriminating or really, really bad or going to hurt people, like really, really damaging words. That's the only time we've ever jumped in and we've tried to figure out who said what and actually had one-on-ones about that specifically. Now, very infrequently have you had to do that. You can't do peer reviews if you have less than 5 employees. The reason for that is because there's no reason to make it anonymous if there's less than 5 people, because you can literally just guess who said what about you, and it's pretty accurate. So if you're having less than 5 people, you might need to have an open dialogue and like, hey, we're going to be mature enough to just to talk about each other and where we think each other can improve and what we're really good at. That might be the best option if you have a good enough culture where you can do that. But if you have more than 5 employees, you can do these anonymously, and they're very, very effective because people will be very, very brutally honest. And they're going to say some really nice things about people, and those will be really warmly felt too. Some people are like, wow, I didn't know people really cared and thought that I was funny, or that I picked them up when the other people are down, or I worked hard. Like, these are things that actually will also elevate people, and they'll be surprised at what their coworkers think about them. So one thing that we also do is after the offsite meeting, what we tell them is we're going to set up one-on-ones with your manager to go over the feedback. Because again, the reason I love these is the very first year, I remember we set up one-on-one meetings with the team members prior to having the offsite. After the offsite, after they got all their feedback, they just came to the one-on-ones with their feedback. And I was like, man, this is great, because everything I wanted to talk about is in that document. And so literally what you can do, instead of having to bring up hard conversations like them being late, them being lazy, them being on their phone too much, whatever it might be, the other peers, the other coworkers will bring those things up, and then you just got to go over it with them on the one-on-one. Okay. Very, very helpful. Literally what we would do is at the end of the offsite meeting, we would give them their peer reviews, and we'd tell them that the following week they'd have a sheet to sign up for a one-on-one with their manager and to bring that feedback with them, and we'd go over it. And we create plans around how they can actually improve on the things that their coworkers talked about. How can they improve, cleanliness or punctuality or dedication and work ethic? These are things that can be improved on, and we would, as managers, try to give them a recipe and a step-by-step process to make sure those things got done. And trust me, most employees care more about what their coworkers think than their boss when you take away the paycheck, right? So the paycheck is obviously the reason why people care about what the boss thinks. However, what they actually care about is what the other coworkers think about me. Do they think I'm pulling my weight? Do they think I'm a good part of the team? All of those things is what they really care about. And so getting feedback from each other is non-biased in their eyes, typically. So very, very good. Handle it correctly. Make sure it's anonymous. Make sure you screen all of the comments. Make sure that you go over it one-on-one afterwards. And trust me, it's a punch in the gut. People will be really brutally honest with you about what they think about you, and you got to be ready for some criticisms. And I remember the first one for 3 hours afterwards, going over it and making changes in the business based upon it. But trust me, it was a very positive thing for the business overall. So it's great for your employees. It's great for you. It's great for the business. Highly recommend anonymous peer reviews after you have 5 or more employees. I think I've said it before, but I'll say it again. And ultimately, when you want to create standards in your business, standards are created by firing somebody. That sounds horrible, and everyone thinks you're a horrible boss when you say that. However, until you fire someone based upon the standards you've set, they are not standards, they are suggestions. And so if you're going to fire somebody, that is the only way to make it very clear to your team that these are standards. These are things that are going to be fireable offenses. So if you want people to be early, if you want people to show up on time, and there's a whole bunch of people showing up a little bit late and all the rest of it, and you don't do anything about it, guess what? Being on time is now a recommendation. It is not a standard. And so if someone's late, you fire them. That now creates a standard for everyone else to know that you cannot be late. That is the standard. It also means that if people that are higher up in the organization or know you personally or whatever, if they do it, they're also going to get fired. There's not favoritism, because favoritism also then leads to flexible standards. Flexible standards turn to no standards. It's only a recommendation. So if you want to create standards in the business, you fire irregardless of who it is, and based upon the things that you have said. That's the only time it becomes a standard. If you want people to show up on time, if you want them to work hard, if you want them to do anything, wear a uniform, whatever it is, until you fire based upon that, it is just a suggestion. It is not a standard. So I recommend using that wisely. It is your most powerful tool, and that is to fire. That is how you hone in and create the culture that you want, is to fire the people that are falling outside of those standards. I've already talked about this a little bit when it came to open book management, but I just wanted to talk a little bit more about investing in the future of your frontline team members, both from an education standpoint and upward mobility. So there's 2 different ways that you can really make sure that your frontline team members have a future in your company. Number 1, you grow the company so that in the hierarchy of the company, there is managers or leads or department heads, or they can become an executive, and you can grow a large company to where there is upward mobility. Now, for a lot of small business owners, if you only have 3, 4, 5 employees, there's not a lot of upward mobility to be had. And so the first option, upward mobility, making more money, becoming a manager, whatever it might be, upward mobility might not be an option for you. So the other option is education. And that is basically you got to come to grips with the fact that if you're going to have this person move up and you're going to invest in their future, they're probably going to leave because there's not upward mobility to be had in your organization. It's actually a big reason why I recommend people grow their companies is so you can retain talent and they can grow inside the organization. They can become a lead, they can become a manager, they can become an executive, become a general manager, whatever it is. That being said, if you're only smaller and you don't want to grow much larger, what you're going to want to do is invest in their education. That could be podcast. That could be creating a book club inside your company, like monthly, and incentivizing them. We pay like $50 or to $100 for a book report based upon certain books. We have an Audible program, which is audiobooks that everyone on the team can listen to. We have over 400 now. We have optional meetings where we talk about finances and budgeting and credit scores and mortgages and debt and the economy and all these other things. We have optional meetings where I specifically go over those. These are all ways of investing in the future of your company, investing in the future of your team members, their future, not you. There's no return on investment for your business typically, outside of the fact that you're going to have higher engagement while they're with you. But remember, you're probably literally training them for their next job if you don't have upward mobility. You're literally training them to leave. And that is a good thing, because if people see that everyone that leaves your organization goes and works at a better place, they make more money somewhere else, they get into a management position after working at your job, at your place of work, that becomes a great incentive to come work for you. And you become the place that everyone wants to work because they know that you train, educate, and then people move on and do something greater. So fall in love with the fact and embrace the fact that you're probably, if you're not growing your business and allowing for upward mobility, the education is probably going to lead to people leaving. But people leaving means that people are actually engaged, educating themselves. And I personally, as a boss, the best thing about being an employer is the fact that you get to choose who you work with every single day. And I personally want to be with people that are actively trying to improve themselves, make themselves better versions of themselves, and are trying to become better. They're working on their skills. They're working on their education. And so personally, I want to create an environment where people can do that. People can learn, they can grow. And if that means they grow beyond what they currently I can offer at my business, great, move on, become better. And when you say that, it's a very liberating thing to your team members. And that is, you're not trying to retain them, or retention is not trying to suffocate them in their growth in their personal lives and in their personal career. I want them to grow and expand. I'm going to give them all the resources, education, all the rest of it. And I hope they move inside my organization, move up inside the organization. I retain them. But if that means they go on to something else that they're more passionate about, that they love to do, that I've given them the skills and equipped them to do that better, fantastic. And if you actually believe that, then you can say it. If you don't actually believe that and you're actually secretly trying to retain them more and you don't want them to leave, don't say it, because they will pick up on it if you're just making this up so that it sounds good in front of them. If you actually believe though in creating a future for your employees, having a place where they can learn, grow, educate themselves, get the information they need to go move up in their career, even if that's outside your organization. If you don't believe that, don't say it. If you do believe it, say it to the hilltops and be very clear and honest with them that you are trying to help them, and they will be able to pick up on these things. If you have open book management, profit sharing, pay for performance, good indicators that you're on their side, that you want them to achieve more. If you also have optional meetings and audiobooks and programs that are literally teaching them for skills that are going to make them leave you, it proves even furthermore. If you're having meetings that have absolutely no ROI for you, but only upside for them and their careers, again, more believable that you actually, that they could actually believe what you're saying. And that is that you care about them and that you want them to succeed. So your actions speak a lot more than your words. So don't get in front of an offsite meeting and say that we care about your futures and we love you and all the rest of the stuff. And we want you to do well in your future. But then you don't have open book management, you don't have profit sharing, you don't have pay for performance, you don't have meetings and educational resources and ways that they can get ahead. I'm sorry, your people are not going to believe you. You're actually going to get a lot of flack at that offsite meeting in the Q&A part, because what you're saying is not aligning with the actions that you have. So that's the two different ways you can keep people engaged. An engaged workforce is the most effective and efficient and most profitable. And that is upward mobility. You need to grow the business relatively quickly, or B, have education, resources, and the ability to actually learn and educate the employees so that they can move on to something else outside the organization, but in doing so, move their career forward.